It could be said that they were fleeing over the dead bodies of their brethren. As she watched this scene before her, the eyes of the woman behind Yang Yi had opened wide while her face was covered in shock. This scene before her eyes had truly shocked her. Those were over 100,000 Metal Eater ants. Even a spirit realm expert would have to avoid them. But that actually fled after that tiny fellow waved its claws a few times? Moreover, they are fleeing over the dead bodies of their brethren? Is this the legendary pressure emanated by a dragon? The violet mink nodded with satisfaction when it saw those Metal Eater ants fleeing for their lives, and then it returned to Yang Ye's shoulder before it rubbed its head on Yang Ye's face, as if it was seeking credit for its accomplishments. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to rub the little fellow's head, and then he said with a smile, "You did well. As for your reward, in any case, everything I have is yours. Right? Everything you have is mine as well." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's face flushed red. The little fellow was much wealthier than he was, so he wasn't rewarding it, but taking advantage of it. The violet mink glanced at Yang Ye's stomach, and then it hurriedly nodded. It didn't care about anything else. All it knew was that the tiny vortex could be considered to be its as well. "Little brother, what sort of dark beast is it?" Meanwhile, the woman couldn't restrain her curiosity and asked this question. Yang Yi turned around to glance at her before he said, "Do you think I would tell you?" The woman puckered her lips and didn't bring this question up again. She just gazed curiously at the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder. She had the intention to touch it, yet she was afraid the little fellow would be angry, so she could only drop the idea. How could this have happened? The curly-bearded man had a puzzled expression on his face when he saw the Metal Eater ant swarm retreat like tidewater. The Metal Eater ant swarm had set out to obstruct those two humans and the Beast King on his orders. Logically speaking, even if those two humans were spirit realm experts, the Metal Eater ants wouldn't have the courage to withdraw without his orders. Yet now, the Metal Eater ants had actually retreated as if they'd encountered the Beast Emperor, and this caused the curly-bearded man to be utterly puzzled. "Man, sure, why would a Beast King from your Dark Beast Empire be a mount for a human?" Around 50 m away from the Dark Beasts, the middle-aged man who wore golden armor gazed at the curly-bearded man as he asked this question in a deep voice. Even though the two of them were like fire and water just now, it was only for the sake of that woman. If that woman fled, then both of them would be in serious trouble. So, they'd achieved a form of tacit understanding and had put their enmity down. Of course, once they caught up to that woman, then their sides wouldn't be able to avoid battle. Because one side wanted the woman dead while the other wanted her alive. The curly-bearded man called Mansure glanced coldly at the middle-aged man before he said, "It's definitely because that human utilized some sort of secret technique to control that Beast King. Otherwise, with the pride of Beast Kings, how could one possibly be a mount for a human? Once I fucking capture him, I'll definitely torture him to death. After that, I'll hang his body at Death Abyss as a warning to all humans." The middle-aged man stayed silent for a short moment before he said, "Mansure, do you think that it's possible that he isn't a human but a dark beast that has already taken human form?" Such a thought had appeared in his head a long time ago when Head first seen the Wolf King make an appearance. However, he still felt it was slightly absurd at the time because Head personally met the young man before this, and that young man had the aura of a true human. Mansure's eyelids twitched. He hadn't thought in that direction because the young man clearly possessed the aura of a human. However, now that he heard the human who stood by his side say such a thing, and after he thought about it carefully, he felt that it might not be impossible. If it was a dark beast that had taken human form, then controlling a Beast King, causing the Black Hawks in the sky to retreat, and make the Metal Eater ant swarm retreat without a battle was logical and within reason. But if he's a dark beast that has taken human form, then why does he possess the aura of a human? Moreover, why did he help that woman? Could it be that a third power has interfered? When he thought up to here, Mansure's pupils constricted, and then he let out a long howl towards the flame-roar lions around him. He signaled them to speed up because no matter what, that woman had to die. Otherwise, if she was allowed to spoil his master's plans, then he would be the one that died. When he saw the lions speed up, the middle-aged man sped up as well. No matter if that young man was a dark beast or a human, He had to get Her Majesty, the princess, back, and then send her back safely to the imperial capital or the beast capital. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to save his position in the palace guard. "Hey, how far are we from those ruins?" asked Yi in a low voice. Even though they'd scared the metal eater ant swarm away, the cavalries and dark beasts behind them hadn't been scared away, and their speed was increasing instead. If this continued, then their pursuers would chase up sooner or later. After all, this was the world of dark beasts. Around another 2 hours from now, the woman spoke with slight uncertainty. Yi's face sank when he heard this. "You've never been there?" "Of course I haven't. If it wasn't because—" She suddenly stopped when she spoke up to hear, and she didn't continue. Even though she didn't continue, Yi had already roughly guessed the reason. The woman behind him had probably planned to run away from this marriage since the beginning, and his appearance caused a change to occur in her plans. If he hadn't made an appearance, then the woman behind him would have probably fled on a different path and not the ruins. However, now that the woman asked him to head to those ruins, it was definitely not purely for the sake of fleeing for her life. When he thought up to here, Yi instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. He didn't like being used, even if it was a woman. If it was possible, he truly wished to kill this woman who sat behind him because he couldn't stand someone playing tricks on him and dragging him into such a mess. The woman suddenly said, "Little brother, you're thinking of attacking me again?" Yi took a deep breath, and he suppressed the killing intent in his mind and said, "Can we talk seriously?" The woman restrained her smile and said, "About what?" Yi ordered his words before he said, "There's no enmity between us. So, I want to ask you, do you think it's right to push me into this vortex between the Dark Beast Empire and your Grand Sheen Empire? I won't even make a fuss about this with you. But now, you intend to use me to take you to this ruin. Do you think that's right?" Yi didn't like to waste his breath, but he didn't have any other way now. No matter if it was her identity or strength, it caused him to hold back from taking action. Of course, if those people and dark beasts behind them didn't exist, then he wouldn't hesitate at all to join forces with the 2 Netherwolf Kings and kill this woman. Chapter 111. We're here. The smiling expression on the woman's face was instantly restrained when she heard Yi, and then she went silent for a short while before she glanced at Yi and said, "At the beginning, I never thought about dragging you down with me. After all, you're only a profounder at the mortal realm. As for following you, no matter if you believe it or not, but in any case, I didn't follow you intentionally, because the path you fled just happened to be the path I intended to flee towards. It can be said that all of this was a coincidence." A coincidence? Yi almost swung a slap at the woman when he heard this. I was pursued by 2 forces all because of a coincidence? At this moment, he truly didn't know whether he should laugh or fly into a rage. The woman continued, "As for the heading to the Shang Dynasty ruins, I had no other choice. Because for some unknown reason, that spirit-ranked dark beast behind us mobilized the dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains to pursue us. Logically speaking, he shouldn't dare to make such a commotion, yet he did so. I think that you ought to know the reason for it." Yi couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. He naturally knew the reason, and it was because his Nether Wolf King had aroused the attention of the spirit-ranked dark beast. So, that spirit-ranked dark beast didn't hesitate to utilize the other forces in the Grand Myriad Mountains to pursue them. In other words, Head brought all of this upon himself. When he thought up to here, Yi felt extremely displeased in his heart, and he turned around to look at the woman before he said, "Then how about you leave now? So long as you leave, then they'll probably let me off. At the very least, those human cavalries won't pursue me." The woman started smiling and said, "Little brother, don't even think of driving Big Sister away. Big Sister is definitely sticking with you." What a joke! She had finally found a powerful source of support with great difficulty, so how could she abandon it so easily? Can you not be so shameless? No matter what you say, Big Sister won't leave you. In short, Big Sister has chosen you in this lifetime. You're still a King Realm expert at any rate. Have a bit of integrity, all right? Integrity? What's that? All Big Sister needs is her chastity. Yi was truly speechless. He recalled the saying one that abandons face is unbeatable. This woman was truly unbeatable. Little brother, are you really unwilling to join the Imperial Academy? Believe big sister. So long as you join the academy, then with your strength and natural talent, you'll definitely soar into the sky. At that time, no matter if it's cultivation techniques, combat techniques, authority, or beauties, you'd only have to say the word and you'd get an endless supply of it. The woman didn't want to give up on pulling Yang Yi into the Imperial Academy. Yang Yi turned around and sized the woman up, and then a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of his mouth as he said, "The beauties you spoke of wouldn't be you yourself, right?" The woman was stunned, and then her face flushed red. However, she quickly returned to normal, and then she shot a seductive smile at Yang Yi while she said, "If little brother is able to obtain a position in the top 3 of the Imperial Academy's Imperial rankings, then it isn't impossible to marry me. However, little brother probably doesn't have the ability to accomplish that now. It isn't that big sister is looking down on you, but the geniuses on that Imperial rankings are truly too monstrous. Of course, little brother doesn't have no chance at all." "Stop." Yang Yi interrupted her and said, "I'm not interested in that Imperial rankings of yours, so don't waste your effort on me. Besides that, I'm not interested in you as well. It's the truth, and we'll be splitting up once we arrive at that ruins you spoke of." The woman sighed in a low voice when she noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be really uninterested in the Imperial Academy. However, she still didn't want to give up, and she said with a serious expression, "Your strength is truly formidable, and your natural talent is definitely very good as well. However, you ought to be clearly aware that no matter how great a person's natural talent is, but if that person doesn't possess cultivation resources and the protection and backing of a power, then such a person's accomplishments would definitely be limited. Especially in terms of backing, if a genius doesn't choose a power as backing, then it'll be very easy for that genius to die early." She had merely exchanged a single blow with Yang Yi, but it was precisely that blow that caused her to be extremely shocked by Yang Yi's strength. Even at this very moment, she still vividly remembered the strength and speed of that sword strike, coupled with the fact that Yang Yi said he didn't belong to a sect, so she really hoped to be able to pull Yang Yi into the Grand Qin Empire's side. "Backing?" Yang Yi sneered, and then he shook his head and said, "You're right. Backing really is very important, but can this backing really be relied on? Now, I have natural talent, I have natural endowment, and I have strength. So, numerous sects wouldn't hesitate to take me in. However, I firmly believe that if I'm linked to the interests of this backing of mine, then it wouldn't hesitate to abandon me. So, true strength only comes from oneself. As for backing, it's something that can't be relied on." When he thought about how the sword sect intended to hand him and his younger sister over, a strand of rage suddenly arose in Yang Yi's heart. It wasn't very long ago when he, Yang Yi, took the sword sect to be his backing, and he took pride in being a disciple of the sword sect. However, how did the sword sect treat him? Merely a few elders from the Flower Palace had made those elders of the sword sect hand him and his younger sister over without the slightest hesitation. What was the point of possessing such backing? The woman's mouth opened slightly as she intended to say something, but she didn't say it in the end, and it merely transformed into a light sigh. As a member of the imperial household, she deeply understood this principle. She fell silent for a short moment before she said, "Little brother, big sister doesn't know what you've encountered, but I still want to give you some advice. With your natural talent, if the Imperial Academy places emphasis on fostering you, then you'll definitely shine brilliantly in the future. As for being abandoned, I feel that if you don't want to be abandoned by your backer, then you can only work hard to become strong and cause your worth to grow higher and higher. In this way, how could your backer abandon you?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "In the end, don't I still have to rely on myself in the end? As for cultivation resources, I'm really sorry, but I don't have a lack of it at all. Besides that, stop calling me little brother, you can call me Yi Yang." The woman sighed once more upon hearing this. However, she refused to give up, and she was just temporarily out of ideas to change this young man, Yi Yang's, mind. But she didn't mind because the road to success was strewn with setbacks, and she felt that she still had a chance. Wait, Yang Yi suddenly turned around to look at the woman, and then he sized her up before he said, "Exactly what objectives do you hold behind that strong desire of yours to make me join the Imperial Academy? Don't tell me that it's for the Empire's sake, because you don't look like that sort of person to me." The woman blinked. After a short moment, she smiled and said, "You ought to be clearly aware that Big Sister's identity in the Imperial household isn't ordinary. Since it's like that, then what's wrong with Big Sister searching for geniuses for the Empire? Not to mention that didn't Big Sister tell you about it just now? If you join the Imperial Academy and seize a position in the top 10 of the Imperial rankings, then not only would Big Sister be free of blame from running away from marriage, I would have done a meritorious service instead. That's like killing two birds with one stone." Yang Yi glanced suspiciously at the woman. His instincts told him that this woman's words couldn't be fully trusted. However, he had to admit that what the woman said was extremely reasonable. But he just kept having the feeling that this woman wasn't doing all of this for those two reasons. After a short while passed, Yang Yi shook his head, turned around, and stopped thinking about all of this. No matter what the woman's intentions were, had already decided that he would immediately split up with the woman once they arrived at the Shang Dynasty ruins, because he truly didn't want to be with such an intelligent and sly woman. The woman suddenly asked, "Yi Yang, is that woman you like as beautiful as me? Is her figure better than mine?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "It's best that I don't say. I'm afraid I'll hit you too hard." "Hit me too hard?" The woman's brows raised as she said, "Big Sister doesn't believe that someone capable of that exists in this world." Her voice carried a tone of strong confidence. "Have you not heard that beauty is in the eye of the beholder?" Yang Yi said, "Shed the most beautiful in my eyes. In any case, Shed 10 times better looking than you. No, it's 100 times. No, both of you can't be compared at all." Had finally found an opportunity to strike a blow onto the woman, so he would naturally not let it slip by. "All right, we'll take her to be more beautiful than Big Sister." The woman revealed a delicate smile as she said, "But is she as romantically educated as Big Sister? Allow Big Sister to tell you a secret. Big Sister knows over 100 techniques to serve men, and I know a few tens of types of positions. If you get together with Big Sister, then Big Sister guarantees that you'll enjoy yourself to the limit every single day. What do you think?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Is she still a woman? Even some men aren't as brave as she is. After a short while, he shook his head and said, "You truly are a temptress." The woman was about to say something when she suddenly patted Yang Yi on the shoulder, and then she pointed towards a pitch-black burrow in the distance and said, "Little brother, we're here." Chapter 112 Husband. Yang Yi was shocked when he walked into the Shang Dynasty ruins that were underground. It was an extremely enormous city wall that lay before his eyes. The wall was over 300 m tall, and as for its breadth, Yang Yi was utterly unable to discern it. In any case, the ruins of this ancient city were at least more than 10 times larger than South Peace City. Even though it was underground, the illumination here was extremely good. Of course, it wasn't sunlight. It was silver light that seemed like moonlight, and it was emanated from countless strange rocks that seemed like moonlight stones. The surface of the wall was densely covered in a dense expanse of incomplete and mysterious talismans. Even though these talismans had lost their effects, their density and form still shocked Yang Yi slightly. Because these talismans were a talisman formation that enveloped the entire city. So, just thinking about it was shocking. Not to mention that he was looking at it with his very own eyes. As expected of the imperial capital of the previous dynasty. Even if it's in comparison to the imperial capital of my Grand Qin Empire, it still isn't much inferior. The woman sighed with emotion while standing outside the city. Yang Yi returned to his senses when he heard this, and his gaze had moved from the talismans on the city wall to the entrance of the city that didn't have a door any longer. He said, "Let's go in." Even though he wanted to carefully observe the Shang Dynasty's imperial capital, he hadn't forgotten that 2 spirit realm experts were chasing after him from behind. The woman nodded, and then she hurriedly followed up to him. At ground level, Manshur and the middle-aged man who wore golden armor stood in confrontation at both sides of the entrance. At this moment, both of their expressions were extremely unsightly. With their realms of cultivation, it would have originally been extremely easy for them to catch up to Mortal Realm and King Realm Profounder. However, both of them weren't able to catch up in the end, and they could only watch as the people they wanted to pursue entered the Shang Dynasty ruins. Of course, if they didn't have the Netherwolf King to travel on, then Yang Yi and the woman would have definitely been caught, and this would be the case even if they utilized Strider talismans. However, with the assistance of the Netherwolf King, their speed wasn't something that any ordinary person could catch up to. The Netherwolf King was inferior in strength and offensive ability to the Flameroar Lion clan, but it absolutely surpassed the Flameroar Lion clan in terms of speed. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi and the woman had made the first move, so the middle-aged man and Manshur were unable to catch up to them. As he gazed at the entrance to the ruins, the middle-aged man was silent for a short moment before he turned around to look at his subordinates, and then he said in a low voice, "Those that have attained the King Realm step forward." All of these palace guards had been drafted at the last minute, and even he who was the leader had been drafted at the last minute, so he was utterly unfamiliar with these subordinates of his. When they heard the middle-aged man, 5 cavalries immediately stepped forward on their windbreaker horses. The middle-aged man glanced at the 5 of them before he said, "All 5 of you follow me down while the others stand on guard here, and follow the orders of Vice Commander Su. Besides that, send a person back to the Empire to notify His Majesty about everything that occurred here." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man glanced at Manshur before he led the 5 of them into the entrance of the ruins. Even though it was extremely dangerous down there, he had to go down, because it was fine if the princess died, but if Shed eloped with someone, then there would truly only be death that awaited him when he returned, because the imperial family cared about its face the most. The middle-aged man had led his subordinates down there, so Manshur stopped hesitating as well. He turned around and made a few sounds to the Pride of Lions, and then he entered the ruins as well. Presently, he didn't care about the woman any longer, and he cared about the mysterious young man instead. It was fine if the young man was a dark beast that had taken human form, but if the young man wasn't, then the matter would be mysterious and terrifying. Because if humans had found a method to subdue dark beasts, then it would undoubtedly be an enormous calamity to the dark beasts. On the streets within the city, Yang Yi and the woman ceaselessly sized up the surroundings with curious expressions. It wasn't difficult to discern how flourishing the Shang dynasty was just by looking at the houses in the surroundings. Moreover, Yang Yi was most curious about why this lone underground city wasn't cold and deserted, and it was slightly bustling instead. Yes, not only were the streets not cold and deserted as he's imagined, numerous people were constantly moving up and down on it. Of course, the number of people here was much fewer when compared to the number of people in the cities above ground. Yang Yi was even more surprised that practically all of these people were First Heaven Realm Profounders, and he hadn't seen a single Profounder below the First Heaven Realm. So, in other words, he was slightly special for being a Profounder at the Mortal Realm. The weak deserved to be bullied. These words really made sense, because during this period of time, Head noticed a few gazes that carried malicious intent. Without exception, all of these gazes descended onto the spatial ring on his finger. Fortunately, all of them seemed to be fearful of this woman that strode by his side, and they didn't come over and attack directly, because this woman by his side had utilized some sort of technique to actually completely conceal the aura of her cultivation, causing others to be utterly unable to sense her cultivation. Even though others were unable to sense her cultivation, it caused them to be even more fearful of her, because no matter how stupid one was, it was clear that a person who could arrive here was absolutely not an ordinary person. So, since this woman was able to conceal her aura with some sort of mysterious technique, it represented that her identity was definitely not ordinary. So, even though those fellows in the surroundings were interested in the spatial ring that Yang Yi wore, they didn't dare make a move rashly. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't afraid even if these fellows made a move against him, but it was best to encounter lesser trouble. "Little brother, you have to thank Big Sister this time. If it wasn't for Big Sister, then you might have been torn up limb from limb by now." The woman revealed a delicate smile as she said, "Big Sister doesn't want anything precious. Just give Big Sister a few of those high-grade talismans that you showed Big Sister earlier, all right?" Yang Yi puckered his lips, Has this woman gone mad? She's actually trying to take advantage of me? Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the woman, and he sped up instead and headed towards the depths of the city. Presently, he wasn't worried that they would catch up because even Yang Yi himself didn't know where he was. So, even if there already were very few people in this city, finding the two of them in such a huge city was no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. After taking a few steps, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and then he turned around to look at the woman that walked over with him and said, "Hey, we've already escaped those dark beasts and humans, so leave and do what you have to do. Don't follow me, all right?" The woman was just about to say something when two black-robed men suddenly walked out from a corner in the street. Both of them were around 23 years old, and they had extremely similar appearances as if they were cast from the same mold. Both of their gazes stopped on the spatial ring on Yang Ye's hand, and then their gazes descended onto the woman by Yang Ye's side. Moreover, the lust and greed in their eyes weren't concealed at all. The woman's black brows knit together slightly when she noticed their gazes. She originally intended to swing her whip over, yet she suddenly glanced at Yang Yi. Her eyeballs spun before she moved quickly and graceful to arrive behind Yang Yi. After that, she revealed a terrified expression and said timidly, "Husband, I'm so afraid." Yang Yi glared fiercely at the woman. With her cultivation, would this woman even have to fear these two fellows who are merely at the first heaven realm? This woman clearly intends to make use of me. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi pulled the woman into his embrace. The woman was stunned. She had never expected that Yang Yi, who had always been polite, would suddenly act in this way, and right at the instant she was stunned, Yang Yi had bent down and stolen a kiss from her delicate and beautiful lips. After that, he said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, no one can harm you with me here. Only an idiot wouldn't take advantage when someone was offering." This woman had offered him such an opportunity, so Yang Yi naturally had to take advantage of it. Yang Yi was no gentleman, and this woman hadn't just used him for 1 or 2 times. So, in the end, it was still the woman that benefited even after he took advantage of her now. The woman recovered from her shock, and a wisp of rage flashed in the depths of her eyes. The profound energy in her body surged, and she was just about to flare up. However, right at this moment, the taller black-robed man chuckled. "Young brother is really fortunate to possess such a gorgeous wife. It's your first time here at the Shang Dynasty ruins, right?" Yang Yi smiled at the woman that was glaring angrily at him, and then he looked at the two black-robed men and said, "What's with all the crap? Huh? Don't both of you intend to seize my spatial ring and seize my beautiful wife? Just make a move directly, all right? Can't we all just be a bit more straightforward? Is there any point in wasting time like this?" Both the black-robed men were stunned. Who exactly is the one doing the robbing here? After they recovered from their shock, both of them revealed furious expressions, and the taller one amongst them said furiously, "Kid, you're really arrogant, huh? We brothers didn't have any ill intent towards you before this, but after we saw you acting in such an arrogant manner, we have no choice but to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, and make you." He hadn't finished speaking when a strand of sword light flashed by, and then the head of the taller black-robed man who was speaking had already flown into the sky while carrying a strand of fresh blood along with it. Chapter 113 by Jiang. A head flew off abruptly, and it caused the woman and the remaining black-robed man to be stunned. After a short while, the woman recovered from her shock and glanced deeply at Yang Yi. She felt that she had still underestimated this man, because the speed of this sword strike was something that even numerous First Heaven Realm experts were unable to attain. The black-robed man that remained had recovered from his shock as well, and then he gazed at Yang Yi with terror. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the two of them had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. The two of them had frequently robbed and plundered others in this area, and they naturally selected targets with weak strengths and had come to the Shang Dynasty ruins for the first time. There was no doubt that Yang Yi and the woman conformed to their criterion, but reality. After glancing at Yang Yi with terror, the black-robed man didn't hesitate at all to turn around and flee. Fight Yang Yi? What a joke. He wasn't even able to discern how the young man before him had struck just now. So how the heck would he fight the young man? Presently, all he wanted was to grow 2 more legs and run faster. Right at the instant that the man turned around, a sword light flashed. The black-robed man seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes opened wide. Save! His cry stopped abruptly as a golden strand of sword chi pierced through his chest, and it instantly destroyed the vitality within him. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then he glanced at a stone house on the right and said in a cold voice, "Are you still not going to show yourself?" Actually, he knew that they were being followed since a long time ago, and these 2 black-robed men were merely 2 pawns that this person had sent to probe Yang Yi and the woman. This person had concealed himself very well, but with the little fellow present by his side, that concealment was merely a joke before him. When she heard Yang Yi, the woman glanced at Yang Yi with a curious gaze. She was naturally aware that someone was hiding in the surroundings, but she was very curious about how this man had noticed that person as well, because Yang Yi was merely at the mortal realm. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a young man around the age of 20 walked out from the corner of that house. The young man glanced at the corpses of the 2 black-robed men on the ground, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. After that, he turned around to look at Yang Yi and the woman, and a wisp of an unusual expression flashed in the depths of his eyes when he looked at the woman. His gaze stopped briefly on the woman before he looked at Yang Yi and said in a cold voice, "Your sword is really swift. Are you a disciple of the sword sect?" Yang Yi didn't answer. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the woman instead, and he said, "You've taken a living to her, right?" Both the young man and the woman were stunned, and they didn't understand what Yang Yi meant. Yang Yi sneered and continued, "Isn't it all because you took a liking to my concubine and weren't aware of our ability, so you sent them to probe us? Now you've got your answer, right?" A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed in the young man's eyes from being exposed in such a direct manner by Yang Yi. But he quickly turned this expression into a smile and said, "You're overthinking things. And by Jiang, I noticed that both of you were new to the Shang Dynasty ruins and were followed by those 2 brothers, and that's why I followed you with the intention of lending a hand. However, now it would seem like my actions were unnecessary." "Is that so?" Yang Yi smiled, and then he said, "Then now that we've dealt with the 2 of them, Brother Bao can leave." Bai Jiang's smile froze. After a short while, he smiled and said, "Both of you are new to the Shang Dynasty ruins, so I presume you're extremely unfamiliar with it. Why don't we form a group?" Even though he was speaking to Yang Yi, his gaze had been constantly locked onto the woman by Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi looked at the woman and said, "He's inviting you. What do you think?" The woman glanced at Bai Jing, and then she stretched out her hand to embrace Yang Yi's arm. She revealed a charming smile and said, "I naturally intend to go with you, my husband." Yang Yi shrugged toward Bai Jiang and said, "Brother Bai, you can leave." Bai Jiang slowly clenched his fists together. He had been following them for a long time, and he was clearly aware that they weren't a pair of husband and wife. The reason the woman called the young man husband was mostly that she hoped to obtain the young man's protection. After all, in a place like this where there were no rules and everything was decided by strength, it was impossible for a weak woman like her to survive. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Bai Jiang had taken a liking to the woman that stood before him. This woman was simply countless times better than the women Head played with in the past, and that was the reason why Head sent those 2 subordinates of his to deal with the young man. However, Head never imagined that this young man's strength would actually be so formidable and would be enough to deal with his 2 subordinates in an instant. This caused him to be unable to help but feel slight fear in his heart. Could it be that Brother Bai really intends to seize my concubine? Yang Yi spoke with a smile on his face when he noticed the man refused to leave. Since the young man before him was able to order first Heaven Realm experts around, then the young man's identity would definitely be extraordinary. He could boldly kill those 2 black-robed men, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to kill this young man for the woman who stood by his side. Of course, if this young man insisted on making a move against him, then he wouldn't mind sending the young man on his way to hell. The woman smiled spuriously at Bai Jiang because she herself wanted to see if this young man standing before her would make a move. Of course, she wasn't interested in this. She was truly interested in the true strength of the young man by her side. Even though Shed exchanged a blow with this young man called Yang, it wasn't sufficient for her to possess a clear understanding of his strength. This was the reason why Shed concealed her strength. It wasn't for the sake of feigning weakness to defeat stronger enemies, and it was for the sake of discovering Yang Ye's true strength. As he gazed at the smile on Yang Ye's face, Bai Jiang hesitated for a while before he discarded his intention to make a move against Yang Yi. He wasn't able to see through the young man that stood before him, and the young man was too calm from the beginning until now. After all, he was an expert at the 7th rank of the First Heaven Realm. However, the young man standing before him didn't reveal even a shred of fear, so he felt that the young man definitely had something to rely on. When he thought up to here, Bai Jiang forced himself to smile. "Brother, you must be joking. How could I, Bai Jiang, be such a person? Since you're unwilling to form a group with me, then I have no choice but to bid my farewells. Right? Allow me to give brother a piece of advice. It's best to keep a low profile." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Yang Yi before he turned around and left. Keep a low profile? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. He looked at the woman and said, "Am I very arrogant?" Husband was truly extremely domineering just now, and it caused my heart to thump. The woman spoke in a slightly embarrassed manner. Yang Yi remained unmoved by this, and he said, "What's the point of putting on such an act? I've really aroused interest towards you. Why don't you believe me?" The woman spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. "Stop." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk a bunch of nonsense here. I told you just now that we'll split up upon arriving at these ruins. Now, we should split up. See you next time. No, see you never." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left, because he really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. After taking a few steps, Yang Yi took a deep breath, turned around to look at the woman that was following him, and then frowned as he said, "Do you really think that I wouldn't make a move against you?" Can you speak normally?" Yang Yi interrupted the woman. The woman's expression returned to normal when she heard this, and then she stared Yang Yi directly in the eyes and said, "You admit to kissing me just now, right?" Yang Yi's lips twitched and he said, "It was you who used me first." She said seriously, "My purity has been destroyed in your hands. Are you joking?" Yang Yi was angered to the point he almost stomped his foot with rage. He said, "I merely kissed you once, and I didn't do anything else to you. So, can you not act so shamelessly? Do you know about my identity?" The woman said, "I'm the younger sister of the current emperor of the Grand Qin Empire, so I'm the princess royal of the Grand Qin Empire. Even though I'm merely a princess that isn't thought highly of, but am a princess at any rate. Do you understand what I mean? You intend to use the Grand Qin Empire to threaten me?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed while he spoke in a low voice. The woman shook her head and said, "Oh, my little brother, why do you still not understand? Since the moment we encountered each other and fled together, both the Grand Qin Empire and the second prince of the Dark Beast Empire won't let us go. There's no relationship between the two of us, and we'd only met each other by chance. But would they believe that? Firstly, I spoiled my nephew's plans, so he definitely wouldn't let me off. Secondly, I caused the second prince of the Dark Beast Empire to utterly lose face, so he'll definitely not let me off as well. All right, you surely think that all of this is my problem, and it's unrelated to you. However, do you think the Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire will let you off? If these two colossi make a move, then you'll have no chance of survival even if you're a direct line disciple of the Sword Sect." Yang Yi's face sank when he heard this. Needless to say, the woman's words were extremely reasonable. If two colossi like the Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire intended to deal with him, then he, Yang Yi, would really have no chance of survival. After all, the strengths of both these colossi far exceeded the strengths of the Sword Sect or Flower Palace. The woman continued, "So, if we want to survive, then we have to work together. Only by working together would we have a chance. In other words, we're both on the same boat, and we should help each other and not split up. I know that you're definitely extremely disgruntled in your heart. After all, this originally my problem, but it has already come to this. So, what else can we do?" As soon as she finished speaking, the woman gazed at Yang Yi, and awaited his answer. Her original plan was to conceal her identity after flying and live the rest of her life in hiding. However, Yang Yi, who stood before her, had made her change her plans. If this young man was willing to join forces with her, then she wouldn't just be confident in her ability to resolve the dangers they faced. She would even be able to make the imperial household think highly of her once more. Of course, the precondition to all of this was the agreement of the young man that stood before her. Chapter 114: The Truth. After a short moment of silence, Yang Yi suddenly shook his head and smiled. I admit that what you said really makes sense, but I still have to refuse. Why? The woman frowned. Because I don't trust you. Yang Yi stared her in the eyes and said, since we met each other until now, you've only spoken half-truths. Just like this very moment, what you said is correct, and reality is indeed so. However, I feel that your true objective is definitely not so simple. So, if I really listen to you and cooperate with you, then I'll probably be digging my own grave on your behalf. Yang Yi didn't think that he was an idiot, but he wouldn't think his intelligence was extraordinary as well. He was truly unable to see through this woman that constantly professed her fondness of him. No matter if it was her strength or thoughts, he was unable to see through them. Being unable to see through something represented danger, and since there was danger, then the best method was to not come into contact with such danger. As for the matter with the Grand Qin Empire and the Dark Beast Empire, they didn't know who he was at any rate. So, would anyone still remember him after this matter passed and had returned to Talisman Peak? The woman gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she smiled and said, Little brother, Big Sister still feels that it's best for us to cooperate. But it's best that you don't think about surviving alone and leaving me in the lurch. Big Sister knows that your identity is definitely not simple, but Big Sister wants to tell you that it's useless even if you're the son of the Sword Sect's master. Because this matter is related to the dignity of the Dark Beast Empire and the Grand Qin Empire. Even though Big Sister was only heading to the Dark Beast Empire this time to become engaged and very few people know about it, it isn't a very small number in the end. Since Big Sister eloped with someone, Big Sister will definitely face dire consequences. But I presume the two empires won't allow that person who eloped with Big Sister to live peacefully. What do you think? Yang Yi gazed at the woman and said seriously, Actually, I really want to kill you. Trust me. If it wasn't because of this woman, he would have probably subdued another Beast King by now. If it wasn't for this woman, perhaps he would have already. In short, since Head encountered this woman until now, not only had he not benefited at all, had been swept into a whirlpool between the Grand Qin Empire and the Dark Beast Empire. So, this really made him feel like killing her. The woman smiled and said, Big Sister admits that it was Big Sister's fault, but we're really on the same boat now. If you don't cooperate with Big Sister, then we really might become a couple that dies together. You must understand that the Grand Qin Empire's warrant is extremely terrifying. I've already told you before. I don't trust you, said Yang Yi. Trust is formed gradually. We can form it gradually. Big Sister has the patience, said the woman with a smile. Yang Yi smiled and said, I'm not interested in forming anything with you. All right, I don't want to waste my breath with you. As for the Dark Beast Empire and your Grand Qin Empire, they don't know who I am at any rate. So, they can do as they please. I hope we never meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left. He had to admit that the Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire were extremely formidable, but he would absolutely not believe the woman who stood before him. Because working together with the woman would be no different than working together with a tiger. As for the two colossi, so long as he left the Grand Myriad Mountains and hide amongst the crowd, he refused to believe that they would be able to find him on Talisman Peak. When she saw Yang Yi turn around and leave, the woman's eyes spun before she hurriedly followed up to him, and she said while she walked, Little brother, Big Sister will really not harm you. If you cooperate with Big Sister, then there'll only be benefits and no. She was speaking when her pupils suddenly constricted, and she dodged to the side. At this moment, a sword had stopped right at the place where she was standing moments ago, and it was Yang Yi who held the hilt of the sword. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and said coldly, I told you, don't follow me, all right? Does this woman really take me? Yang Yi, to be an idiot? She's actually still thinking about using me? Little brother, how heartless of you. You actually attacked big sister. The woman patted her chest with a jade white hand, and then said resentfully, to think that big sister had fallen deeply in love with you and intended to work together with you, yet you? Shut up. Yang Yi suddenly shouted. I really don't have the time to waste my breath with you. You're already safe now. So, go do what you want to do by yourself and don't follow me, all right? The woman's expressions returned to normal when she heard this, and she said seriously, Yang, how about we speak seriously? You really change your attitude quickly. Yang Yi ridiculed. The woman shook her head and said, I know you have an opinion of me, but I think that we can still work together. I admit that I conceal some things from you, and I'll tell it to you now. How about you decide whether to work together with me after you know the truth about everything? Yang Yi frowned when he saw the woman's current expression, and he said after some time, What truth? Let me be clear. If I feel that you're deceiving me again, then I'll leave immediately, and you can forget about mentioning anything related to working together. The woman combed the beautiful hair above her forehead, and then said with a serious expression, Actually, my engagement with the second prince of the Dark Beast Empire wasn't the decision of my imperial brother or grandfather. My grandfather is the founding emperor of the Grand Qin Empire, while my older brother is the emperor of the Grand Qin Empire. Both of them are in closed-door cultivation to charge into the next realms of their cultivation, and it's my nephew who's ruling the empire. Get to the point. Yang Yi frowned and said, I'm not interested in your imperial household. The woman smiled and said, My engagement with the Dark Beast Empire's second prince was my nephew's idea, and he did this because he hoped to obtain the second prince's help. This isn't the main point. The main point is that no one can find out about this, because my older brother and grandfather's greatest taboo is colluding with the enemy. If others were to find out about this matter, then that nephew of mine can dream of sitting on the throne. There are many holes in your story, Yang Yi said in a low voice. Firstly, you said that no one can know about this. Then what about those cavalries that went over with you? Could it be that they aren't people? Do you think they'll be able to leave the Grand Myriad Mountains alive? The woman sneered. The moment of my arrival in the Dark Beast Empire is the moment of their death. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he said, Why did you agree to the engagement with the second prince? A wisp of cold and ghastly killing intent flashed through the woman's eyes upon hearing this, and she said, Because that nephew of mine threatened me with my mother. I know what you're going to ask. I have the same father but different mother from the current emperor, coupled with the fact that my mother doesn't have the backing of a good clan. So my nephew made me become a pawn of his. The imperial household really is the most heartless. Yang Yi shook his head. Had heard others speak of this in the past, yet he hadn't believed it completely, but he did now. The imperial household really stopped at nothing to achieve its objectives. Since he threatened you with your mother, then why did you still flee? Yang Yi asked another question. Because I would only be able to rescue my mother and myself by doing that. The woman said in a low voice, If I really married that second prince, then with my nephew's ruthless ways, he'll definitely find a way to kill my mother. Conversely, if I flee, then he'll be hesitant and fearful instead, and he'll keep my mother alive to use her to threaten me. Kill your mother? Yang Yi said with disbelief. What a joke. Your mother is an imperial concubine of the founding emperor at any rate. Would he even dare? A wisp of a sneer arose on the corners of the woman's mouth, and she said, Do you know how many imperial concubines my grandfather has? Before Yang Yi could answer her, she said, It's said that the concubines of an emperor number up to 3,000. But my grandfather doesn't just have 3,000. He has over 8,000 imperial concubines in name, and there are countless more that didn't receive official recognition. Do you know how many princes and princesses are there within the Grand Qin Empire? Even if we don't mention my older brother who's the emperor, merely my grandfather has over 400 sons and around 1,000 daughters. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh. This founding emperor is an utter stud. Now, he finally understood slightly. Since the founding emperor had so many imperial concubines, many were presumably relationships that only lasted a night, and this woman's mother was probably just like that. The Grand Qin Empire's imperial palace would definitely attach zero importance to these imperial concubines that didn't come from good origins and didn't receive the favor of the founding emperor. After a short while, Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Is any of this related to me? Why must I work together with you?" The woman looked at Yang Yi as if she was looking at an idiot, and she said, "You really are an idiot. The engagement between me and the second prince of the Dark Beast Empire is a secret, and for the sake of protecting this secret, that nephew of mine will kill both his personal guard and the spirit realm experts that Head fostered. So, now that you've fled with me, do you think Head let you and me go?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he heard this and said, "I feel like I've fallen into your trap again. Actually, even if I didn't tell you this secret, but for safety's sake, he would definitely not let you go," said the woman. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I guarantee that I won't tell anyone. All right? What do you think?" The woman smiled. "Looks like it's a no." Yang Yi shrugged, and then he said, "Would that nephew of yours really misuse his power and issue a warrant of the Grand Qin Empire to put a bounty on me? He won't." The woman shook her head and said, "He won't issue a warrant. He'll directly issue a death warrant. I presume that he has already done that, and he has started to investigate you. Don't underestimate the ability of the Grand Qin Empire. It's extremely easy for the Grand Qin Empire to investigate someone. Perhaps he'll give up on killing me after he finds out about my identity," said Yang Yi. "Oh." The woman glanced at Yang Yi with surprise, and then she said with a smile, "Little brother, you said that you aren't a disciple of the Sword Sect, but your skill is even sharper than the disciples of the Sword Sect. Could it be that you're an illegitimate son of the Sword Sect's master? But even if you're the illegitimate son of the Sword Sect's master, he still wouldn't let you go. Of course, he wouldn't deal with you in the open, but what about assassinations? If he doesn't tell anyone, then would anyone know that he was behind it? In other words, it seems like I can do nothing but wait for death to arrive?" asked Yang Yi. Chapter 115 Husband Again. "Of course not," the woman said with a smile. "So long as you work together with me, then I'll be able to make my nephew give up on dealing with us. It's even to the extent that it wouldn't be difficult to drag him down from his current position. After all, he isn't the only one fighting for the throne." Yang Yi shook his head and refused. "I have things I need to do, and I'm truly unwilling to be swept into the whirlpool of your imperial household. As for that nephew of yours, he can do as he pleases." Yang Yi only wanted to improve his strength, participate in the Ascension rankings, seize the Ascension token, and complete his agreement with Su Qingshi. As for anything else, he was truly not interested at all. The woman sighed when she heard Yang Yi refuse. After a long time, she said, "Will you really not reconsider?" Obviously, she was still slightly unwilling to give up. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Actually, had almost been convinced by this woman, but he still refused in the end. It was still for the same reason. He was unable to trust this woman. This woman had grown up in a place like the Imperial Palace, so her ability to trick and scheme was absolutely not something he could compare to. If they worked together, and if the woman had other intentions or selfish motives, then he, Yang Yi, would definitely be used and betrayed by her. So, even if a prince of the Grand Qin Empire and a prince of the Dark Beast Empire wanted to kill him, he still chose to refuse. "Senior Sister Sia, is that really you?" Right when the woman intended to say something, a voice that carried pleasant surprise sounded out from the street on their right. When he heard this, Yang Yi looked towards the source of the voice, and he saw 2 men and 2 women walking towards him and the woman. All 4 of them were around 20 years of age. The men were handsome while the women were beautiful. Especially the 2 women. Even though their appearances couldn't compare to the woman that stood by his side, they had unique charms of their own. They walked over quickly to Yang Yi and the woman, and when the man in the lead saw the appearance of the woman by Yang Yi's side, he didn't conceal the pleasant surprise on his face at all. He said, "Senior Sister Sia, what are you doing at the Shang Dynasty ruins? Could it be that you've come for the tomb of Emperor Zhou?" "Sia?" Yang Yi glanced at the woman. "So, this woman's name is Qin Sia. Since this man called her senior sister, then he's probably a member of the renowned Imperial Academy of the Grand Qin Empire." "You're?" The woman frowned and asked. Since the man called her senior sister, then he was probably a member of the Imperial Academy. But she really didn't recognize him. A wisp of dejection flashed through the man's eyes when he heard this. She really doesn't remember me anymore. He suppressed the dejection in his heart and revealed a smile as he said, "I'm Junlin. I once received guidance from senior sister in the academy. Senior sister probably still has a slight impression of it, right?" Sia thought for a moment before she revealed an expression of sudden realization. She said, "It's you. I never expected that you've already attained the 6th rank of the 1st heaven realm. Not bad. You didn't waste my breath." The man revealed a solemn expression before he bowed to Qin Xia, and then he said, "Junlin will never forget your kindness from that day." Qin Xia smiled and said, "There's no need for that. You ought to be clearly aware that ID provided you guidance merely for the sake of credit. Your current accomplishments are entirely owed to your own hard work." The man called Junlin smiled, and he stopped discussing this topic. He said, "Has senior sister come for the tomb of Emperor Zhou? If you have, then we can go together." "The tomb of Emperor Zhou?" Qin Xia asked. "What's that?" Yang Yi looked at the man called Junlin with slight curiosity as well. Of course, he was merely curious about the tomb of Emperor Zhou. Senior sister didn't come here because of the tomb? Junlin spoke with surprise. Qin Shiyu shook her head and said, "My husband and I only came here by coincidence." Husband? When they heard this, all 4 of them were shocked, and then they looked at Yang Yi, who stood by Qin Xia's side. All of them immediately revealed strange expressions when they noticed that Yang Yi was merely at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. On the other hand, a wisp of a savage expression flashed in Junlin's eyes, but he concealed it very well. Yang Yi was shocked by Qin Xia as well. What's this woman trying to do? Does she intend to use these few people to drag me down with her? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. This woman intends to use me again. After a short while, Junlin forced a smile onto his face and asked, "Senior sister is married already?" "Not yet." Qin Xia smiled and said, "But it'll happen soon." Yang Yi wasn't wrong. Qin Xia did intend to drag him down with her, because only by doing this would she and her mother have a chance at survival. The imperial household would never allow the news of the imperial family colluding with dark beasts to be spread. So, even if she reported her nephew, she and her mother would be unable to escape death as well, and the best outcome was to be trapped eternally in the palace of the banished. No matter which outcome it was, she wasn't willing to see it happen, especially when she had another crime of eloping with someone. The imperial household cared about its dignity the most, so the imperial household would absolutely not let her off. Thus, if she was captured back to the Grand Qin Empire, then the outcome she faced would definitely be horrible. The reason she wanted to drag Yang Yi down with her was that Yang Yi was able to change the outcome she faced. If the person she chose to elope with was trash, then the Grand Qin Empire would definitely lose face. However, if the person she chose to elope with was a genius, then it would be an entirely different story. Not only would the Empire not punish her, but it would also think highly of her. Because there was only a single reason why these princesses that didn't receive the Emperor's favor were alive, and it was to form unions by marriage and rope in all sorts of geniuses. When he heard Qin Xia, Junlin's expression eased up slightly. It's fine so long as she hasn't really gotten married. He sized Yang Yi up, and then his gaze paused on the sword in Yang Yi's hand before he said, "Brother, you're a disciple of the sword sect?" Yang Yi glanced coldly at Qin Xia, and then he shook his head and said, "No, I'm just an independent cultivator." When they heard this, the gazes of those 4 members of the Imperial Academy became strange once more. An independent cultivator, and he's even one that merely at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. How could senior sister have taken a liking to a person who possesses such strength? Qin Shiyu held Yang Yi's arm and said with a smile, "My husband really is just an independent cultivator, but his natural talent isn't bad, and I'm prepared to introduce him to the Imperial Academy. With his natural talent, he'll definitely be able to gain a place in the Imperial Academy." She was naturally not explaining on Yang Yi's behalf. She only had a single objective, and it was to rely on these people to tell the members of the imperial household that she intended to bring this man who could control dark beasts into the Imperial Academy. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Qin Xia. If this woman didn't give him a reasonable explanation, then he would really make a move and kill her. Even if this woman's strength was 2 realms of cultivation higher than his own. Enter the Imperial Academy? That man by Jun Lin's side was slightly surprised, and then he spoke with a slightly ridiculing tone. Senior sister, the Imperial Academy isn't a place that just anyone can enter. This friend of yours is already around 17 or 18 years old now, yet he still hasn't stepped foot into the first heaven realm. Such natural talent is probably insufficient to enter the Imperial Academy. Qin Xie restrained the smile on her face, and then her beautiful face became cold as ice. She gazed at the man that spoke and said coldly, "What's your name?" Jun Lin's eyelids twitched when he heard Qin Xie's hostile tone. Not to mention this senior sister's mysterious origins, just her strength wasn't something that they could go against. After all, she was already at the 8th rank of the first heaven realm 1 year ago. So, Junlin immediately said, "Senior sister, he's Chinyu, a classmate of mine. He's frank by nature. I hope." Qin Xie waved her hand to interrupt Junlin, and then she looked at the man named Chinyu and said, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to say that my husband's natural talent is insufficient?" Being humiliated like this by a woman in front of his classmate and the person he was romantically interested in caused the man's face to flush red from anger. He clenched his fists and didn't dare to attack because he seemed to be afraid of Qin Xie's strength. So, he could only speak in a low voice. "Senior sister, I was just speaking the truth. Besides that husband of yours isn't worthy." When he spoke up to hear, Chinyu and Junlin's expressions changed violently, because the senior sister who stood before them had suddenly attacked. Slap! Qin Xie's figure flashed and instantly arrived before Chinyu, and then a completely red palm print appeared on Chen Ye's face. Qin Xie withdrew a handkerchief and wiped her palm before tossing it to the side. She gazed at the stunned Chinyu and said, "Is whether my husband is worthy of me or not any of your business? Do I care about your opinion? Fuck off right now. Otherwise, it won't be just a slap next time. Your head will fall to the ground instead." Junlin gazed at Qin Xie with disbelief, and then he said, "Senior sister, you're already at the King Realm?" When he heard this, the pupils of Chen Yu, who had just recovered from his shock, had constricted, and his eyes revealed deep awe and fear. Qin Xie waved her hand and said, "All of you should leave." Junlin revealed a wisp of a bitter expression when he heard this. He didn't speak another word, and he cupped his fists towards Qin Xie and glanced at Yang Yi before leading the other 3 of them away. Once the 4 of them left, Yang Yi gazed at Qin Xie and said, "I don't like being used and manipulated. Give me an explanation, otherwise, well ended in battle." 1. History lesson. Zhou is the name of the last ruler of the actual Shang dynasty in history. Chapter 116. A force of his own. Qin Xie took a deep breath before she looked Yang Yi directly in the eyes. "Little brother, tell big sister. Besides being able to control beast kings, have you comprehended the true meaning of the sword Dao as well?" Yang Yi's pupils constricted. Sword intent was one of his trump cards, and he hadn't utilized it at all. So, how did this woman know about it? Qin Xie knew the answer when she saw Yang Yi's expression, and she couldn't help but start laughing. After laughing for a while, she said, "So little brother has really comprehended the sword intent of legend. Haha, little brother, you really possess extraordinary natural talent. How did you find out?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Because your sword techniques and sword chi are too sharp and fierce. Moreover, you seem to be unable to control it completely, causing traces of it to leak out from the sword techniques and sword chi you execute," said Qin Xie. "So, that's the reason." Yang Yi came to a sudden understanding. Actually, Head noticed this problem as well, but he was utterly unable to solve it. Because even though Head comprehended sword intent, he was still unable to fully control it, and it was something that gave him a terrible headache. Yang Yi placed this problem aside and looked at Qin Xie as he said, "An explanation. I need an explanation. Otherwise, I'll try my very best to kill you." Qin Xie didn't mind the killing intent emanated from Yang Yi's body at all. She walked over slowly to Yang Yi, and then slowly stretched out her fair hand to a spot that was just over 10 centimeters away from Yang Yi's chest. After that, she closed her eyes. Yang Yi frowned. Even though this woman didn't seem like she intended to attack, he still had no choice but to take precautions. Right when he intended to step back, Qin Siye suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes revealed pain as a red and black string instantly entered into Yang Ye's body. Yang Ye's expression changed greatly, and he didn't hesitate at all to draw his sword and slash it down towards Qin Siye. However, right when his sword was merely a few centimeters from the woman's head, a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed from her mouth, and then her figure crashed to the ground. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and held the woman before he closed his eyes slightly and investigated the condition within his body. The black and red strings from before were coiled around his heart, so his profound energy surged as he intended to destroy them. However, when his golden profound energy had just touched the black and red string, the woman in his arms immediately started to twitch. She seemed to be suffering extreme pain, and even her delicate face had started to warp. Yang Yi was shocked, and he hurriedly stopped what he was doing within his body. Sure enough, as soon as he stopped, Qin Siye's figure stopped twitching. After a short while, she gradually opened her eyes, and then she revealed a slightly miserable smile towards Yang Yi. "What was that?" asked Yang Yi in a serious tone. "Two strands of my soul." A wisp of sadness arose on the corners of her mouth as she said, "Since I've handed 2 strands of my soul to you, then so long as I have any intent to harm you or arouse malicious intent towards you, then you can sense it through them at the first possible moment. Moreover, you can utilize those 2 strands of my soul to make living worse than death for me. You can trust me now, right?" Yang Yi was moved when he heard this. This woman had actually handed 2 strands of her soul to him, and this was undoubtedly no different than handing her life over to him. He immediately asked, "Why did you do this?" He was truly unable to wrap his head around the reason behind the woman's actions. "Earlier, you said you refused to work together with me because you didn't trust me. Now, even my life is in your hands, so we can work together, right?" The woman's voice was slightly weak. "Is this worth it? Even if it wasn't, what else could I do? If I don't work together with you, then my mother will definitely be killed by that nephew of mine. My mother will only have a chance at survival if I work together with you." Qin Siye spoke in a sorrowful tone. "So, it turns out you're doing all of this for your mother." Yang Yi came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that the reason this woman was so desperate to work together with him wasn't that she was doing it for her own safety, and it was for her mother's safety instead. When he thought up to here, perhaps it was because he experienced something similar, but he suddenly felt that this woman was much more agreeable. "Did you think that Big Sister had really taken a liking to you?" A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Qin Siye's mouth, and she said, "Little brother, even though you're very outstanding and quite good-looking as well, you're just a little brother. Big Sister likes mature man, and am not interested in a little boy like you that hasn't even grown all his hair." Yang Yi shook his head. He didn't engage in a verbal argument with her, and with a flick of his head slapped a healing talisman on Qin Siye. He said, "They'll give you a high-grade healing talisman for free because of your intent to rescue your mother. However, I still have to say that I won't join the Imperial Academy or act according to your plans. Understand?" Even though the woman's willingness to leave her fate at Yang Yi's mercy for the sake of her mother had moved Yang Yi, had merely been moved by it, and he wouldn't really act according to the woman's plans. After all, his mother was still suffering in the Flower Palace. "I don't need you to do anything, and I just need you to do me a small favor, all right?" Qin Siye's eyes carried a trace of a pleading expression. "What favor?" Yang Yi frowned as he asked this question. "Admit to eloping with me, or in other words, take me to be your lover. Of course, it's only a name," said Qin Siye with a smile. Yang Yi's frown grew even tighter as he said, "What sort of favor is that? Idiot." Qin Siye rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "With your natural talent and strength, you'll definitely display extraordinary talent in the Southern Territory in the future, especially when the world finds out that you've comprehended sword intent. At that time, it'll definitely shock numerous people, and coupled with the fact that you're my lover and don't possess the backing of a sect, the imperial household of the Grand Qin Empire will definitely ask me to spare no effort in roping you in. In this way, they'll think highly of me. And once they think highly of me, my mother will naturally be able to rise in status because of me. Everything you've mentioned until now are the benefits you'll obtain, but what about mine? Asked Yang Yi. He wasn't stupid enough to be some sort of nice person, and it was most important for there to be concrete benefits. Qin Xie flipped her right hand, and a scroll and black-colored command token appeared in her hand. She passed them to Yang Yi and said, "You'll naturally obtain benefits as well. The first benefit is that I possess an intelligence organization in the Grand Qin Empire, and this is the list of members and locations of that intelligence organization. They'll naturally listen to your orders if you go looking for them with that command token in your possession. Besides that, I possess many other businesses in the Grand Qin Empire. Even though they aren't huge, they aren't small either. You can use all of them as well. The second benefit is that we'll be able to resolve the threat that my nephew poses. Even though my nephew is ruling the empire on behalf of his father now, he still isn't the true emperor of the Grand Qin Empire. So long as you admit being my lover, then the matter between you and him can be considered as an internal matter of my Grand Qin Empire. In other words, you won't face the entire Grand Qin Empire, and you'll merely face him alone. Moreover, the other princes will even assist us from the shadows. Of course, the precondition is you possess the required strength and potential. The third benefit is..." When she spoke up to hear, Qin Xie revealed a charming smile and said, "Little brother, the third benefit is naturally having a beauty like Big Sister by your side. Even though you're only Big Sister's lover in name, if you pursue Big Sister, then perhaps something might really happen between us." Yang Yi disregarded the final benefit that Qin Xie spoke of, and he said, "You are being so frank with me, and even handed 2 strands of your soul to me because you think highly of my sword intent, right?" Qin Xie didn't conceal it and nodded before she said, "Indeed. If little brother hadn't comprehended sword intent, then Big Sister wouldn't cut off all my routes of escape like Big Sister has done right now. Because even though your strength is still extremely formidable without sword intent, you can't be considered to be extraordinary, and there are many on the imperial rankings that possess such strength. However, it's an entirely different story if you've comprehended sword intent. According to my knowledge, besides Daoist Sue that comprehended sword intent a few hundred years ago, no one in the sword sect has been able to comprehend it until now." When he heard this, Yang Yi went silent. Had always been thinking about improving his strength and rescuing his mother. However, it was extremely difficult to accomplish in the end, because even if he attained the Exalt realm, he wouldn't be able to go head-on against a colossus like the Flower Palace. Obviously, he had to establish a force of his own if he wanted to go against it. His plans to subdue Beast Kings was really good, but it was far from being sufficient, because besides their ability in battle, Beast Kings could be said to be completely useless. The woman's words had aroused his interest, especially when she mentioned that intelligence organization, because he, Yang Yi, should establish a force in the human world as well. Establishing a force was extremely difficult, but Yang Yi was still confident in his ability to succeed, because he was a talisman master. So long as one had wealth, then the most fundamental problem of establishing an organization of his own would be a problem any longer. All that was left was human resources. As for that, wasn't Qin Xie just right for the job? She didn't receive any favor in the imperial household, yet she was still able to establish an intelligence organization of her own and purchase some businesses. So, there was naturally no need to doubt her ability. As for the matter of trust, 2 strands of her soul were in his possession, so trust wasn't a problem anymore as well. In other words, it was possible to establish a force of his own. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi took a deep breath and decided. Chapter 117, The League of Doom. You want to establish a force of your own? After she heard Yang Ye's plans, Qin Xie, who lay in Yang Ye's embrace, asked with a slightly astounded expression. Obviously, she was slightly surprised by Yang Ye's thoughts. Yang Yi nodded and said, "What? Is it not possible?" "That's not the problem." Qin Xie shook her head and said, "Do you know how much wealth is needed to establish an organization? Besides that, sourcing talented people and the required connections are a problem as well. Have you considered all of that?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "I've naturally considered that. How about this? They'll take care of the wealth, and you manage the human aspect. All right? Little brother, it isn't a small amount of wealth. Qin Xie spoke in a serious manner. They'll deal with it, Yang Yi said with a low voice. You just have to help me manage this matter. Of course, as repayment, I'll try my best to cooperate with you and rescue your mother. All right? You're serious? Of course. Qin Xie went silent for a short moment, and then she said, Deal. Let me be clear, you have to provide sufficient wealth, otherwise, I'm helpless to accomplish what you desire. Yang Yi smiled when he heard her agree, and he said, Don't worry, I won't make you pay out of your own pockets. What sort of organization do you intend to establish? Is it an intelligence organization, or one that specializes in assassinations? Asked Qin Xie. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, In terms of intelligence, that intelligence organization of yours is sufficient. I want to establish an organization that specializes in assassinations. May I ask why you intend to establish such an organization? It's best that you don't know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the confidence to do it. Yang Yi spoke in a flat tone. If the woman found out that he was establishing this organization to go against the Flower Palace, then the Qin Xie would probably think that he was mad. Qin Xie rolled her eyes at Yang Yi, and then she didn't continue asking about it. In her opinion, it was enough so long as this man was willing to cooperate with her and rescue her mother. Since we've already entered into a sincere cooperation, then you can tell me your real name, right? Said Qin Xie. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This woman really is discerning and knew that I used a fake name. He hesitated for a moment before he said, Yang Yi from South Peace City, Qin Xie, a member of the Grand Qin Empire's imperial household, and am currently Yang Ye's lover. Qin Xie blinked before she spoke. Can you be a little more serious? Little brother, have you not heard that men only like bad girls? Yang Yi. After resting for an hour, Qin Xie's injuries had recovered completely. She stood up, gazed towards the distance, and said with a serious expression, Little brother, earlier, that Jun Lin said that the tomb of Emperor Zhou has appeared. I think it's best for us to go have a look. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled, and he asked, Don't forget that we're being pursued right now. Qin Xie nodded and said, Little brother, even though Big Sister doesn't know why you intend to establish an assassination organization, but it's clear that this is extremely important to you. Since it's important, then we can't establish an inferior organization. If we want to establish a formidable organization, then we need resources like cultivation techniques, combat techniques, dark treasures, and so on and so forth. There should be no shortage of these things in the tomb of Emperor Zhou. So, don't you think we should plunder it? Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he smiled as he said, That does make sense. Come, let's go take a look at that tomb of Emperor Zhou. As soon as he finished speaking, a violet light suddenly flashed. The violet mink that was in Yang Ye's vortex dantian had appeared on Yang Ye's shoulder. At the same time, Yang Ye's expression changed, and he didn't give it even a moment of thought before executing the Gale Steps technique to shoot backward explosively. After that, he drew his sword and swiftly slashed down towards the corner of the wall that seemed completely empty. Clang! Right when Yang Ye's sword descended, a pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared in midair, and it blocked Yang Ye's strike. At the same time, a black shadow gradually appeared at the corner of the wall. After blocking Yang Ye's sword strike, the shadow swiftly retreated explosively. However, the black shadow didn't directly vanish beneath the night sky and stood over 30 m away in front of Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He had a solemn expression as he gazed at the black shadow standing before him. The black shadow's strange movement technique was truly too terrifying, and he had no choice but to fear it. Before this person's surprise attack had failed while the human cavalries were in battle with the dark beasts. Yang Yi thought that this assassin had given up on assassinating him or was waiting for another opportunity to use, but had never expected that this assassin would make an appearance at such a time. Was it intentional? Qin Xie gazed at the black shadow and seemed to have thought of something, causing her pupils to constrict while her expression turned solemn. At the same time, a whip appeared in her hand. You're able to control dark beasts, and it's that dark beast on your shoulder who noticed me, right? The black figure spoke with the voice of a woman, and it was extremely clear and melodious. It's actually a woman? Yang Yi was slightly surprised, and then he laughed coldly and said, I can answer this question of yours, but you have to answer a question of mine as well, all right? I'm unable to tell you who wants to kill you. She seemed to know what Yang Yi wanted to ask about and directly refused. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, Then do you think I would answer your question? After a few seconds of silence, the black shadow said, The next time I attack will be the moment of your death. As soon as she finished speaking, the black shadow's figure gradually vanished into the veil of night. Yang Yi frowned when he saw the black shadow vanish. Had originally intended to use the little fellow to capture the black shadow, but now it would seem like this way of thinking was too naive. The black shadow's possession of that strange movement technique allowed the black shadow to stand in an invincible position. After a few clashes with the black shadow, not to mention capturing the black shadow, he wouldn't even know the black shadow's gender if she hadn't spoken. They are the League of Doom. Right at this moment, Qin Xie spoke in a low voice. The League of Doom? Yang Yi frowned and asked, You know her origins? Qin Xie nodded and said, She probably belongs to the League of Doom. It's an organization that has given an extreme headache to the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire. Their forces can be said to cover the entire southern territory, and so long as you're able to pay their price, then they would even dare to assassinate the master of the Origin School. They even dare to assassinate the master of the Origin School? Yang Yi was shocked in his heart. The master of the Origin School was at least in existence at the Exalt realm or Monarch realm, yet the League of Doom even dared to assassinate an expert of such level. Aren't they a little too formidable? Qin Xie spoke in a low voice. Their organization's members are divided into mortal assassins, earth assassins, heaven assassins, blood assassins, and ultimate assassins. All those years ago, they dispatched an ultimate assassins to assassinate a half-step Monarch realm elder of the Origin School. After a period of 5 years, that half-step Monarch realm elder was successfully killed by that ultimate assassin, and this incident caused a stir in the entire southern territory. Yang Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The ultimate assassins are actually so terrifying. He suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, Then didn't the Origin School take revenge? Qin Xiu shook her head and said, How could they not take revenge? At that time, for the sake of taking revenge on this organization, the Origin School joined forces with the Flower Palace and Ghost Sect, and they even paid a huge price to convince my Grand Qin Empire to cooperate with them. However, not to mention taking revenge, the joint forces of 4 extraordinary powers were actually unable to capture even a single member of this organization. After a period of time, the Origin School had no choice but to give up on dealing with the League of Doom. Even the Origin School was helpless against them. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart once more. The Origin School was the strongest amongst the 6 great powers, yet such a power was actually helpless against an organization of assassins? Isn't this organization a bit too terrifying? Who knows? Qin Xie smiled and said, On the surface, it seemed like the Origin School had given up on dealing with this organization. However, in truth, perhaps the Origin School had already infiltrated this organization? Little brother, exactly who did you offend that they would actually pay such a huge price to assassinate you? I want to know the answer to that question as well, said Yang Yi. He really did desire to know the answer. He, Yang Yi, had killed all his enemies that he could kill, and the only enemy he couldn't eliminate was the Flower Palace. But would the Flower Palace have to pay assassins to kill him? Qin Xie spoke with a serious expression. Little brother, no matter who it is that wants you dead, you must be careful. This organization never gives up until they succeed in the assassination. In other words, since the moment the assignment was accepted, then unless the organization itself removes the assignment, otherwise, that person will constantly try to assassinate you until you die. Yang Yi frowned. This assassin really was a headache to him, because the assassin retreated upon failure and refused to fight him to the death, so he was always in a passive position. If it wasn't for the little fellow, then he might really have no choice but to hide in Talisman Peak, because the assassin's movement technique was truly too terrifying. When she saw Yang Yi's brows knit together tightly, Qin Xie said with a smile, Little brother, there's no need for you to be worried as well. With this mysterious little fellow by your side and coupled with your strength, Then unless they dispatch an earth assassin, otherwise, a mortal assassin would be utterly unable to harm you at all. Right? With the little fellow by my side, even if I'm in a passive position, I stand at an invincible position. Let's pay no further attention to this attention and head to the tomb of Emperor Zhou. Qin Xie nodded with a smile on her face. Just like that, Yang Yi and Qin Xie inquired in the city about the location of the tomb of Emperor Zhou, and then they immediately headed over. 1. She twisted the actual saying, which is girls only like bad boys. Chapter 118 Su Xiao Xiao. The tomb of Emperor Zhou was situated at the imperial palace of the Shang dynasty's capital, so it didn't take too long for them to arrive here. However, the two of them were slightly surprised when they arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace. Because there were over 1,000 people here at this moment, because the tomb of Emperor Zhou still hadn't been opened, the two of them could only wait here just like everyone else. Yang Yi carefully sized up the walls and entrance of the imperial palace, and he noticed that the walls and entrance were densely inscribed with numerous talismans. Suddenly, he noticed to his surprise that those talismans were actually flowing slowly and emanating a terrifying aura. Now, he understood why all these people hadn't charged in yet, and it was because of these talismans. Not to mention charging through them forcefully, profounders below the spirit realm couldn't even get close to those talismans. The tomb of Emperor Zhou is within the imperial palace? Yang Yi asked Qin Xie. Qin Xie nodded and said, according to rumor, Emperor Zhou and the nine-tailed fox demon were buried together somewhere within the imperial palace. Now it would seem like it isn't a rumor, and it should be true instead. All those years ago when the ancestors of your Grand Qin Empire and their vassals breached the imperial palace, why did they abandon this imperial palace and leave it here in the Grand Myriad Mountains? Yang Yi was puzzled, and he asked while looking at the imperial palace. Because this imperial palace was cursed by the Shang dynasty's Grand Preceptor. Qin Xie spoke in a low voice. The Grand Preceptor of the Shang dynasty from all those years ago, Shengong Mao, wasn't just a monarch realm expert, he was a top-rate theurgist as well. Right, the theurgist profession has basically been lost in the annals of time. Don't ask me about it, because I don't know as well. In short, these theurgists are extremely formidable, and they possess the inconceivable abilities of prediction and dispelling evil and danger. Before he vanished all those years ago, he utilized his own blood essence as a catalyst to curse this imperial palace, and he even destroyed the feng shui and spirit energy in the imperial palace. So, all the 6 great powers that participated in the attack and the Grand Qin Empire had abandoned this imperial palace. So that's the reason. Yang Yi nodded, and then he asked, then why didn't your Grand Qin Empire take away all the treasures within this imperial palace all those years ago? Right? I meant the treasures that were buried along with Emperor Zhou. Qin Xie rolled her eyes at Yang Yi, and then she slapped her forehead while looking at Yang Yi as if she was looking at an idiot. Hey, stop acting like that, alright? Qin Xie caused Yang Yi to feel extremely displeased. Little brother, you're really silly. Qin Xie smiled and said, do you really think my Grand Qin Empire and those other powers would abandon those treasures of Emperor Zhou's? Then why? The treasures within the imperial palace now were intentionally left behind by those powers. Qin Xie interrupted Yang Yi and said, the reason they did this is that they want to utilize it to temper their respective disciples. What you mean is this Shang dynasty ruins was intentionally left behind by the 6 great powers and your Grand Qin Empire in order to temper the disciples of the future generations? Yang Yi was slightly astounded. You aren't too stupid in the end. Qin Xie said, otherwise, do you think those 6 great powers and my Grand Qin Empire could tolerate the existence of the Shang dynasty's capital? The reason it's here is that it has value, otherwise, it would have been destroyed all those years ago. Just wait and see. The members of the 6 great powers will definitely arrive later. Don't ask me why I know all of this because it'll make me doubt your intelligence. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he was just about to say something. However, right at this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed with surprise. The members of the Origin School have arrived. Everyone else gazed over simultaneously when they heard this. They saw 4 young men that wore white-robed walking over slowly towards the imperial palace. All of them were around 20 years of age, whereas their clothes and the emblem on their clothes was the symbol of the origin school. It's actually Gong Yuan. I never expected that he would actually come here this time. It can't be, right? You're talking about that Gong Yuan who's ranked at the 36th position on the origin school's outer court rankings? Exactly. I was fortunate enough to meet him once. All those years ago, he annihilated a first heaven realm expert while at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, and this matter shook the world. I never expected that he would actually be interested in the tomb of Emperor Zhou. When they heard these words, all the others in the surroundings gasped. Annihilating a first heaven realm expert while at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Such strength can truly be described as terrifying. The 4 members of the origin school disregarded everyone and directly walked to the left of the imperial palace's entrance. After that, they fell silent as if everyone in the surroundings didn't exist. Little brother, you killed first heaven realm experts at the 9th rank of the mortal realm as well, said Qin Xie with a smile on her face. Yang Yi paid no attention to Qin Xie, and his gaze paused on the man in the lead, Gong Yuan, for a moment. Amongst these 4 people, only Gong Yuan made him sense an aura of danger. Yes, it was the aura of danger. According to his estimations, this person's strength was definitely not weaker to the first heaven realm sword servants within the sword servant pagoda. Yet this person was merely ranked at the 36th position on the origin school's outer court rankings. The origin school's outer court rankings isn't just a little bit stronger than the sword sect. Little brother, are you itching to fight him? Qin Xie just wanted to watch the world burn, and she grinned as she said, "Do you want big sister to go create an opportunity for you?" Yang Yi glared fiercely at Qin Xie, and then he said, "Don't forget the reason we came here." Alas, what a pity. Big sister was thinking of witnessing little brother's true strength, but I won't have a chance now. Qin Xie put on a regretful expression. The members of the sword sect have arrived. Right at this moment, someone exclaimed from the surroundings. Yang Yi glanced over when he heard this. Sure enough, 3 disciples of the sword sect were walking over slowly with swords in hand. These 3 disciples of the sword sect glanced at the crowd in the surroundings before looking over towards where the 4 disciples of the origin school stood. In the end, their gazes descended onto Gong Yuan. The latter seemed to have noticed their gazes, and he opened his eyes to glance at the 3 of them before a wisp of disdain flashed in his eyes. After that, he closed his eyes once more. This was utter disregard. The expressions of those 3 disciples of the sword sect turned slightly unsightly. The young man in the lead grunted coldly, and then they walked towards the right of the imperial palace's entrance. Yang Yi glanced at the 3 of them before he withdrew his gaze. He didn't know the 3 of them. However, the 3 of them ought to be disciples that were ranked on the outer court rankings, and he just didn't know what their exact rankings were. Little brother, are you really not a disciple of the sword sect? Qin Xie asked abruptly. In her opinion, Yang Yi Hood comprehended sword intent was definitely a disciple of the sword sect. However, Yang Yi's attitude and expression towards the 3 of them was entirely like how one would treat complete strangers, and this caused her to be slightly puzzled. I told you that I'm not one. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Yang Yi spoke angrily, and he felt slightly helpless. Because not to mention Qin Xie, probably anyone would think that he Hood comprehended sword intent and cultivated the sword techniques of the sword sect was a disciple of the sword sect. Then why do you know the sword techniques of the sword sect? Qin Xie seemed to be very interested in this question. Aren't you very smart? Make a guess. Qin Xie. The members of the Flower Palace have arrived. Right at this moment, an exclaim of surprise sounded out once more. The voice this time was unlike the voices that resounded from the origin school and the sword sect because this voice carried a trace of excitement. The surroundings became clamorous when they heard this. Even the 3 disciples of the sword sect and the 4 disciples of the origin school had looked over. At this moment, a woman that wore a blue dress with a flower print was walking over slowly. She was around 20 years old, had an extremely beautiful appearance, and a slender and graceful figure. She was like a willow branch that swayed in the wind, and she moved in an extremely graceful manner, causing the sight of her to be capable of seizing the soul. It's Su Xiaoxiao from the Flower Palace. I never expected that one of the 4 little flowers of the Flower Palace's outer court, Su Xiaoxiao, has come here as well. According to rumor, this woman has fought a king-rank expert in the past. I wonder if it's true. It's probably true. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be reputed as one of the 4 little flowers of the Flower Palace's outer court. After all, one doesn't only have to possess beauty in order to become one of the 4 little flowers. Formidable strength is required as well. The Origin School, the Flower Palace, and the Sword Sect have arrived. It probably won't be so peaceful this time. Who cares? Their objective is probably the main chamber of Emperor Zhou's tomb, so there's no conflict with us. At the side, a wisp of ghastly killing intent and a cold glow flashed past Yang Ye's eyes as he gazed at Su Xiaoxiao, who walked over slowly. Moreover, his hands that held his sword couldn't help but tighten. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao looked over to where Yang Yi stood. Yang Ye's heart shook. What a strong sense of danger. Fortunately, I calmed my emotions in time. Otherwise, it would definitely be troublesome. Even though he really wanted to kill this person, it wasn't the right time now. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Yang Yi, while her jet-black brows knit together slightly. Suddenly, her gaze descended onto the violet mink that lay on Yang Ye's shoulder. When she saw the violet mink, Su Xiaoxiao's brows instantly eased up, and a wisp of fondness flashed in her eyes. She didn't hesitate to walk over slowly to Yang Yi. Chapter 119A Yellow Rank Technique. When they noticed Su Xiaoxiao's gaze, everyone in the surroundings was first stunned, and then they shot their gazes towards Yang Yi. They immediately came to a sudden understanding upon laying eyes on the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts about Yang Ye's good luck, because this was an opportunity to form a good relationship with an expert. Moreover, this expert was even a beautiful woman. The violet mink seemed to dislike their gazes, and it scratched Yang Ye's face with its little claws as if it was telling Yang Yi to drive all of them away. It wasn't just Su Xiaoxiao's eyes that flashed with a glow of fondness upon witnessing this scene. Even Qin Xie, who stood by Yang Ye's side, was the same. This violet mink was truly too cute. Yang Yi was slightly speechless. He really wanted to ask the little fellow to stay in his vortex dantian, but the little fellow seemed to have gotten bored of staying there and was utterly unwilling to go back in after coming up. Coupled with the fact that he needed to take precautions against that mysterious assassin, Yang Yi could only allow the little fellow to do as it pleased. However, never had he imagined that this little fellow was really likable to women. Now, it would be troublesome. In next to no time, Su Xiaoxiao arrived before Yang Yi. She carefully sized up the violet mink before moving her gaze to Yang Yi after a short moment, and she said, "Give this pet of yours to me, all right? Of course, I'll compensate you. How about a high-grade yellow rank technique?" Even though her attitude was warm, but her voice carried an indisputable tone. When they heard Su Xiaoxiao, the gazes of all the others in the surroundings towards Yang Yi had turned envious. Just a pet could be exchanged for a high-grade yellow rank technique. They felt that head really struck gold. After all, a useless pet like this was only worth a few hundred gold coins in the Grand Qin Empire. So wasn't obtaining a high-grade yellow rank technique for a few hundred gold coins like striking gold? Yang Yi didn't speak, but Qin Xie couldn't help but laugh. After that, she looked at Su Xiaoxiao with a spurious smile and said, "Little beauty, you said you want to give him a high-grade yellow rank in exchange for this little fellow?" Others might not be aware of how terrifying this little fellow was, but she did. If she wasn't wrong, then this little fellow was absolutely comparable to a beast king. A high-grade yellow rank technique for a beast king? Is there something wrong with this woman's brains? When they heard Qin Xie speak, everyone else in the surroundings finally noticed Qin Xie, and when they noticed Qin Xie's appearance and figure, all of their eyes instantly burned with desire. No matter if it was appearance or figure, this woman was far superior to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Qin Xie for a short while before a wisp of fear flashed in the depths of her eyes, and then she smiled to Qin Xie and said, "Big sister, could it be that you've taken a liking to this little fellow as well?" "No." Qin Xie smiled and said, "I was just asking for fun. Both of you can continue." As soon as she finished speaking, she withdrew herself and stood by Yang Ye's side. Su Xiaoxiao glanced deeply at Qin Xie, and then she looked at Yang Yi and said, "What do you think? A high-grade yellow rank technique for a pet is a good deal." Yang Yi rubbed the violet mink's head, and then he said coldly, "Not to mention a yellow rank technique, I wouldn't make the exchange even if you gave me a heaven rank technique." If there weren't too many people here, Yang Yi would have killed this woman on the spot. He didn't have the slightest favorable impression of members of the Flower Palace, and so long as he had the chance, he would kill every single one he encountered. Su Xiaoxiao's face sank. Right when she was about to say something, the voice of a man sounded out from the side. "Xiao Xiao, taking a liking to that pet of yours is your fortune. Yet you actually intend to refuse. You really don't know what's good for you. Now, I'll give you a chance. Leave that pet behind and sever an arm of yours. Otherwise, leave your head behind." Everyone looked over to the source of the voice, and they noticed the Origin School's Gong Yuan leading the other two disciples of the Origin School as he walked over. Su Xiaoxiao smiled to Gong Yuan that arrived before her, and she said, "So, it's senior brother Gong. Xiaoxiao really missed you after we parted that day." Gong Yuan laughed as his gaze swept past Su Xiaoxiao's chest, and then he said, "Gong Yuan really missed you as well. They're having an affair." This was what everyone in the surroundings thought at this moment. "Xiao Xiao, you've taken a liking to this violet mink?" Gong Yuan smiled as he said, "Don't worry, senior brother will help you get it." As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yuan turned around to look at Yang Yi, and when he saw Yang Yi still standing still there, his brows immediately raised as he said, "Did you not hear what I said?" "I did." Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and said, "According to rumor, the Flower Palace prohibits its disciples from entering into relationships. So, why does it seem to me like the flames of passion burns between the two of you?" "What? Great Beauty Su, are you not worried about being punished by the rules of the Flower Palace?" "Haha." Qin Xie suddenly roared with laughter and said, "Little brother, you're really ignorant and ill-informed. Even though the Flower Palace prohibits its disciples from having relationships, it doesn't restrain their lust. After all, women have to satisfy their lust as well, right? To put it simply, the disciples of Flower Palace are prohibited from falling in love, but they can get in bed with men. Understand?" Yang Yi came to a sudden understanding, and then he looked at Su Xiaoxiao and Gong Yuan as he said, "In other words, the two of you are like courtesan and customer." When they heard this, everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but laugh, and some even turned around and started roaring with laughter. Su Xiaoxiao's expression turned horrifyingly gloomy while the profound energy in her body surged, and she seemed to intend to attack but was afraid of something. Gong Yuan, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of anything. His right palm opened up, and it carried a powerful gale along with it as it slapped down fiercely at Yang Ye's head. It was the first time had been insulted in public. Killing intent flashed in Yang Ye's eyes. Right when he was about to draw his sword, a pitch-black whip tore through the air as it arrived before Yang Yi, and then it coiled towards the palm that was descending towards him. Gong Yuan's expression changed, and he didn't hesitate to withdraw his palm, and then his right leg swiftly stomped on the ground to propel him back explosively. After retreating 30 m away, Gong Yuan gazed at Qin Xie as he said in a low voice, "The King Realm. Who are you?" The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they heard this. All of them had never imagined that this woman with a voluptuous body would actually be a King Realm expert. Moreover, those that had aroused wicked thoughts earlier were even terrified to the point they broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, Gong Yuan had attacked and made this woman counterattack. Otherwise, they would have really gone and courted death. A wisp of fear flashed in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Even though Shed fought a King Realm expert, Shed merely fought one, and she wasn't at the level of being able to defeat a King Realm expert while at the first Heaven Realm. Qin Xie swung the whip in her hand and said with a smile, "It was you who asked my husband to sever his own arm just now?" Even though she was smiling, it caused others to shudder with fear. The others in the surroundings were stunned. Husband? This beauty at the King Realm is actually the Tao companion of this fellow at the Mortal Realm? Is this the legend of sticking a lovely flower in a heap of dung? Gong Yuan's eyelids twitched. Had never expected that this King Realm Profounder and Mortal Realm Profounder before him would actually be Tao companions. The corners of his mouth immediately twitched as he forced out a smile and said, "It was a joke." "A joke?" Qin Xie smiled and said, "Then I'll make a joke as well. You sever your arm as well, and then he'll let you off. All right?" Haha. Right at this moment, roaring laughter sounded out from afar. Everyone looked over to the source of the laughter. They saw a man traveling over swiftly, and he arrived here in less than a few breaths of time. A King Realm expert. A wisp of fear arose in the faces of everyone in the surroundings. Gong Yuan revealed a delighted expression when he saw this man, and he cupped his fists to the man and said, "Senior brother Su Yin." The man called Su Yin nodded, and then he looked at Qin Xie and said, "You want a disciple of my origin school to sever his own arm? What high-sounding sentiments." Qin Xie smiled and was just about to speak when Yang Yi pulled her hand from the side and shook his head at her. He had no intention of contracting enmity with the members of the origin school because his target was only those female disciples of the Flower Palace. Moreover, he was unable to kill that woman here. Since it was like that, it was better to drop the matter and wait for an opportunity to arise. Qin Xie nodded slightly and then withdrew herself to stand by Yang Ye's side. She seemed meek and obedient, and it caused the others in the surroundings to feel extremely envious. The man called Su Yin glanced deeply at Yang Yi and Qin Xie, and then he led the others from the origin school to the side. He was slightly fearful of this pair of man and woman as well, because the man and woman were clearly aware that they were from the origin school, yet this pair still dared to speak in that way. So, they were either idiots or had trump cards that allowed them to be arrogant. It was very obvious that the woman before him was no idiot, so she was naturally the latter. Even though he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to go looking for trouble for no reason. After all, the tomb of Emperor Zhou was their true objective. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at Yang Yi while a wisp of a cold glow flashed in her eyes, but this cold glow was very well concealed. It was the first time she'd been humiliated in public. Of course, she wouldn't make a move against them now. However, once her senior sister arrived, then she would definitely vent her anger. Chapter 120. The entrance is open. Little brother, you wanted to kill that woman from before? Qin Xie gazed at Yang Yi as she asked in a serious tone. Yang Yi was slightly surprised because Head concealed his killing intent very well at that time, and had never expected that this woman would have noticed it. So, he didn't conceal it and nodded. Qin Xie said in a low voice, "Little brother, Big Sister doesn't know what sort of enmity you have with her, or the Flower Palace. But Big Sister wants to tell you that even if you want to kill her, you can't do it openly, and it's the same for the origin school. Because once you kill them, or their sects find out about it, then you'll definitely face serious consequences." "What if they were the ones that attacked first?" said Yang Yi with a smile on his face. "It's still the same," Qin Xie said, "unless your backing isn't inferior to the Flower Palace and Origin School." Yang Yi smiled and didn't speak further. Actually, when that disciple of the Origin School attacked earlier, he was already prepared to end Gong Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao. Unfortunately, he was obstructed by Qin Xie. Obviously, Qin Xie had discerned his intentions. So, she was utterly not saving him when she attacked, and she was saving the pair of man and woman that stood before him instead. Even though his cultivation was only at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, if he executed the Gale Steps technique, utilized the boost from the Swift Shows and Sword Intent, and launched a surprise attack, then he was extremely confident in his ability to end one of them with a single strike of the sword. But it was very obvious that Qin Xie didn't want him to do it here. However, he didn't mind because he had many more chances after they entered the tomb of Emperor Zhou. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about all of this, and then he closed his eyes and awaited the arrival of the person that would open the tomb. Earlier, he found out from the conversations of the others that someone would come to open the tomb of Emperor Zhou, and all he had to do now was wait. Qin Xie glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, who was chatting intimately with Gong Yuan, and then she glanced at Yang Yi before her eyes lowered while she seemed to be in deep contemplation about something. Senior brother Wei Ran, is he really Yang Yi? At the entrance of the Imperial Palace, one of the disciples from the Sword sect asked the senior brother that stood before him. The young man called Wei Ran nodded and said, after he instantly annihilated Lu Qingyu with a single strike of the sword that day, he didn't make another appearance in the sword sect. I never expected that he actually came here. Did he really instantly annihilate Lu Qingyu, who was already at the first heaven realm? The tone of the young man that asked the question earlier carried slight doubt. Wei Ran glanced at Yang Yi with a complicated gaze and said, I witnessed it with my own two eyes. According to senior brother Qin Feng, Yang Yi hadn't even utilized his full strength when he fought Lu Qingyu that day. Moreover, senior brother Qin Feng also said that if Yang Yi challenged the outer court rankings at that time, then it would definitely not be a problem for Yang Yi to enter the top 10 with his strength. Of course, he's probably the first now. Yang Yi was naturally not an unfamiliar face to all of them who used to be outer court disciples, because Yang Yi was an existence that possessed a potential that surpassed the demonic woman. The first on the outer court rankings, the young man said in a low voice. In other words, he can be considered as the #1 expert in our sword sect's outer court? Not to mention the outer court, there are probably numerous inner court disciples that aren't a match for him, said Wei Ran in a heavy voice. That young man from before asked, Senior brother Wei Ran, should we go over and greet him? Wei Ran hesitated for a moment before he shook his head and said, he ought to have noticed us earlier. Since he didn't come to greet us, then I think he doesn't want to have anything to do with us, or he can't for some reason. So, we should just wait and see. Along with the gradual passage of time, more and more people arrived here, and a sea of people had formed in the square before the entrance to the imperial palace. There were at least over 10,000 people here, and besides the Origin School, Flower Palace, and Sword Sect, there were also disciples from the Grand Qin Empire's Imperial Academy and the various clans in the empire. Suddenly, the eyes of Yang Yi, who was originally meditating with his eyes closed, had opened, and then he stretched out his hand to pull Qin Xie's hand before he turned around and headed towards a specific direction. Even though Qin Xie didn't understand why Yang Yi would suddenly do this, she didn't resist and allowed Yang Yi to pull her hand and walk towards a corner at the right. Right when Yang Yi and Qin Xie had just left a short moment, a curly-bearded man appeared not too far from where Yang Yi and Qin Xie were standing earlier. The curly-bearded man swept the surroundings with his gaze, and a wisp of bewilderment flashed in his eyes when he didn't notice Yang Yi and Qin Xie. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man arrived at the curly-bearded man's side. The curly-bearded man shot a glance at the middle-aged man before he grunted coldly, and then his figure flashed before he vanished on the spot. The middle-aged man swept the surroundings with his gaze. Earlier, had sensed Yang Yi and Qin Xie's auras, but for some unknown reason, their auras had vanished as soon as he arrived here. After a short while, the middle-aged man's figure flashed and vanished on the spot as well. In the shadows at the corner of a wall, Qin Xie and Yang Yi were pressed tightly against each other. Both of them held their breaths and listened attentively, while a violet light barrier covered both of them. After around 15 minutes passed, the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder waved its little claw, and the violet light vanished. The violet mink nodded with its little head at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi had allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. Qin Xie asked in a low voice, They've left? Yang Yi nodded and said, Earlier, the little fellow told me that someone's divine sense was scanning towards us. So, I pulled you along with me and left. Fortunately, the little fellow's violet light is able to isolate us from that divine sense. Otherwise, we'd be in huge trouble today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stretched out his hand and rubbed the little fellow's head, and he said, I have to thank you again this time. The violet mink blinked, and then it touched Yang Yi's face with its little claw as if it was saying he didn't have to thank it. A wisp of affection flashed in Qin Xie's eyes when she saw the violet mink was so human, and she asked, Little brother, tell big sister honestly, is it really a beast king or not? Yang Yi smiled, and then he looked at the violet mink and said, Little fellow, tell her if you're a beast king or not. The violet mink looked at Qin Xie, and then it shook its little head. Qin Xie was delighted, and she couldn't help but stretch out her hands with the intention of embracing the violet mink. However, the violet mink was unwilling to be embraced by her, and it merely flickered once before it appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. Little brother, ask it to let me embrace it, and then it'll let you embrace me. All right? Yang Yi. The two of them returned once more to the before the imperial palace, but they were much more careful this time and hid right at the back of the crowd. Moreover, they'd changed into a different set of clothes. So, when coupled with the presence of the violet mink to isolate the divine sense of others from them, they were temporarily safe. After around 2 hours passed, a middle-aged man flashed over from afar. When they saw the middle-aged man, the originally clamorous atmosphere in the surroundings instantly quieted down, because there were a pair of wings formed from profound energy on the middle-aged man's back, and this was the sign of a spirit realm expert. The middle-aged man's gaze swept slowly through the crowd beneath him before finally stopping on the members of the Origin School. When they saw the middle-aged man look over, the members of the Origin School hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded before he said in a loud voice, "Everyone, I'm an elder of the Origin School, and my name is Su Qing. I'm also the person in charge of opening the tomb of Emperor Zhou this time. The tomb of Emperor Zhou is opened once a year. Anyone can enter it, and there are countless treasures within it, so everyone will be able to obtain something. This is a fortuitous encounter for all of you. However, if anyone finds top-grade energy stones or Emperor Zhou's seal, then please hand it over. Of course, we'll provide corresponding compensation." Everyone present here in the surroundings nodded and agreed. Of course, it was unknown whether their agreement was sincere. Top-grade energy stones? Emperor Zhou's seal? Yang Yi turned around and asked Qin Siya, "I know about energy stones, but what are top-grade energy stones and Emperor Zhou's seal?" Qin Siya was accustomed to Yang Yi's ignorance, and she immediately explained. Top-grade energy stones are countless times better than ordinary energy stones. For example, if the profound energy within a king realm expert was completely exhausted, then it would probably take 100 ordinary energy stones to replenish. Moreover, it would take around 2 to 4 hours to completely absorb. However, if top-grade energy stones were utilized, then merely one would be enough, and it would take around half an hour at most. That's a treasure. Yang Yi was slightly tempted when he heard this. It's like the strengthened version of energy stones. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Since there are top-grade energy stones here, then why don't the members of the 6 great powers in the Grand Qin Empire go in there themselves? I'm talking about dispatching extraordinary experts into it like spirit realm experts. Because only profounders at the king realm or below can enter the tomb of Emperor Zhou. As for the reason, I presume it's because of an agreement formed between them, or perhaps there are some secrets to the tomb. In any case, I don't really know the reason, so don't ask me. Big sister doesn't know everything." Qin Siya spoke with slight anger. Yang Yi was just about to say something. However, right at this moment, the spirit realm expert, Su Qing, withdrew a talisman and tossed it onto the entrance of the imperial palace. The talisman exploded apart as soon as it flew up into the air. Along with the rumbling of the explosion, the glow of the talisman markings on the walls of the imperial palace immediately dimmed down. At the same time, countless people cheered before they charged towards the entrance of the imperial palace. Chapter 121 Trouble. The tomb of Emperor Zhou wasn't within the imperial palace, and it was beneath it instead. After all of them entered the entrance of the imperial palace, it wasn't a luxurious imperial palace that appeared within their fields of vision, and it was an expanse of flat ground instead. The others seemed to be aware of this scene since the beginning. They didn't stop at all or feel any surprise, and they didn't slow down at all before running towards the nearby pitch-black entrance on the ground. When she noticed Yang Yi's surprise, Qin Siya explained, "My Grand Qin Empire's ancestor had fought Emperor Zhou here all those years ago. Can you imagine how terrifying a battle between 2 monarch realm experts would be? So, the imperial palace was reduced to ruins before their battle." Yang Yi was visibly moved when he heard this, and he thought in his heart, "This is the strength of the monarch realm? If I had the strength of a monarch realm expert as well, then would I have to fear the flower palace?" After a short moment, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he stopped thinking about such unrealistic things. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand before walking towards the entrance. He only wanted to do 2 things now. The first was to establish a power that could help him, and the second was to work hard on improving his strength so that he could fight his way into the Ascension rankings and obtain the Ascension token. What he had to at this moment was to obtain some gains from within the tomb of Emperor Zhou, and it would be best if he could get some top-grade energy stones. Of course, it would be even better if he had the opportunity to kill the Flower Palace's Su Xiaoxiao. It's those two people that humiliated our Flower Palace earlier. Not too far away, a woman that wore palace clothes gazed at Yang Yi and Qin Xie's backs as she asked Su Xiaoxiao who stood by her side. Senior sister, it was them. Su Xiaoxiao spoke in a respectful tone. The woman glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, your strength and natural talent are extremely good. If you're willing to place your attention on cultivating, then your accomplishments in the future will definitely not be bad. Besides that, even though our Flower Palace doesn't prohibit its disciples from engaging in mutual cultivation, but you have to pay attention to your reputation. Moreover, don't think that you're smart. You're using Gong Yuan, yet you fail to realize that he's using you as well. Su Xiaoxiao's figure shook, and she hurriedly said, Xiaoxiao understands? The woman nodded, and then she looked at the entrance and said in a cold voice, no matter what, since they dared to humiliate our Flower Palace, then they must pay the price for their actions, even if they're princes and princesses of the Grand Qin Empire. Su Xiaoxiao was delighted when she heard this, because this senior sister of hers was furious, and if this senior sister of hers was furious, then Yang Yi and Qin Xie would definitely suffer. After the woman in palace clothes walked through the entrance with Su Xiaoxiao, the nearby Su Yin said to Gong Yuan who stood by his side, keep your distance from that Su Xiaoxiao in the future. That woman's cultivation technique is a mutual cultivation technique. Even though I know that you definitely have a way to deal with it, it's best to not come into contact with her. The Flower Palace isn't that simple. Besides that, it's best if you keep a lower profile when you do things in the future. Even though our origin school isn't afraid of anyone or any power, there's no need to act arrogantly and make enemies everywhere. Gong Yuan's heart shook. He knew that this senior brother of his was slightly displeased because had offended a King Realm expert for the sake of a woman. He immediately bowed and said, Gong Yuan will remember senior brother's words. Su Yin nodded. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the entrance to the Imperial Palace. He said, Dong Wushang, since you've come, then why don't you show yourself? Could it be that you want to launch a surprise attack against me? Haha. Along with a wave of roaring laughter, a tall and robust young man suddenly appeared at the entrance. The young man was around 20+ years old. He wore a long robe that was a mix of blue and white, and a pitch-black sword was carried on his back at an angle. This man called Dong Wushang arrived before Su Yin before he said with a smile, I never expected that I would be noticed by Brother Su in the end. Looks like after not seeing each other for a year, Brother Zu's strength had improved a great deal again. How about we look for an opportunity to have a spar? Su Yin smiled and said, I never expected that the sword sect sent Brother Dong over. Oh right. According to my knowledge, the ghost sect's ghost arm has already entered the tomb of Emperor Zhou. If Brother Dong doesn't want those 3 disciples of your sword sect to perish, then it's best that you hurry up. Otherwise, only 3 corpses will remain. Dong Wushang's expression changed when he heard this, and then he said in a low voice, Brother Su, this time, your origin school won't interfere in the matters between my sword sect and the ghost sect, right? What do you think? Su Yin smiled, and then fell silent before he led the 4 others behind him towards the entrance to the tomb. After a long time, Dong Wushang took a deep breath and walked towards the entrance of the tomb. After he entered the tomb of Emperor Zhou, Yang Yi was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Countless passageways stood before him. All of these passageways continued towards the end of his field of vision, and where they led to was unknown. The tomb of Emperor Zhou has 6 main chambers and 12 subchambers. Only one of these 6 main chambers is the true tomb of Emperor Zhou, whereas the 12 subchambers are where Emperor Zhou's 12 personal gold guard rest. Let's forget the 6 main chambers, and it's enough if we're able to find one of the 12 subchambers. However, even that's very difficult. Qin Xie provided Yang Yi an explanation about the tomb of Emperor Zhou as they walked. As a princess of the empire, the imperial household possessed all the relevant information related to this tomb, so she was quite familiar with it. Why should we forget about the 6 main chambers? Yang Yi was puzzled. The 6 main chambers are presumably where Emperor Zhou and the people important to Emperor Zhou rest. So, the burial treasures will definitely not be ordinary. Don't you tell me to forget about it, because the 6 main chambers have already been completely plundered by the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire, or? Qin Xie shook her head and said, even the 6 great powers and my Grand Qin Empire were unable to find these 6 main chambers and 12 subchambers, so how could they plunder them? As if she knew what Yang Yi would ask, she continued. Because this tomb was created by that Shengong Mao, and he utilized supreme divine abilities to conceal these chambers. Unless a theurgist that knows theurgy and surpasses Shengong Mao in theurgy appears, otherwise, even a monarch realm expert would be unable to locate those chambers. Unless they destroyed this tomb. After Qin Xie said all of this, Yang Yi could be said to have come to an understanding. The reason the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire had opened the tomb of Emperor Zhou to the public wasn't just because they intended to temper their disciples, and it was also because they hoped that an independent cultivator might be able to locate the 6 main chambers and 12 subchambers. There were all sorts of talented people in the world, so who knew if a theurgist might really appear? Perhaps the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire were holding exactly such thoughts, and it was fine even if no one located the chambers because they didn't lose anything at any rate. Looks like you understand, Qin Xie said. In the beginning, the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire really did hope that an independent cultivator might be able to find those chambers. However, along with the passage of a few hundred years, they'd completely abandoned such thoughts and even withdrew all the experts that were guarding this place. So, if we're able to find a subchamber now, then we don't have to worry about being targeted by the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire. Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he heard this. Even the 6 great powers and the Grand Qin Empire were unable to accomplish it, yet you hope we're able to? Right at this moment, the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder suddenly flickered to arrive before the two of them, and then it pointed its little claw at itself. You're able to locate it? Yang Yi and Qin Xie spoke with astonishment at the same time. The violet mink shook its little head, and then it ceaselessly waved its little claws. After a short while, Yang Yi gazed at the violet mink and said in a low voice, "You're saying that something is calling out to you?" The violet mink hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi frowned. If it was above ground, then perhaps he would take the violet mink to have a look. But this was a tomb, so could anything here be good? He thought for a moment before he asked another question. Is that thing that's calling out to you something good or bad? The violet mink blinked and didn't know whether it should shake its head or nod. Obviously, this question baffled it as well. Qin Xie rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "Little brother, it hasn't even seen the thing that's calling out to it. So how could it determine if that thing is good or bad? Aren't you making things difficult for it?" Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly, and then he said, "Little fellow, do you want to go have a look?" The violet mink thought for a moment before it nodded. Yang Yi was still slightly hesitant because he was truly a bit worried. Right at this moment, Qin Xie said, "Let's go have a look." Dark beasts usually reject and feel aversion towards dangerous things. Since it wants to go have a look, then it represents that the thing that's calling out to it doesn't have any ill intent towards it. When he heard this, Yang Yi stopped hesitating and immediately nodded. Suddenly, Yang Yi's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned around to look behind them. Two women were looking coldly at him from over 30 m away, and one of those women was Su Xiaoxiao. Chapter 122. How audacious. The woman in palace clothes glanced at Qin Xie before she looked at Yang Yi and said, "It's you who humiliated my flower palace?" Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Humiliate? Could it be that I said something wrong? Customer and courtesan are those that only go to bed together yet avoid any talk of emotion. So, isn't the relationship between Su Xiaoxiao and Gong Yuan exactly like that of a customer and courtesan? Since she dares to act in that way, then can others not speak about it?" Su Xiaoxiao was infuriated to the point her face turned livid, and she was just about to attack. However, the woman in palace clothes stopped her before she looked at Yang Yi and said in a cold voice, "Young man, is there enmity between you and my junior sister? Or is there enmity between you and my flower palace?" This question carried deep meaning. If Yang Yi said he had enmity with the Flower Palace, then it would be a serious matter. Because then Yang Yi's objective from before wasn't to humiliate Su Xiaoxiao, and it was to humiliate the Flower Palace. If Yang Yi humiliated the Flower Palace, then even if Yang Yi was a personal disciple of a power, she would still dare to annihilate him on the spot because it was related to the honor of her sect. On the contrary, if it was merely enmity between him and Su Xiaoxiao, then she could only teach him a lesson at most and couldn't strike a killing blow. Of course, the precondition was that Yang Yi's identity could make this woman take it seriously. Qin Siya's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and she was just about to say something when Yang Yi said, "Is it important? Regardless of whether it's enmity with Su Xiaoxiao or your Flower Palace, don't you still intend to make a move against me? So, please don't waste your breath and attack directly, all right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy in Yang Yi's entire body surged while he was already prepared to summon the two Nether Wolf Kings and the Earthbale sword chest. If the woman attacked, then he would utilize his full strength to annihilate them right here. Because the Flower Palace had made his mother suffer, so he didn't mind taking some interest first. The woman's face turned cold. She looked at Qin Siya and said, "She's your reliance? If it's just that, then you're completely mistaken. Xiao, I'll keep that King Realm woman occupied, and I'll leave him to you. Don't kill him, but leave him on the brink of death." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed towards Qin Siya. Qin Siya didn't waste her breath. Her wrist moved before the whip appeared within her palm, and then she moved to greet the woman in battle. Even though she didn't know why Yang Yi constantly went against the Flower Palace, she still chose to support him. There was no other reason than because they were on the same boat, and she needed Yang Yi to help rescue her mother. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Yang Yi while a wisp of a savage expression flashed in her eyes. She said, "I'll cut off your tongue and lil brother, and I'll make you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with all the bullshit?" Yang Yi interrupted her and charged at her. "Oomph." Su Xiaoxiao grunted coldly. With a movement of her wrist, a sword had appeared in her hand as well, and she moved to greet Yang Yi in battle. Right when he was merely 6 m away from Su Xiaoxiao, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, and the profound energy within his body surged madly into the Gale's shoes. After that, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he relied on the counterforce from the ground and the boost from the Gale's shoes to leave a string of afterimages behind as he instantly arrived 3 m away from Su Xiaoxiao. Sui Zioxiao's expression had changed violently when Yang Yi had suddenly sped up, and she knew that she had underestimated her opponent. Fortunately, her reaction wasn't slow, and she swung her sword lightly. Over 10 sword lights formed from profound energy shot towards Yang Yi, and at the same time, her right foot tapped the ground as she intended to pull apart the distance between her and Yang Yi. Gale steps. Yang Yi disregarded the sword lights and silently spoke the words Gale steps in his heart. After that, his speed suddenly sped up once more, and he instantaneously arrived before Su Xiaoxiao, who was prepared to retreat, and then he drew his sword and stabbed it directly at Su Zioxiao's chest. Su Zioxiao's eyes revealed shock and terror when she saw his speed suddenly increase once more, and then with a thought in her heart, she was about to utilize her profound energy barrier. However, right at the instant she issued this thought in her heart, she suddenly felt pain come from her chest. Why do I feel pain? His sword is still in the sheath in his hand? He still hasn't drawn his sword. In next to no time, Su Zioxiao's consciousness turned blurry. At the last moments of consciousness, her eyes noticed the hole in her chest, and when she saw this hole, Su Xiaoxiao muttered in a low voice. How swift! She hadn't finished speaking when she crashed to the ground. After he dealt with Su Xiaoxiao, Yang Yi turned around to look at the woman that was locked in a fierce battle with Qin Siya, and he didn't hesitate at all to execute the Gale steps and charge towards her. Since Head killed once of them, then it was best to kill the other one as well. The woman in palace clothes who was in battle with Qin Siya noticed that a strand of aura was suddenly approaching from behind her, and her expression changed. Her figure flashed 3 m towards the side, and at the moment Shed just left, a strand of sword chi had just happened to tear through the sky and arrive there. Because the woman had dodged, this strand of sword chi had left a mark behind on the wall of the passageway in the end. The woman turned around, and her pupils constricted when she saw Yang Yi. After that, she turned her head to look towards the distance, and Su Xiaoxiao's corpse was lying silently the ground not too far away. You killed her? The woman turned her head to look at Yang Yi while a vicious aura surged from her body. After that, she seemed to have thought of something, and she gazed at the sword in Yang Yi's hand and said, "You're a disciple of the sword sect. How audacious of you! You actually dared to kill a disciple of my flower palace." As she spoke, she was about to attack directly. Yet at this moment, Qin Xie arrived by Yang Yi's side while her vital energy locked onto the woman in palace clothes, causing the woman's body to stiffen for a moment, and she didn't attack immediately actually. At this moment, Qin Xie was shocked in her heart as well. She had never expected that Yang Yi would really kill Su Xiaoxiao, nor had she imagined that he would actually kill her so quickly. Is he really only at the mortal realm? Yang Yi didn't answer the woman, and he was just about to summon the two Nether Wolf Kings to deal with this woman who stood before him. Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He turned around to look at the passageway in the distance, and he saw those 5 members of the Origin School and the 4 members of the Sword Sect walking over towards them. When he saw them, Yang Yi abandoned his thoughts of dealing with the woman here. If the members of the Origin School assisted the woman in palace clothes, then he might not be able to kill her even if he summoned the 2 king-rank dark beasts. Unless, of course, if he utilized the Pearl of Baleful Blood. However, even Su Qingshi was extremely fearful of that pearl, so he wouldn't utilize it rashly unless he had no other choice. When they noticed Su Xiaoxiao's corpse, the members of the Origin School and the Sword Sect were stunned, and all of them looked at Yang Yi and Qin Xie when they recovered from their shock. Dong Wushang, your sword sect is truly bold and actually dared to kill a disciple of my flower palace. Looks like your sword sect intends to become enemies with my flower palace. Good, very good indeed. The woman looked at Dong Wushang as she spoke in a cold voice. Dong Wushang was stunned, and then bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Wei Ran, who stood by Dong Wushang's side, suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly said, "Senior brother Dong, that young man is called Yang Yi, and he's an outer court disciple of our sword sect. He's, haha." Wei Ran hadn't finished speaking when a gloomy sound of laughter resounded abruptly. After that, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared here. The black-robed man glanced at Su Xiaoxiao's corpse that lay on the ground while a wisp of greed flashed in his eyes, and it was only there for an instant. Ghost arm. When he saw this person, Dong Wushang's eyes narrowed slightly. A wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but a wisp of fear accompanied his killing intent as well. The man called Ghost Arm moved his gaze from Su Xiaoxiao's corpse with slight reluctance, and then he looked at the woman in palace clothed and said, "Zhao Hanyue, the sword sect has already killed an outer court disciple of your sect, so why are you wasting your breath? Why don't we join forces and slaughter all the disciples of the sword sect that are present here, all right?" The eyes of the woman called Zhao Hanyue narrowed, and she seemed to be slightly tempted. Dong Wushang's expression changed when he noticed this. If 2 King Realm experts joined forces, then it wasn't something he could go against at all. So, he immediately and hastily said, "Senior Sister Zhao, my sword sect absolutely has no ill intent towards the Flower Palace. So, there's definitely some sort of misunderstanding. In short, they'll definitely give you an explanation, all right?" "An explanation?" Zhao Hanyue said in a cold voice. "Then hand that outer court disciple of your sword sect to me to deal with, all right?" Actually, she didn't want to join forces with the Ghost Sect as well because she really disliked the way the Ghost Sect did things. However, if the Sword Sect didn't give her a satisfying explanation, then she didn't mind joining forces with the Ghost Sect for now. Dong Wushang took a deep breath before he looked towards Yang Yi and Qin Xie that stood at the side. His eyelids twitched when he saw Qin Xie, and he immediately asked, "You are?" Qin Xie smiled and said, "I'm not a disciple of the Sword Sect, so you don't have to pay any attention to me." Dong Wushang glanced deeply at Qin Xie, and then he looked at Yang Yi and said in a low voice, "Why did you kill Su Xiaoxiao? Don't you know that your actions would cause our sword sect to become enemies with the Flower Palace? What does that have to do with me?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. Dong Wushang's face sank. Chapter 123 Attack. Do you know who you're talking to? Dong Wushang spoke furiously. Junior brother Yang, this is senior brother Dong Wushang from Sky Peak, and he's the person leading our group this time, Wei Ran hurriedly explained from the side. He knew about Yang Yi's disposition, and he was deeply afraid that Yang Yi would enter into conflict with Dong Wushang. Yang Yi smiled and said, earlier, this senior brother Dong Wushang said he would give the Flower Palace an explanation. I really want to know what sort of explanation senior brother Dong Wushang intends to give the Flower Palace. Does he intend for me to pay with my life? Why did you kill a disciple from the Flower Palace? Dong Wushang asked once more. It was they who attacked first, said Yang Yi. He wanted to see how this inner court disciple of the sword sect would deal with this matter. Dong Wushang frowned, and then he turned around to look at Zhao Hanyue. However, the latter didn't answer him and just gazed at Ghost Arm, who stood at the side. When he saw this, Dong Wushang took a deep breath, and then he turned around to look at Yang Yi before he said, no matter what, it was wrong of you to attack and kill a disciple of the Flower Palace. How about this? I won't kill you, but I must cripple your cultivation. Do you have any objections? He didn't want to make a move against a disciple of his own sect as well, but he was even more unwilling to see Zhao Hanyue join forces with Ghost Arm. Because if that happened, then all of them would probably perish here today. When he heard Dong Wushang, Wei Ran's expression changed. Yang Yi was someone that had passed through the 21st level of the Sword Servant Pagoda. A disciple with such natural talent and potential was utterly not someone that this senior brother standing before him could order around. Wei Ran was just about to speak when Yang Yi had spoken before him and asked, so, according to you, only they can kill me, but I can't kill them? Meanwhile, Zhao Hanyue grunted coldly and spoke with ridicule. Dong Wushang, I never expected that you aren't even able to control a single outer court disciple of your sword sect. I truly thought too highly of you in the past. Su Yin laughed lightly from the side and said, Brother Dong, you're truly too merciful. Even a tiny outer court disciple dares to defy and contradict you. You're truly a failure at being a senior brother. Zhao Hanyue, Dong Wushang is clearly unable to give you an explanation. Since it's like that, then why don't we join forces and deal with the disciples of the sword sect that are here? What do you think? Ghost Arm, that had been constantly watching the show, spoke abruptly. Dong Wushang's expression was unsightly to the extreme from being ridiculed by them, and he immediately said in a cold voice, Yang Yi, no matter what, it was wrong of you to kill a disciple of the Flower Palace. For the sake of preventing our sword sect from becoming enemies with the Flower Palace, I must cripple your cultivation and hand you over to be dealt with by the Flower Palace. As for the sect, I'll personally give the sect an explanation. As he spoke, Dong Wushang intended to make a move against Yang Yi. Haha. Yang Yi suddenly started roaring with laughter. He laughed for a while before he said, so, this is an inner court disciple of the sword sect. It turns out that the inner court disciples of the sword sect are so contemptible. No wonder the sword sect is at the bottom amongst the 6 great powers. How truly laughable. Cripple my cultivation and hand me over to be dealt with by the Flower Palace? Dong Wushang, who the fuck do you think you are? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't wait for Dong Wushang to speak, and he drew his sword and slashed swiftly like a bolt of lightning. When he heard Yang Yi, Dong Wushang was first stunned before he exploded with fury. Right when he was about to make a move, had never expected that this mortal realm profounder that stood before him would attack before him. Moreover, had never expected that the speed of Yang Yi's sword would actually be so swift. Fortunately, it wasn't swift to the point that he didn't have the ability to resist. He didn't have the time to give it any thought. Dong Wushang's figure flashed backward and avoided Yang Yi's sword strike that shot over like a bolt of lightning. However, right when his foot hit the ground, a pair of utterly pale hands suddenly appeared behind him and stretched out towards his back. It turned out that Ghost Arm had hurriedly attacked as well when Yang Yi drew his sword and slashed it at Dong Wushang. It's Ghost Arm. Senior brother Dong, watch out. When they saw this scene, Wei Ran and the disciples of the sword sect behind him turned pale with fright. Dong Wushang's expression changed violently as well. He swiftly stomped the ground with his right foot, and his figure instantly soared into the sky to avoid Ghost Arm's abrupt attack. However, a strand of fresh blood suddenly sprayed out from Dong Wushang's shoulder. Yang Yi didn't pursue Dong Wushang and launch a second attack after completing his first strike. Even though he really wanted to kill Dong Wushang, he wouldn't join forces with Ghost Arm because of Su Qingshi. Ghost Arm cried out in his heart after his sudden attack failed. What a pity. He wanted to continue the attack, but it was obvious that he didn't have a chance any longer because the other members of the sword sect had circled around Dong Wushang. Ghost Arm licked the fresh blood on his hand, and then he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Little brother, that was a really swift strike. Since Dong Wushang wanted to hand you over, why don't we join forces? Right, that beauty by your side as well. What do you think about the three of us joining forces to annihilate all these members of the sword sect?" Yang Yi, you actually dared to betray the sect. How audacious of you. Dong Wushang gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke in a furious tone. Had never expected that this outer court disciple of the sword sect would actually dare to attack him. Moreover, had almost perished from Ghost Arm's surprise attack because of this attack. This caused him to be both shocked and furious. I betrayed the sect? Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh, and he said, Dong Wushang, I, Yang Yi, am not a disciple of the sword sect, so how can I be considered as a traitor? As for why I am not a disciple of the sword sect, you just have to ask the sword commanding elder in your sky peak. Moreover, the enmity between me and this great beauty Zhao is none of your business, nor does it have anything to do with the sword sect, so stop poking your nose into other people's business. You aren't a disciple of the sword sect? Dong Wushang spoke with astonishment, and Wei Ran and the others who stood behind him had astounded and puzzled expressions as well. It's even better that you aren't a disciple of the sword sect. Young brother, how about we join forces and annihilate these members of the sword sect? Ghost Arm invited once more. Since you're not a disciple of the sword sect, then who exactly are you? Who gave you the courage to dare to kill a disciple of my flower palace? Zhao Hanyue gazed at Yang Yi while she asked in a low voice. Yang Yi didn't answer Ghost Arm and Zhao Hanyue. He turned around and said to Qin Siya, let's go. Under the current circumstances, he was utterly unable to kill Zhao Hanyue, so staying here any longer would only be a waste of time. In any case, so long as Zhao Hanyue didn't leave the tomb of Emperor Zhou, then he had more than enough opportunities. Qin Siya nodded obediently, and then she followed behind Yang Yi. When she saw Yang Yi and Qin Siya leave, a cold glow flashed in Zhao Hanyu's eyes. She had the impulse to attack a few times, but she suppressed it in the end. With that woman present by his side, she didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to take the life of that young man called Yang Yi. Ghost Arm hesitated for a moment yet didn't move in the end. Even though he was very displeased by Yang Yi's attitude, he didn't have any confidence in being able to take Yang Yi's life, because there was a woman at the King Realm by Yang Yi's side. Most importantly, if he made a move and attacked, then he would be in danger if the woman by Yang Yi's side joined forces with Dong Wushang. When he thought up to here, Ghost Arm chuckled coldly, and then stretched out his right hand and grabbed Su Xiaoxiao's corpse that was lying on the ground. After that, his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Since no one wants this corpse, then I, Ghost Arm, will accept this gift. Don't worry, it'll be good to her. Haha. Ghost Arm. Zhao Hanyue roared furiously, and then her figure flashed after Ghost Arm. I originally intended to watch a show. Su Yin sighed and said, I never expected it would come to such an end. Brother Dong, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stay here any longer, and he brought all the other members of the Origin School along as he walked towards another passageway. After they left, Dong Wushang asked in a low voice, Wei Ran, is that Yang Yi a disciple of my sword sect or not? Senior brother. Wei Ran said, of course he is. He was originally an outer court disciple of my sword sect, but Elder Qian had reduced him to a labor disciple because he was unable to absorb profound energy at that time. However, he recovered a year later. Moreover, not only had he recovered, he even ascended to the 22nd level of the Sword Servant Pagoda and broke Murong Yao's record. The 22nd level? Dong Wushang was shocked. Wei Ran nodded and said, that's not all. He even instantly annihilated Lu Qingyu, who was at the second rank of the first heaven realm at that time. Dong Wushang's eyelids twitched when he heard this. This is a true monstrous genius, and it's only a matter of time for such a monster to surpass me. But I don't understand why he said he isn't a disciple of my sword sect. Wei Ran was puzzled. After a short while, Dong Wusheng shook his head and said, "Let's not pay any attention to him. I'll ask the elders about this matter after I return to the sect. It's fine if that Yang Yi really isn't a disciple of my sword sect, but if he is, then the sect will definitely punish him for attacking a fellow disciple of the sect, killing a disciple of Flower Palace, and saying that he isn't a disciple of the sword sect." As he finished speaking, Dong Wusheng's voice carried traces of coldness. Wei Ran's lips moved. Head intended to say that it was the Flower Palace that attacked first, but when he saw Dong Wusheng's furious expression, he knew that this senior brother Dong of his hated Yang Yi. So, he immediately swallowed back what he wanted to say. Chapter 124, Finally Free. Is there something on my face? Yang Yi gazed at Qin Xie, who was staring fixedly at him, and asked this question. Since they left until now, Qin Xie had been constantly staring at him, and it slightly baffled him. Qin Xie blinked, and then she said seriously, "Little brother. Actually, big sister really has feelings for you now." Earlier, Yang Yi's resolute and ruthless actions had exceeded her expectations. Head killed at will without the slightest hesitation, and she liked collaborating with such a person. Is your love so cheap? How could Yang Yi believe her nonsense? Qin Xie smiled, and she didn't continue on that topic. She said, "Little brother, based on your attitude towards them from just now, even if you're not a disciple of the sword sect, you ought to have some sort of relationship with it. So, why did you attack that disciple of the sword sect without holding back at all? Of course, big sister is merely curious." Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he said, "I was a disciple of the sword sect." Was? Does that mean you aren't one now? Why? Qin Xie's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Because I was kicked out of the sword sect. That's not right as well. To be precise, am not acknowledged by the sword sect. Understand? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. How could that be possible? Qin Xie opened her eyes wide and spoke with disbelief. You've comprehended sword intent, and coupled with your formidable strength, the sword sect's hands would be full with roping you in and taking good care of you. How could it have kicked you out? Is there any reason for me to deceive you? Said Yang Yi. Qin Xie shook her head and said, "It isn't that big sister doesn't believe you. Big sister just doesn't understand. Because I offended the Flower Palace. The sword sect was compelled by the pressure the Flower Palace had put upon it, and decided to hand me over to be dealt with by the Flower Palace, just like what had happened earlier. Understand?" Said Yang Yi in an indifferent tone. He didn't miss the sword sect at all, and he only cared about Elder Qian and Su Qingshi there. No wonder you treated the members of the Flower Palace in that way, and no wonder you didn't hold back when attacking that Dong Wusheng from the sword sect. Qin Xie spoke in a low voice. Now, she understood why Yang Yi struck a killing blow as soon as he attacked. It turned out that there was enmity between him and both the Flower Palace and sword sect. At the same time, she understood why Yang Yi refused her previous invitations without the slightest hesitation. Please, it was they who offended me first, all right? You make it seem like I targeted thee on purpose. Yang Yi was slightly displeased. Qin Xie stopped moving and said seriously, "Little brother, tell big sister the truth. Are you establishing that power to deal with the Flower Palace?" Yes. Yang Yi didn't conceal it. Qin Xie took a deep breath when she heard this, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on her face. She said, "Little brother, do you know how terrifying the Flower Palace is? That's a superpower that possesses Monarch Realm experts. Moreover, there are even countless Exalt Realm and Spirit Realm experts within it. Yet you asked Big Sister to establish a power to go against such a superpower. You really think highly of Big Sister." "You're afraid?" asked Yang Yi in a flat voice. "Could it be that I shouldn't be afraid?" Qin Xie rolled her eyes and said, "Little brother, Big Sister doesn't know exactly what enmity there is between you and the Flower Palace. But Big Sister wants to tell you that not to mention you who have comprehended sword intent, even the entire sword sect would be unable to deal with the Flower Palace. The forces of that nephew of yours is countless times stronger than your own, But would you give up on saving your mother because of that? Yang Yi asked in a serious tone. Of course I want. But Yang Yi interrupted Qin Xie and said, there are no buts. There are many things in the world where we wouldn't have a chance at all if we didn't give it a try, but if we did, then we would have a slight chance. Just like your grandfather, if he didn't launch an expedition throughout the world, then would he be able to unify the entire southern territory and establish your Grand Qin Empire? Can Big Sister ask you why you want to go against the Flower Palace? Asked Qin Xie in a low voice. Yang Yi was just about to speak when the violet mink who was leading the way had suddenly stopped moving. It glanced towards the surroundings before looking at the ground in the end. After that, it flashed and descended to the ground, and then it pointed at the ground while looking at Yang Yi. It seemed as if it was saying that what it was looking for was below here. Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot, but the ground was hard and unlike a secret passageway. He instantly frowned and asked, Little fellow, are you sure the thing that's calling you is below here? The violet mink nodded. But there's nothing here, said Yang Yi. The violet mink blinked, and then it gestured towards the ground with its little claws. Yang Yi nodded. He drew his sword and slashed it at the ground, causing sparks to shoot towards the surroundings. Yang Yi was astounded because his sword strike was actually unable to leave a mark on the ground. Even though Head merely utilized 30% of his strength, even dark iron would have a mark left behind on it from a strike of his sword. Could it be that the ground here is every harder than dark iron? Right when Yang Yi was about to give it another try, the ground suddenly started to warp. Yang Yi and Qin Xie were shocked, and they were just about to move back, but it was too late. The world around them spun while their consciousness blurred. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he hurriedly looked towards the side. Fortunately, both the violet mink and Qin Xie were still here. Where's this? Yang Yi sized up the surroundings as he asked. At this moment, they were in a secret chamber. The chamber was extremely luxurious, and its walls were decorated with all sorts of strange and glowing gems. Suddenly, Yang Yi's pupils constricted because he actually noticed that the walls and the surroundings were densely inscribed with talisman markings. In next to no time, Yang Yi's gaze moved from the wall and descended to the center of the chamber. A coffin was lying there silently at the center of the chamber, and the coffin was similarly inscribed with dense talisman markings. This is probably one of the 6 main chambers. Qin Xie gazed at the coffin at the center of the chamber and said in a low voice, So it turns out that the 6 main chambers are concealed by talisman formations. No wonder the members of the 6 great powers in the Grand Qin Empire were unable to locate them. Who would have imagined that these 6 main chambers would actually be hidden under the passageways? Right at this moment, the violet mink suddenly stretched out its little claw and pointed at the coffin. Yang Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked, You're saying that the thing which called out to you is inside the coffin? The violet mink nodded. Yang Yi and Qin Xie exchanged a glance, and both of their expressions turned solemn. The thing within the coffin was calling out to the little fellow. So doesn't that mean the thing within the coffin is alive? Right at this moment, the violet mink pointed at the coffin again before gesturing a few times with its little claw. You're saying that it asked us to help it open up the coffin? Asked Yang Yi. The violet mink nodded. Yang Yi shot his gaze at the coffin. Only now did he realize that numerous strange talisman markings were slowly flowing through the point where the coffin's lid and the body of the coffin were connected. Obviously, these talisman markings were utilized to suppress the mysterious living beings within the coffin. As for why it was a mysterious living being, it was because Yang Yi was unable to determine if it was human or dark beast. Presently, Yang Yi was facing a problem. To open or not to open? If he did and the fellow within the coffin had ill intent, then the 3 of them would have really courted death. But if he didn't open it, then he would be slightly disgruntled. After all, had already come here. Open it. Meanwhile, Qin Xie said in a low voice, No matter what's within it, since it was capable of bringing us here, then it ought to have a way to deal with us. But since it didn't do anything to us and is able to communicate with this mysterious little fellow without causing the little fellow to feel aversion towards it, then it represents that the thing within the coffin doesn't have any ill intent towards us. Little fellow, does it really have no ill intent towards us? Yang Yi asked the violet mink. The violet mink blinked but didn't nod, nor shake its head. Obviously, this question had troubled it. Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the little fellow's lost expression, and then he stopped worrying and hesitating before walking over to the coffin. Even if the thing within the coffin had ill intent towards them, so long as it wasn't a monarch realm expert within the coffin, then he had a way to deal with it. After all, he had a few formidable technique talismans that his master had given him and the pearl of baleful blood that could threaten the life of an exalt realm expert. Yang Yi arrived before the coffin, and he gazed at the dense talisman markings that covered it. After that, he took a deep breath, stopped hesitating, and drew his sword before flicking the lid of the coffin. Bang! The lid was instantly flicked away, and at the same time, Yang Yi's figure retreated back while he revealed an utterly vigilant expression. "Oh, I'm finally free." After less than 2 breaths of time, a sweet, beautiful, and breathtaking voice sounded out from within the coffin. Chapter 125, Princess of the Shang Dynasty. A woman in slightly revealing clothes slowly floated up from within the coffin, and when he saw the woman's appearance, Yang Yi's breath stopped while the blood within his entire body couldn't help but surge. The woman was around 20 years of age. Her beautiful hair was curled in layers that ended with a bun. She had rosy cheeks, almond eyes, curved brows, and her features were exquisite to the point it didn't seem like something a woman of the mortal world should possess. Especially her eyes that were even more charming than the eyes of a fox. It was like strange magical powers resided within those eyes, and they emanated a force that enchanted the heart, causing others to be unwilling to move their gaze from her. The woman stopped in midair and greedily took a deep breath of air. This slight action caused Yang Yi's entire body to heat up because as the woman took that breath, the pair of ample hills that were exposed before her had started to shake lightly. So, how could Yang Yi, who'd only experienced such things once, be able to resist it? Qin Si's breath was taken away by this woman as well. She had never imagined that such a beautiful person actually existed in the world. She felt that her own appearance was gorgeous, but when it was compared with the woman that floated before her, then no matter if it was appearance or figure, she was slightly inferior. Even though she was slightly unwilling to admit it, the facts were indeed so. The woman in midair suddenly looked at Yang Yi before she blinked, and her narrow and long eyes revealed traces of charm that took one's soul away. She truly is a peerless beauty. Yang Yi took a deep breath while his sword intent surged out. After he utilized his sword intent, Yang Yi's mind instantly cleared up, and even though his heart still sped up slightly when he looked at the woman again, he didn't reveal such an embarrassing appearance as he had just now. A wisp of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes when she saw Yang Yi's eyes were clear, and then her scarlet red lips parted slightly as she said, "Sword intent? I never expected that a profound at the mortal realm like you actually comprehended sword intent. How interesting." Her voice was soft and sweet, and it caused others to feel as if they were bathing beneath a summer breeze. Meanwhile, Qin Xia asked, "Is Senior the Empress of the Shang Dynasty from all those years ago, Daji?" Yang Yi was shocked. Had heard of Daji. According to legend, she was the #1 beauty of the Southern Territory all those years ago, and she was a beauty that made countless men go crazy for her. Supposedly, the destruction of the Shang Dynasty was related to this woman. So, if this woman was really Daji, then it was obvious why she was able to communicate with the little fellow. It was because she was a dark beast. However, Yang Yi was puzzled. Wasn't she annihilated by the Grand Qin Empire and the various sects all those years ago? The Shang Dynasty's empress? A wisp of confusion flashed in the woman's eyes. After a long time, she revealed a smile. She didn't answer Qin Xia but looked at the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder instead and said, "Little fellow, you're from the mink clan? Oh, wait. The pressure from your bloodline causes even me to feel slightly fearful. You are." Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes wide and seemed to have thought of something, causing dense fear to appear in her eyes. The violet mink blinked while a strand of violet light flashed in its eyes, and it seemed to be warning the woman. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to embrace the violet mink, and he rubbed its little head while he said with slight sorrow, "Little fellow, we've known each other for quite a long time now, Yet you've always been unwilling to let me know of your origins. Do you not take me as a friend?" The violet mink hurriedly shook its head, and it rubbed Yang Ye's face with its little claws before starting to wave them. As he gazed at the slightly anxious violet mink, Yang Yi smiled and said, "All right, I was just joking with you. Tell me when you think the time is right, all right?" The violet mink nodded. Meanwhile, the woman said, "Little fellow, even though this kid has comprehended sword and tint at the age of 17, it can't be considered as extraordinary. So, there's definitely no future for you if you stay by his side. Why don't you come with me?" Yang Ye's face darkened when he heard this because this woman was actually trying to take the violet mink from him while right before his eyes. Moreover, she even belittled him like that. If I knew this would happen, I shouldn't have let her out just now. The violet mink glanced at the woman with disdain. It flashed onto Yang Ye's shoulder and rubbed Yang Ye's ears with its little claws, and it paid no further attention to the woman. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart. The little fellow still is the closest to me in the end. The woman smiled and didn't mind the violet mink's attitude. She looked at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, since it's willing to follow you, then it's your fortune. Remember, you must not treat it badly, understand? Senior, I think you should wear some clothes first," Yang Yi suggested in a very serious manner. If he hadn't utilized his sword and tint, then he would have probably been completely and utterly enchanted by the woman while talking to her. Even if he had sword and tint to protect himself, the woman's current appearance caused his blood to boil from the sight of it. The woman chuckled and said, "Even I don't mind. So why are you complaining? Don't tell me that you don't want to take a few more glances." Even though she said this, the woman still gestured casually and wrapped some clothes around her body to conceal that alluring scene. Qin Xie glanced at Yang Yi with a gaze full of blunt disdain because she had clearly witnessed Yang Ye's unsightly appearance from before. Yang Yi disregarded Qin Xie's gaze, and he looked at the woman and said, "Senior, I've already opened the coffin and rescued Senior. So, if there's nothing else, then please allow us to leave." "You're reminding me that I owe you my life?" The woman smiled spuriously as she looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi blushed from being exposed, and he said, "I only lifted a finger. It was nothing." The woman said, "I originally needed another 100 years in order to free myself, yet I never expected that all of you would have actually come here. Of course, it's mainly this little fellow. I sensed its aura since the moment it entered the tomb of Emperor Zhou. So, I utilized a secret technique of my nine-tailed fox clan to communicate with it. I originally never expected that all of you would really come here, but all of you really did. Moreover, you opened up the coffin and allowed me to leave in advance. Such actions can be considered as great kindnesses to me." Yang Yi was delighted in his heart. He knew that this woman before him could still be considered as a good person that knew how to appreciate and repay the kindness of others. On the other hand, Qin Xie was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "Nine-tailed fox clan, you're dodgy? She's my mother." The woman spoke flatly, "The princess of the Shang dynasty." Both Yang Yi and Qin Xie were shocked because this woman before them was actually the princess of the Shang dynasty. However, both of them were puzzled by why the Shang dynasty's princess was lying in a coffin. The woman asked abruptly, "Does the world belong to the Grand Qin Empire now?" Qin Xie's heart shook. The Shang dynasty can be said to have perished at the hands of the Grand Qin Empire. Since this woman is the princess of the Shang dynasty, she definitely hates the Grand Qin Empire to the extreme. If she finds out about my identity, then this woman will probably not let me go. Even though I'm unable to see through her strength, it has definitely surpassed the King realm. Presently, the southern territory has been unified, and only the Grand Qin Empire rules over it. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "It's unified?" The woman asked. "Then what about the Origin School? Does that sect still exist?" When she mentioned the Origin School, the woman's voice carried a trace of coldness. Yang Yi answered, "It does. The Origin School is currently the top power amongst the 6 great powers of the Southern Territory." The woman fell silent and seemed to be thinking of something. However, Yang Yi knew that it was definitely not anything good because her face was covered in coldness. Meanwhile, the violet mink touched Yang Ye's ear, and then it flashed into Yang Yes' body before it laid down and started snoring in the pool of profound energy. When they saw the little fellow enter Yang Yes' body, the woman at the side suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her eyes were filled with shock. Qin Xie was extremely puzzled by this scene. Even though she was very curious about where the violet mink and the nether wolf king had gone, she didn't continue asking because Yang Yi refused to tell her. She just thought that it was some sort of divine technique possessed by dark beasts. But based on this woman's expression, she felt that it was probably not so simple. Shit. Yang Yi cried out in his heart when he saw the woman's shocked expression, and he said to himself, "Little fellow, if you wanted to sleep, you could have at least waited for a while." Where did it go?" asked the woman. Yang Yi blinked and said, "This is its divine technique. Even am not very sure, but I'll help you ask it next time." Bullshit. The woman cursed while her figure flashed, and she directly appeared before Yang Yi. After that, she placed her fair hand on Yang Yes' chest and directly started to examine Yang Yes' body. Yang Yes' expression changed. He didn't hesitate to draw his sword and slash it down at the woman who stood before him. Moreover, he didn't dare hold back and utilized his full strength, including his sword intent. The speed of his sword strike was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it was impossible to see with the naked eye. However, it was precisely such a swift sword strike that was stopped and held by two fair and flawless fingers. Chapter 126. What a cute tale. Yang Yes' pupils constricted when he saw his sword had actually been held by two of her fingers. What terrifying strength! He knew that he wasn't a match for her at all, and he was just about to utilize the pearl of baleful blood. Right at this moment, the woman seemed to have discerned something, and her eyes suddenly opened wide as she said, "How could this be possible? How could this be possible?" She hadn't finished speaking when she intended to enter Yang Yes' body. Right at this moment, an invisible force suddenly surged out explosively from Yang Yes' body, and it instantly blasted the woman flying. Yang Yi was stunned, and Qin Xie, who was just about to make a move, was stunned as well. A strand of violet light flashed as the violet mink appeared before Yang Yi, and then a strand of terrifying and invisible pressure covered the heavens and the earth as it surged towards the woman. "Wait," the woman hurriedly said, "I have no ill intent." Yang Yi embraced the furious violet mink in his arms, and then he looked at the woman and said in a low voice, "What was the meaning of that?" Even though the woman had made a move against him, it carried no killing intent. Obviously, the woman didn't have ill intent towards him. The woman glanced at Yang Yes' stomach with slight fear, and then she said, "It was my mistake. I apologize." When he noticed the emotion in the woman's eyes, Yang Yes' heart shook as he said in a low voice, "You noticed it?" The woman nodded while her eyes flickered with a glow of excitement. She said, "I finally understand why it wants to be by your side. So, it turns out that you possess such a mysterious treasure of the heavens and the earth. You intended to seize it earlier?" Yang Yes' eyes narrowed as he spoke. "Seize it?" The woman shook her head and said, "It has already taken you as its master. Earlier, I was blasted away because I didn't obtain your acknowledgement." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this. Even though he didn't know what the tiny vortex was, he found out from what the woman said that the tiny vortex probably only acknowledged him and the people he acknowledged. So, it was utterly impossible for others to enter it without his permission. Yang Yi asked, "Do you know what it is?" The woman shook her head and said, "Even though I don't know exactly what it is, I think even a divine treasure of legend wouldn't be much greater than it." "What? Even you don't know what it is?" When she heard Yang Yi and the woman speaking in riddles, Qin Xie couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are the two of you talking about?" The woman was slightly surprised, but she quickly came to an understanding. Obviously, even though this man and woman were together, they were definitely not true Tao companions. When she thought up to here, she immediately said with a smile, "When you become Tao companions with him and he's willing to open up his heart to you, then you'll know what we're talking about." Become Tao companions? Qin Xie was extremely puzzled. The woman revealed a charming smile and said, "Of course. Once you become Tao companions with him and finally unite with him as a couple, then you'll know the answer." Yang Yi didn't want to allow this woman to continue talking nonsense, so he said, "Senior, since we've already rescued you, then please send us out of here. All right?" If it was possible, he wanted to kill this woman right now in order to keep her quiet. He really didn't want anyone to know about the tiny vortex, but it couldn't be helped. This woman's strength was too terrifying, and it was utterly not something he could go against. The woman smiled before the waved her fair hand. The scene before his eyes changed. In a short moment, only Yang Yi and the woman remained. As for Qin Xia, she had vanished. What's the meaning of this? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, and he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The woman revealed a charming smile and said, "Don't worry, that little lover of yours is safe. Now, only the two of us remain here. I want to make a deal with you, all right?" "What deal?" Yang Yi frowned. If it was possible, he would absolutely not come looking for this woman. This woman was at least at the spirit realm, and she possessed all sorts of strange abilities. So, he might not be able to go against her even if he utilized the pearl of baleful blood. The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly to form an extremely charming smile, and a wisp of a strange glow appeared in her eyes as she said in a gentle tone, "I want to stay in your body just like that little fellow, all right?" The woman's voice seemed as if it carried some sort of magic that caused Yang Yi's eyes to become blurry. He was just about to nod when a violet light suddenly enveloped Yang Yi's body, and his eyes immediately recovered their clarity. When he recalled the scene from before, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically because this woman had utilized that sort of strange enchantment technique again. So, he immediately utilized his sword intent without the slightest hesitation. "You call this making a deal with me?" Yang Yi spoke in a cold voice. Had never expected that he would have actually saved an ungrateful bastard this time. However, it was fine as well because, with the lesson he learned this time, he wouldn't act carelessly and do something that he wasn't confident in or do something that was unknown. Intent really is the counter of illusion techniques. When she saw that her technique was useless against this man that stood before her, the woman sighed lightly, and then she said in a serious expression, "I sincerely wish to make a deal with you, and I want to enter that mysterious tiny vortex of yours just like the little fellow. As compensation, it'll take you to my imperial father's true tomb." Right, the combat techniques and cultivation techniques that my imperial father cultivated are there. What do you think? Yang Yi didn't even give it any thought before he said, "I refuse." The woman before him was clearly not a good person. So wouldn't allowing her into the tiny vortex be equivalent to inviting a wolf into his house? The woman was slightly puzzled, and she asked, "Why?" "Because that thing repelled you," Yang Yi said in a low voice. "When the little fellow entered my tiny vortex that day, the tiny vortex didn't repel it at all. However, it repelled you when you tried to enter it this time. As for why it repelled you, I don't know the answer to that, but I know that it definitely doesn't want you to enter it. Or perhaps you're a threat to me, so that's why it acted in that way." The woman was stunned, and then she started laughing, and the ample hills on her chest shook along with her laughter, causing Yang Yi's eyelids to twitch while he cursed in his heart. What a witch. After laughing for a while, the woman said, "The reason the little fellow wasn't repelled was that it's an auspicious beast, and it's loved by the heavens and the earth. So, it's normal for it to be acknowledged by that tiny vortex of yours. As for why I was repelled, it wasn't because I had ill intent towards you, and it was because I was too anxious earlier and aroused the intention to seize it. Divine treasures possess intelligence of their own, and it sensed it, so it repelled me. Now, I know that it has already taken you as its master, so I would naturally not try to obtain it." "You're pretty frank." Yang Yi spoke with ridicule. The woman didn't mind it and said with a smile, "What do you think? If you're willing to allow me to stay in the tiny cortex, then I'll bring you to the main chamber. Moreover, I can lend you a hand if you encounter lethal danger in the future. Of course, it's limited to opponents below the Exalt realm." Yang Yi was slightly tempted when he heard this. He didn't care much about the main chamber, and he cared about what the woman said at the end instead. If an expert below the Exalt realm made a move against him, then this woman would lend him a hand. Simply speaking, it was equivalent to possessing a bodyguard at the spirit realm in the future. Just thinking about having such an expert to fight for him caused him to feel excited. However, Yang Yi was still sensible and didn't agree immediately. This matter had great implications, and he was truly unable to fully trust this woman. He allowed the Nether Wolf Kings to stay in his vortex Dantian because the little fellow could deter them. However, the little fellow was clearly unable to suppress this woman for now. So, if the woman had ill intent, then he would be in danger. After a short while, Yang Yi asked, "Why do you want to enter my tiny vortex?" The woman was slightly hesitant. However, her heart shook when she noticed Yang Yi's vigilant gaze. She knew that if she concealed anything, then this young man before her would definitely not agree to cooperate with her. So, she immediately said honestly, "Because that tiny vortex of yours can improve my speed of cultivation. I was sealed by the Grand Preceptor for over 400 years now. Even though my cultivation hasn't dropped, it hasn't improved as well. It'll perish if I'm unable to advance into the Exalt realm in 3 years of time, because I only have another 3 years of lifespan remaining." Yang Yi frowned as he asked, "Just because of that?" "It's also because I have nowhere to go now," the woman said with a smile. "Someone would have come to let me out after this year, but I've come out in advance now. In other words, a variable has risen in the Grand Preceptor's arrangements. This also means that I can only go with you." Yang Yi disregarded what she said. He was still slightly hesitant, and he hesitated on whether he should let the woman into the tiny vortex. "If you're worried that I would harm you while within that vortex, then you can be completely at ease. Because divine treasures possess intelligence of their own. If I dared to arouse harmful thoughts towards you, then it'll definitely make a move against me by itself." The woman smiled happily as she spoke. Yang Yi fell silent, and he thought in his heart, "If this woman is able to ascend into the Exalt realm, then at that time, they'll be able to ask her to help rescue my mother. Even if she's unable to rescue my mother, they'll have a trump card against the Flower Palace. Otherwise, I truly don't know when I'll be able to go against a colossus like the Flower Palace if I rely solely on my own strength." When he thought up to here, Yang Yi stopped hesitating and said, "I agree." The woman was delighted when she heard this. Her figure flashed as she transformed into a white fox with 9 tails and arrived before Yang Yi. Right when she was about to enter Yang Yi's body, Yang Yi embraced her and touched her tail. He said with a smile, "What a cute fox. What a cute tail. You're courting death." When Yang Yi touched the fox's tail, the white fox's pure white fur was instantly covered in a rosy color, and then a furious shout that carried a strand of embarrassment resounded and rumbled by Yang Yi's ears. Chapter 127, The Number 1 Expert. Yang Yi was shocked by this furious shout to the point of hastily letting the white fox go, and his heart jerked when he saw that it was glaring furiously at him. Earlier, Head merely felt that this white-colored fellow before him was cute, yet had forgotten that it was an existence comparable to a spirit realm expert. Moreover, it was even a woman. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, it won't happen again. Do you know that you can't touch the tail of a fox?" The white fox stared Yang Yi in the eye while its voice carried a trace of ghastly coldness. "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "I always embraced the little fellow, and I've touched its tail." The fox gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and when it noticed that Yang Yi didn't seem like he was lying, it immediately glanced coldly at Yang Yi before transforming into a ray of white light that entered Yang Yi's body. At the same time, a voice suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's ear. "Right? I forgot to tell you that I have quite a few enemies. Like the Grand Qin Empire, the Flower Palace, the Snow Palace. In short, all the renowned powers in the Southern Territory seem to be my enemies. If they know that I've made an appearance, then they'll definitely not let me live. So, for the sake of our safety, it's best that you don't offend a spirit realm expert in the future, and even if you do offend one, it's best that you don't ask me to lend you a hand. Because once I do, then you'll become the public enemy of the entire Southern Territory." As soon as she finished speaking, the scene before Yang Yi's eyes gradually blurred. At this moment, Yang Yi thought in his heart, "I've been tricked." After a few breaths of mine, when Yang Yi opened his eyes once more, Head returned to the chamber from before, whereas Qin Xie was staring fixedly at him. She utilized an illusion against you? Asked Qin Xie when she saw Yang Yi open his eyes. Yang Yi nodded, and then he laughed bitterly. Head originally thought that Head recruited a formidable bodyguard, yet never had he expected that it would actually be a root of trouble, and it was a root of trouble that would cause him to become the public enemy of the Southern Territory from even the slightest bit of carelessness. He didn't doubt the woman because the Shang dynasty had slaughtered the disciples of numerous powers. So, it was reasonable for the woman to say that those powers wouldn't let her go. Where's she? Qin Xie didn't ask what the woman had discussed with Yang Yi because she knew her limits. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "She's with the little fellow." There were some things that didn't have to be concealed from this woman that stood before him. Moreover, even if he did conceal it from her, it would probably be unable to deceive this shrewd woman. He believed that Qin Xie had already roughly guessed that he possessed some sort of treasure, and she merely didn't know the specifics. Sure enough, a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Qin Xie's mouth when Yang Yi told her the truth, and then she said, "Then what should we do now?" She promised to take us to Emperor Zhou's true tomb. Yang Yi smiled, and then he walked over to the coffin and looked at Qin Xie as he said, "Come over here." Qin Xie had just arrived by Yang Yi's side when the chamber suddenly started trembling. After that, the spot where Yang Yi and Qin Xie stood started to descend gradually, and in next to no time, they'd gone underground. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi felt that they'd arrived on the ground, and he opened his eyes. The scene before him caused his eyelids to twitch. Standing before him was a chamber that was over 10 times larger than the previous chamber. Of course, most importantly, this chamber was made from gold. Yes, the walls and the surroundings and the floor he stood on were all made of gold. In next to no time, Yang Yi's gaze shot towards the center at the chamber. Just like the chamber from before, there was a coffin at the center of this chamber. However, unlike the previous chamber, this chamber had 12 statues of guards in golden armor standing around the coffin. "Is this Emperor Zhou's coffin?" Yang Yi asked in a low voice as he looked at the coffin. "It should be," Qin Xie said from the side. "All those years ago, Emperor Zhou had 12 gold guards, and these 12 gold statues ought to be his guards from all those years ago. So, the coffin guarded by these 12 gold guards should belong to Emperor Zhou." 12 gold guard? Yang Yi was puzzled. Qin Xie nodded, and she had a solemn expression as she said, "All of these 12 gold guards are experts that had attained the peak of the Exalt realm, and they could be said to have instilled fear in the Grand Qin and all the various sections. If Emperor Zhou hadn't desired to eliminate all the sects that stood supreme above the Shang dynasty's imperial authority and caused all the powers to join forces against the Shang dynasty, then with the presence of these 12 gold guards, the Shang dynasty wouldn't have been annihilated all those years ago." "Eliminate the 6 great powers?" Yang Yi was shocked and said, "Is that even possible?" "Of course it is," Qin Xie said in a low voice. "All those years ago, Emperor Zhou himself was the number 2 expert of the Southern Territory, and he even had the 12 gold guards under his command, the assistance of the Grand Preceptor Shengong Mao, who was skilled in theurgy and talismans, and countless troops in his army of profounders. At that time, even the Dark Beast Empire feared the Shang dynasty." "Who's the first expert of the Southern Territory?" asked Yang Yi abruptly. He was rather interested in the peerless experts of the Southern Territory. "The Devil Exalt." A strand of white light flashed as the woman that was originally within Yang Yi's tiny vortex had appeared, and she said, at that time, "Only a single person in the entire Southern Territory could firmly triumph my imperial father all those years ago, and it was the one who's said to be the number 1 expert beneath the skies of the Southern Territory, the Devil Exalt." "The Devil Exalt? The number 1 expert beneath the skies of the Southern Territory?" Yang Yi was surprised and revealed an expression of yearning. "The number 1 expert in the entire Southern Territory." The woman nodded lightly and said, "He was the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert of the Southern Territory." When she spoke up to hear, the woman suddenly looked at Yang Yi before a wisp of a charming smile appeared on her face. She said, "Don't be envious. I believe that your accomplishments in the future will definitely not be inferior to my imperial father or the Devil Exalt. He'll marry you once you become the number 1 expert of the Southern Territory, all right?" Yang Yi returned to his senses when he heard this, and he said with ridicule, "Why aren't you marrying me now and insist on waiting until I become the #1 expert of the Southern Territory?" Yang Yi felt extreme disdain towards someone that could only enjoy wealth and status yet was unwilling to share hardships and tribulations. "Would you dare to marry me if I did so now?" The woman smiled spuriously as she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was speechless, but he was unwilling to show weakness and said, "If you dare to marry me, then I would dare to marry you." He naturally didn't think that this woman would marry him, and she was probably just joking. The woman's eyeballs spun before she said with a smile, "You spoke these words. You better not regret it later. Otherwise, Shinner will really look down upon you." When he saw her expression, Yang Yi immediately felt that something was slightly off. His instinct told him that this woman was definitely playing some sort of trick. However, he was truly unable to figure out why she said that he would regret it. He immediately said, "I think that it's you who'll be regretful." Qin Xie shook her head to herself. Everything about this little brother is good, and it's just that he isn't too smart. She has laid a trap already, yet he still jumps into it. The woman smiled and didn't speak any further. She walked slowly towards the coffin. When she arrived before it, the smile on the woman's face had utterly vanished while traces of fluctuations flashed in her eyes, and she seemed to be recalling the past. After a long time, she took a deep breath before flicking her finger lightly, and a drop of blood shot towards the center of the forehead of that gold guard that stood in the lead. As soon as the pearl of blood entered the center of its forehead, the tightly shut eyes of the statue suddenly opened, and then it knelt before the woman under the astounded gazes of Yang Yi and Qin Xie. At the same time, the 11 gold statues behind it slowly knelt down as well. "This is..." Yang Yi gulped while his eyes were filled with disbelief. Earlier, Qin Xie had said that these 12 gold guards were peak Exalt Realm expert, and he felt that it would be extremely terrifying if these 12 gold guards were alive. This is the puppeteering technique? Qin Xie, who was similarly shocked, had returned to her senses, and she spoke in a low voice. "They aren't alive, and they're probably a product of the mechanical puppeteering technique that was renowned through the Southern Territory at that time." The woman turned around to glance at Qin Xie with slight surprise, and then she said, "Nice knowledge. I never expected that you would even know about the mechanical puppeteering technique that has been lost for hundreds of years. Your identity isn't simple." Qin Xie remained silent. Yang Yi asked, "Mechanical puppeteering? In other words, these puppets aren't the real gold guards, and they are just puppets?" The woman glanced at Qin Xie before she shook her head and said, "These aren't ordinary puppets. Every single one of them was created with treasures of the heavens and the earth, and all of these puppets possess a strand of the soul of the 12 gold guards. Besides that, the Grand Preceptor even utilized a supreme secret technique to preserve their perception in combat from when they were still alive and sealed it within these puppets. Even though they aren't at the Exalt Real right now, their strengths can't be underestimated. Simply speaking, every single one of them is equivalent to a spirit realm profounder." Chapter 128 Husband Again. Yang Yi was shocked, and then his eyes glowed while he spoke with slight excitement. "Do all of them obey your command? If he was able to gain control of these gold guards, then wouldn't he be able to roam freely through the Southern Territory?" The woman glanced at Yang Yi and said seriously, "Because you rescued me, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't constantly think about possessing external sources of strength. The best and ring way is always to improve your own strength. Don't get the order reversed." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head. How could he not be aware of this principle? However, if he didn't rely on external sources of strength, then when would he finally be able to rescue his mother? Could it be that he really had to wait until he became a peerless expert? Not to mention whether he was able to become one. Even if he really did become one, his mother would already be gone by then. You have that thing and have comprehended sword intent. If you concentrate wholeheartedly on your cultivation, then your accomplishments in the future will definitely be extraordinary. Conversely, if you place your attention on all of these things, then even though it really will allow you to roam freely through the world for a short period of time, you'll gradually start to rely more on these external sources of strength as time passed, and ITLL cause your own natural talent to be buried. Moreover, it's even possible that your determination towards the martial Tao will weaken. You must keep this in mind, said the woman. Thank you for the good advice. Yang Yi nodded and spoke seriously. No matter what, the woman had good intentions, and he appreciated it. The woman nodded, and then she turned around to look at the coffin. She lightly tapped it, and then the lid of the coffin was instantly blasted flying. At the same time, a slightly translucent figure gradually arose from within the coffin. This was the figure of a man. Based on his appearance, he was around 30 years old. He had a rectangular face, dense brows, a pair of tightly closed eyes, and wore a violet robe embroidered with dragons. Even though his figure was ethereal and seemed like a spirit, Yang Yi still sensed a strand of pressure from him while standing over 30 m away. Yang Yi knew that this middle-aged man before him might be the #2 expert of the Southern Territory from all those years ago, Emperor Zhou. As she gazed at the middle-aged man, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed in the woman's eyes. After that, she formed a strange seal in front of her, and then a strand of pink light shot out from the seal. As he gazed at the middle-aged man that floated in midair with his eyes tightly closed, Yang Yi said in a low voice, "Didn't Emperor Zhou perish from the joint attack of numerous experts all those years ago?" Qin Xie said in a low voice, "The true Emperor Zhou has vanished in the heavens and the earth. If I'm not wrong, then what exists now before us is probably just a strand of Emperor Zhou's soul. And she's probably awakening this soul right now. Do souls really exist after people die?" Yang Yi muttered in a low voice. People do have souls. According to rumor, the Theurgists of the past were able to make their souls leave their bodies. Moreover, they were able to use their souls to execute numerous terrifying abilities. Qin Xie said, "Of course, when your strength arrives at a certain level, then you'll be able to control your own soul as well. However, it probably requires a cultivation at the monarch realm at least. Your imperial grandfather, the founding emperor, is he a monarch realm expert?" Yang Yi asked curiously. "Probably," Qin Xie said indifferently. "I'm not sure as well. In any case, I've never seen him since I was born until now. Not to mention me. Even that older brother of mine who's the emperor now hasn't seen him as well. I think that if the Grand Qin Empire doesn't encounter some sort of danger, then he wouldn't make an appearance easily. Someone that has arrived at his level probably doesn't attach much importance to familial relationships and authority." When she spoke up to hear, Qin Xie suddenly looked at Yang Yi and said, "What's your ultimate goal once you work hard and become strong? Is it to take control of the world and enjoy both wine and beauties? Or perhaps it's to live eternally and reign supreme in the world?" "Me?" A wisp of confusion flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. But in next to no time, his gaze became firm, and he said, "I merely want to be able to control the fate of the people I care about and prevent them from being bullied. Of course, with that as the precondition, if I'm still able to take control of the world, enjoy both wine and beauties, and live eternally, then it couldn't be any better." "You will. Once you stand at the peak of this world, you can accomplish anything you desire," said Qin Xie with a smile on her face. "I hope so." Yang Yi smiled as well. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man that floated in midair had suddenly opened his eyes, and he gazed at the surroundings with confusion. In the end, his gaze descended onto the woman that stood before him, and he said after a long time, "You Shinner?" The woman nodded. When he saw her nod, a wisp of a gentle smile appeared on his stern face. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he said furiously, "You? Why do you only have less than 2 years of lifespan left? Where's that bastard Shengong Mao? I ordered him to take good care of you. So why do you actually only have 2 years of lifespan left?" "Imperial father, calm your anger," the woman explained. "Daughter's soul was injured by the experts of the Origin School, and the experts of the Ghost Sect even left a mark behind in my soul. The Grand Preceptor had no other choice but to seal me in this tomb, and then utilize the hidden spirit veins and the Grand Preceptor soul repair technique to heal me. However, I never expected that this recovery would take a few hundred years. The Origin School? The Ghost Sect?" A wisp of a ghastly and cold glow flashed in Emperor Zhou's eyes, and then a vicious expression appeared on his face. He said, "I should have listened to the Grand Preceptor and brought swift annihilation to those sections. How I regret my decision. If I was a little more ruthless at that time, then my dynasty wouldn't have been annihilated, and your mother wouldn't have been killed by the origin schools Yuan Tian. Imperial Father, can you be resurrected?" The woman spoke in a low voice, while her eyes revealed dense hope. Resurrection? Emperor Zhou was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, "Only a single strand of my soul remains. This strand should have vanished in the heavens and the earth as well, but I was unable to avoid worrying about you. So I utilized a secret technique and asked the Grand Preceptor to execute a supreme secret technique to help me preserve this strand of my soul. Now, I've already seen you, and there's no reason for this strand of my soul to continue existing." Imperial Father, then what about taking revenge for my Shang dynasty and my mother? Could it be that we should just give up like that? The woman was slightly dejected. Emperor Zhou suddenly looked at Qin Xie and said, "You're a member of the Grand Qin Empire's imperial household? There is karmic luck on you." Qin Xie's expression changed, and then she immediately smiled bitterly. As expected of the number 2 expert from all those years ago, even though it's merely a strand of his soul, he was still able to see through my origins with a single glance. Qin Xie didn't conceal it, and she was unable to conceal it anyway. So, she nodded. When she saw Qin Xie nod, the pupils of the woman that stood before Emperor Zhou constricted, and a wisp of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Yang Ye's heart shook, and he instinctively moved to stand before Qin Xie. Qin Xie was stunned by this, and then her heart felt warm. Emperor Zhou said, "The destruction of a dynasty is extremely normal. I lost to the Grand Qin Empire. It's the will of the heavens and the will of man. I don't resent the Grand Qin Empire, and even if I did, I wouldn't make a move against you." Qin Xie hurriedly said, as expected of the expert that astounded the entire continent all those years ago, "Senior's broad-mindedness and bearing is truly admirable." Emperor Zhou paid no further attention to Qin Xie, and he looked at Yang Yi instead. Suddenly, a strand of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he said, "You've actually comprehended sword intent. It's even at the peak of the first level." Imperial Father. He's my husband. Meanwhile, the woman before Emperor Zhou spoke abruptly. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched while he thought in his heart, "What's this woman trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to marry me?" Emperor Zhou's expression changed instead. Suddenly, a strand of invisible and terrifying pressure enveloped down towards Yang Yi. When this terrifying pressure descended onto him, Yang Ye's knees suddenly bent, and he almost knelt down on the ground. He didn't have any time to give it thought before his sword intent surged out without holding back in the slightest, and he utilized it to resist the terrifying pressure. Qin Xie's expression changed as well. Her wrist flipped, and she was just about to lend a hand when she noticed to her astonishment that she was actually unable to move at this moment. The woman was just about to say something, but she seemed to have thought of something and sealed her red lips once more. At this moment, Yang Ye's face had flushed red while his forehead and face were covered in possessed beads of sweat. He felt like an enormous mountain was pressing down onto his body, and even if he utilized his sword intent without holding back at all, the enormous mountain was still pressing down on him to the point that he felt suffocated. Yang Ye's knees gradually curved more and more, and it seemed as if he would kneel in the next moment. No. Right when his knee was about to touch the ground, a strand of humiliation swept out from the bottom of Yang Ye's heart, and Yang Yi roared furiously like a wild beast. He, Yang Yi, wouldn't kneel before the heavens or the earth. So why should he, Yang Yi, kneel before this person that stood in front of him? Even if this person was the number 2 expert of the Southern Territory from all those years ago, Yang Yi still refused to kneel. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi, whose eyes were already completely red, violently utilized his sword intent to resist the terrifying pressure. Chapter 129 Enlightened Sword. Here, a strand of surprise and praise flashed in Emperor Zhou's eyes when he noticed that Yang Yi was able to resist the pressure he exuded. Even though it was less than 1/100th of the pressure he was capable of emanating, it was still something that some King Realm experts were unable to resist. Yet this young man before him had forcefully resisted it. Even though Emperor Zhou revealed an expression of praise, the invisible pressure Yang Yi endured hadn't weakened at all, and it started to grow stronger and stronger instead. This caused Yang Yi's consciousness to gradually become blurry. Those of the sword should possess an edge and rather break than bend. When the herd is free of distracting thoughts, the heart of the sword is enlightened, and a single sword strike can destroy all techniques. Suddenly, Yang Yi remembered the words that the sword sect's founding ancestor had left behind on the enormous stone sword at the sword sect's training grounds. At this moment, these words ceaselessly reverberated in his mind, and in next to no time, Yang Yi gradually attained a clear mental state, and he gradually removed the disorderly thoughts in his mind. At the same time, his knees that were originally bent to the point of being on the verge of kneeling had actually started to slowly straighten. The enlightened sword heart. A wisp of surprise flashed in Emperor Zhou's eyes. After that, his expression turned serious. If this young man before him had merely comprehended sword intent, then it could only surprise him slightly. However, if it was the enlightened sword heart, then even he had to take Yang Yi seriously. Just like sword intent, the enlightened sword heart was a state that sword cultivators dreamt of. Sword intent was capable of boosting the strength of a sword cultivator by a great degree and restrain and suppress the sword cultivator's enemies. On the other hand, the enlightened sword heart was capable of allowing a sword cultivator's heart towards the sword Tao to become purer, and it wouldn't be deceived by anything while it could see through the essence of all things. The saying destroying all techniques with a single strike of the sword referred to the enlightened sword heart, because those with an enlightened sword heart were unafraid of the assault of all techniques. Emperor Zhou had met many people who'd comprehended sword intent, but he hadn't seen a single person that possessed an enlightened sword heart. Had only heard of a single existence with the enlightened sword heart, and it was the founding ancestor of the sword sect who was unmatched in the entire southern territory and was called the Sword Saint, unfettered. Now, had seen someone that had attained the enlightened sword heart. Moreover, this person had even comprehended sword intent. So, even he couldn't help but be shocked by such natural endowment. After feeling shocked, Shinner couldn't help but reveal a wisp of bitterness. The enlightened sword heart represented that all illusion techniques were useless against Yang Yi. It wasn't just illusion techniques. Even combat techniques would have their flaws found by Yang Yi in a short period of time before he could destroy them with a single strike of the sword. In short, Yang Yi had comprehended sword intent, and the enlightened sword heart was the greatest counter to her nine-tailed fox clan. If Yang Yi didn't possess that mysterious tiny vortex, then she wouldn't hesitate at all to kill Yang Yi on the spot, because all the illusion techniques and innate divine techniques of the nine-tailed fox clan that she possessed would be useless before Yang Yi. After a long time, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and an invisible wave of air suddenly swept out from him. In his eyes, a strand of an imperceptible sword light flashed by. After that, Yang Yi seemed to have noticed something, and he closed his eyes again. A short while later, he opened his eyes while an overjoyed expression surged onto his face. Head investigates his body and noticed that he hadn't just become a first heaven realm profounder, but most importantly, the space in the tiny vortex within his body had become much larger. It could originally accommodate 50 people, yet not it could accommodate around 100 people. Besides the space in the tiny vortex, his pool of profound energy had grown much larger as well. It was originally the size of a bathing barrel, yet now, this bathing barrel had become a true pool that was 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. Besides that, he noticed that his golden profound energy had undergone a qualitative change, and it was even purer than before. Even though it was difficult to determine anything from its outer appearance, Yang Yi was able to sense it. Of course, Yang Yi hadn't noticed that the golden profound energy had a faint violet hue. In short, he hadn't just advanced into the ranks of first heaven realm experts. Even the tiny vortex within his body had improved greatly. Yang Yi bowed to Emperor Zhou, whose body was growing fainter, and he said, "Thank you, Senior." He wasn't stupid, and he knew that Emperor Zhou hadn't emanated that pressure just now in order to harm him. and it was to help him. As for the reason, it was mostly because of his relationship with that fox. Emperor Zhou nodded lightly while he revealed a wisp of a smile, and he said, "Congratulations on advancing into the first heaven realm and comprehending the second level of sword intent." If Yang Yi had merely comprehended sword intent, then he wouldn't take Yang Yi seriously at all. However, Yang Yi had already attained the enlightened sword heart, so it was a completely different situation. Yang Yi was fully qualified to be his son-in-law. The second level of sword intent? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he asked, "Senior, sword intent is divided into levels. Of course, didn't the experts of your sword sect tell you?" Emperor Zhou was slightly surprised. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not a disciple of the sword sect any longer." Even his master Lin Shan hadn't told him about sword intent being divided into levels. He didn't know if Lin Shan didn't tell him, or if Lin Shan didn't know. However, in his opinion, Lin Shan probably didn't know. After all, Lin Shan focused on his cultivation in the Tao of Talismans, and he should be extremely unfamiliar with the sword Tao. "You aren't a disciple of the sword sect?" Emperor Zhou was even more surprised, and he said, "How could you who has comprehended sword intent not be a disciple of the sword sect?" Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Anyone that sees me thinks I'm a disciple of the sword sect." Yang Yi immediately spoke about the incident between him and the sword sect. "You were expelled from the sword sect?" Emperor Zhou was first stunned when he finished listening to Yang Yi, and then he couldn't help but laugh as he said, "The person that expelled you from the sword sect is truly stupid to the extreme. If that Taoist Zue finds out about this, I wonder if he'll be happy or furious." "Taoist Zue?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Someone that possesses similarly shocking natural talent like you?" Emperor Zhou said, "All those years ago, he was expelled by the sword sect's master because he killed someone from the origin school. However, only a few years had passed before Head comprehended sword intent just like you. Moreover, he even created a heaven-rank combat technique, the infinite sword. At that time, he was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Southern Territory. Did he return to the sword sect?" Yang Yi was very interested in such an expert. "I don't know about that." Emperor Zhou smiled as he spoke. Meanwhile, Qin Xie said from the side, at that time, "For the sake of making him return to the sword sect, reduce the sect master that expelled Taoist Zue was reduced to an elder by the sword sect's supreme elder. However, how could Taoist Zue, who was filled with pride, turn back? But even though he didn't return to the sword sect, he's protecting the sword sect. Supposedly, it was his master's instruction before his master's death. Even though he had no feelings for the sword sect, he had an extremely deep relationship with his master. Because he was supposed to be sentenced to death by the sword sect's master, and it was his master who preserved his life. So, he agreed to his master's dying wish and protected the sword sect. It's exactly because of his existence that the sword sect, which has fewer and fewer capable members, is still one of the 6 great powers, and it hasn't been swallowed by the other powers. Because no power isn't afraid of a monarch realm expert that possesses sword intent. Looks like you're very clearly aware of the secrets of all the sects in the Grand Qin Empire. Shinner looked at Qin Xie as she sneered. Qin Xie glanced at Shinner and didn't say anything in reply. Yang Yi had never expected that the sword sect actually possessed a monarch realm expert that had comprehended sword intent. Moreover, that person actually had a similar encounter as him, and they were both kicked out from the sword sect. If I become a peerless expert in the future and Elder Qian or Su Qingshi ask me to protect the sword sect, should I agree or not? In next to no time, Yang Yi shook his head. He didn't have the time to think about such things now. He immediately cupped his fists towards Emperor Zhou and said, "Senior, please provide me with guidance." He wanted to find out about sword intent. Emperor Zhou nodded lightly and said, "Sword intent is divided into 9 levels, and the 9th level is called the perfection stage. Every single level will allow your strength to experience an obvious increase. For example, the first level of sword intent is capable of allowing your strength to improve by 30%, whereas the second level improves your strength by 60%, and so on and so forth. It isn't just this. Sword intent's ability to suppress and restrain your enemies is the same. If you fought a weaker opponent now, then you don't have to make a move at all, and just utilizing sword intent would be sufficient to suppress your enemy to the point of being unable to arouse the intention to resist you. It's so formidable. Yang Yi was slightly shocked. He knew that sword intent could suppress and restrain his enemies, but had never imagined that when his sword intent had attained a certain extent, then it was actually capable of directly causing his opponent to lose the will to fight. Presently, he was only at the second level of sword intent, yet it was already so terrifying. So what if it was at the 9th level? How terrifying would it be then? I really look forward to that day. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, Senior, what's after the 9th level of sword intent? After the 9th level, Emperor Zhou muttered in a low voice. That's probably the sword domain. A domain formed with the sword at its base. Senior, Emperor Zhou spoke in an extremely light voice, and Yang Yi hadn't heard it at all. Emperor Zhou shook his head and said, Don't reach beyond your grasp. The important matter at hand is to lay your foundation properly. As for what's above sword intent, you'll naturally find out in the future. Even though he was still very curious, Yang Yi still nodded in the end, and he didn't ask that question again. Chapter 130 Conflict. Emperor Zhou glanced at Yang Yi, and then glanced at Xin'er that stood before him. In the end, his gaze descended onto Yang Yi as he said, Kid, even though you're merely at the first heaven realm now, your potential is enormous. You're very suitable for the daughter of Yin Zhou, and I hope that you'll take good care of her in the future. Senior, Yang Yi was just about to say something when Xin'er glared at him from the side, causing him to swallow back the explanation he was about to provide. Now, he had a slight understanding of the woman's motives behind saying that she would marry him. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi glanced at Xin'er as had never expected that this woman hadn't brought him to gain treasures and benefits at all. Emperor Zhou sized Yang Yi up and said, You've already focused on the sword Dao, so my inheritance isn't suitable for you. However, your physical body seems pretty good, and I have a body refinement technique and a fist technique that are very suitable for you. As he spoke, Emperor Zhou flicked his finger, and 2 scrolls flew to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart, and he bowed to Emperor Zhou before he took the scrolls. After that, his gaze descended onto the scroll in his left hand first. Mid-grade Earth-rank combat technique, Dragon Breaker. Grasping the fist is like grasping authority, and striking forcefully with the fist is like possessing authority. A man can't do without authority for a single day. Emperor Zhou said, This technique, Dragon Breaker, is something I created myself when I was young. It only has a total of 3 moves. The first move, Armor Breaker. The second move, Earthshaker. The third move, Dragon Breaker. According to legend, the defensive capabilities of dragons is the greatest in the world. Unfortunately, the dragon race has already vanished from the southern territory. Otherwise, I would really like to see if my Dragon Breaker is capable of breaking through the defense of dragons. Yang Yi seemed to have been affected by this man's heroic spirit, and he said with a smile, If I have the opportunity to encounter a member of the dragon race in the future, I can give it a try. A wisp of a smile flashed on Emperor Zhou's face, and he said, Not bad, as expected of the person my daughter took a liking to. Remember, the Dragon Breaker stresses upon the strength of the body. The stronger your body is, the greater its strength would be. That body refinement technique has numerous methods to improve the body, and it's just slightly painful. However, I presume it would be nothing to you. Kid, remember what I said. Take good care of my daughter. As he spoke, his figure started to fade gradually. Imperial Father. Tears flickered in Xin'er's eyes. Emperor Zhou grinned and said, I've already fulfilled my wish, so it's time to vanish. Xin'er, I know that you intend to take revenge for your mother, and I won't stop you. However, I want to tell you, now that you've escaped your fate of being sealed here, I only hope that you'll be able to live on safely. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhou's figure grew faint before completely dispersing in the air. From this moment onward, a peerless expert had completely vanished from the world. Xin'er didn't cry nor did she speak, and she just stared blankly at the coffin. Yang Yi opened his mouth from the side, yet he didn't speak any words of consolation in the end. He knew that this woman before him didn't need any consolation at all, and all she needed was to calm down by herself. Congratulations, little brother. You didn't just gain a delicate and gorgeous beauty. You even obtained a combat technique and cultivation technique. Meanwhile, Qin Xie suddenly smiled as she spoke to Yang Yi. However, her voice carried a trace of sourness. It was unknown whether she was jealous of Yin or because all the benefits were gained by Yang Yi alone. Yang Yi passed the scroll that contained Dragonbreaker to Qin Xie and said, "If you want to cultivate it, then we can cultivate it together." "You're serious?" Qin Xie gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. "Do you think I look like I'm joking?" said Yang Yi. Yang Yi had naturally not fallen in love with Qin Xie. The reason he was so generous was because of his own personal reasons in the end. Firstly, he didn't want a misunderstanding to form between them. Secondly, the stronger this woman was, the more beneficial it would be to him. Qin Xie gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she cracked a smile and said, "Little brother, Big Sister was just testing you. This combat technique stresses upon physical strength. Big Sister isn't suitable to cultivate it, but Big Sister appreciates your good intentions. This is a mid-grade Earth rank combat technique. Do you really not intend to cultivate it?" asked Yang Yi. Qin Xie shook her head and said, "Big Sister's body isn't strong, so cultivating this combat technique would be utterly useless." "How generous of you!" Right at this moment, Yin turned around, and she gazed at Yang Yi as she said with ridicule, "You're even willing to share an Earth-rank combat technique because of a woman?" "Shinner." Yang Yi was just about to say something when Shinner's face turned cold, and she said, "Are you even worthy of calling me Shinner? Do you really think that I would marry you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Xie while killing intent flashed in her eyes, and she said, "A member of the Grand Qin Empire's imperial household? So, in this way, you're a princess?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed while his gaze turned cold. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Miss Yin, I know that you just lost someone very close to you, and it's unavoidable that you're in a bad mood. I understand that, but the matter between you and Xie, I want to kill her. Will you help me or her?" Shinner interrupted Yang Yi and spoke. "Shinner, it's better to make friends than enemies. There's truly no need for you to act in this way. So, it means that you will help her, right?" Shinner ridiculed and said, "To think that someone promised my imperial father earlier that he would take care of me. You took my imperial father's treasures, yet intend to help others to oppose me." Yang Yi's expression changed. He didn't even give it any thought before he tossed the two scrolls in his hand to Shinner, and he said, "Miss Yin, in my opinion, you truly don't need anyone to take care of you. As for these two techniques, Yang Yi doesn't deserve it, so we'll return them to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and said to Qin Xie, "Let's go." Qin Xie and Shinner were stunned. Both of them had never expected that Yang Yi would give up these two techniques because they were Earth-rank techniques. Earth-rank techniques. Qin Xie was the first to recover from her shock. When she gazed at Yang Yi, her eyes carried an extreme trace of an incomprehensible emotion, and she said with a smile, "Will you not reconsider? That's two Earth-rank techniques. Why give them up because of rage?" "Rage?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, "Even though Earth-rank techniques are precious, but so what about that? Should I make a move against you just for these Earth-rank techniques? Perhaps others would be capable of doing so, but not me." Qin Xie gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she cracked a smile and said, "Not you indeed. Little brother, you really made Big Sister look at you in a different light." Truthfully speaking, Yang Yi's actions had truly impressed her. It was two Earth-rank techniques, and it was something that countless profounders would fight madly to obtain. Not to mention that Shed merely known Yang Yi for a few days, even father and son would probably fight to the death for it. However, Yang Yi gave it up without the slightest hesitation. Actually, Yang Yi felt slight pain in his heart right now, but he didn't regret his actions. Even though he was a selfish person, he felt that one should persist in some things. In other words, every single person should have a limit that they wouldn't cross when doing things. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about this. He said, "Let's go. This can be considered as a warning to me that I shouldn't just go around with the little fellow." Are you feeling regret for saving me? At this moment, Shinner spoke coldly. Yang Yi smiled and said, speaking about that is completely meaningless now. Miss In, see you next time. Do you think you can leave without me? Said Shinner. Yang Yi didn't answer her. He glanced towards the surroundings, and he said after a short while, so, this place is an illusion as well. How realistic. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Qin Xie's hand, and then with a command in his heart, his sword left its sheath and swiftly slashed towards a point in space. Yang Yi didn't know why he had seen through this place and realized it was an illusion. He only knew that there was something very off about this place, and it was a form of intuition. His intuition told him that this place was an illusion. Right at this moment, a white light flashed before Shinner appeared in front of Yang Yi and Qin Xie. At the same time, Yang Yi's sword had been grabbed by her. She said, don't destroy this place. We'll leave together. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he nodded and said, that's naturally for the best. He owed Emperor Zhou a debt of gratitude for providing him with guidance. So, unless he had no other choice, otherwise, Yang Yi didn't want to destroy this place as well. With a spin of her body, Shinner had returned to her original form. After that, she shot towards Yang Yi's chest. However, she hadn't approached Yang Yi's chest when she was blasted away by an invisible force. Shinner returned to her human form and looked at Yang Yi as she said, what's the meaning of that? Miss In, what are you doing? Yang Yi frowned as he asked. Shinner said, I'm naturally going in. Didn't we form an agreement earlier? She seemed to have thought of something, and she swung her fair hand, causing the two scrolls to fly towards Yang Yi before she said, I can go in now, right? Chapter 131 Follow You. A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Yang Yi's mouth while he waved his right hand, and a strand of force shot the two scrolls towards Shinner as he said, Miss In, I, Yang Yi, don't deserve these two techniques, so I don't dare accept them. As for the agreement between the two of us, I'm going back on my word. If he was said to previously have a slightly favorable impression of this woman that stood before him, then this favorably impression had completely vanished when she ridiculed him. Petty. Shinner glanced at Yang Yi and said, fine, I apologize for what I said earlier. At the same time, I guarantee that I won't make a move against that little lover of yours. All right? Not all right at all. Yang Yi shook his head and said, young Miss In, I think that we're truly not suitable to collaborate with each other. A forced collaboration will definitely cause even greater conflict to arise between us in the future. He truly didn't have the slightest favorable impression of this peerless beauty that stood before him, nor did he desire to have any relationship with her. I've apologized already. What more do you want? Shinner spoke with slight anger. Is it necessary for a man like you to make such a fuss about it with a woman like me? Yang Yi shook his head, and then he said frankly, I don't want anything. I just don't want to have any relationship with you, great Princess In, and it's only that. Shinner's expression turned cold, and she said furiously, I'll kill you. Right at this moment, a fist-sized blood-red pearl had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's hand. When it appeared, a strand of the dense and pungent smell of blood suffused the air in this chamber. At the same time, the figure of Shinner who was about to attack had stiffened while a wisp of fear flashed in her eyes. A pseudo-Dao artifact. Shinner spoke in a low voice. Qin Xie's expression changed violently as well while fear appeared in her eyes. She too had never imagined that Yang Yi actually possessed such a terrifying dark treasure. No, it should be called a Dao artifact. Yang Yi's eyes closed slightly while he revealed an expression of pain. After a short while, he slowly opened his eyes, and as he gazed at the pearl within his hand, he finally understood why Su Qingshi was so fearful of this pearl on that day. Right at the moment he withdrew it, a strand of baleful energy had surged into his brain. Fortunately, he had hurriedly utilized his sword intent to resist it. Otherwise, even if he survived it, the baleful energy would cause him to lose his mind. As he tried his best to resist the baleful energy within the pearl of baleful blood, as he gazed at Shinner and said in a low voice, Miss In, there's enmity between the two of us, and I've even rescued you earlier. There's entirely no need for us to become enemies, and I have no ill intent towards you as well. I just don't want to work together with Misty. Now, please let us out of this place, otherwise, I can only forcefully break my way out of this illusion. You promised my imperial father that you would take care of me. Enchantment spoke in a low voice. Misty, please stop joking. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. With Miss Ean's strength, would you need anyone to take care of you? I'm afraid that it would mostly be Miss Ean that's taking care of me. Let's not speak about all of that. Please let us out of here now. Qin Xie glanced at Yang Yi from the side as she thought in her heart. What a proud fellow. Because of something she spoke out of anger, he's even willing to give up 2 Earth rank techniques and a bodyguard at the spirit realm. I really don't know if I should say that he's stupid or proud. You hate me so much just because of something I said out of anger? Enchantment said, as a man, you shouldn't be so petty, right? Yang Yi put the pearl of baleful blood away before he said, truthfully speaking, I truly don't have a good impression of you, Miss Ean. However, it isn't to the extent that I would give up 2 Earth rank techniques because of something you said out of anger. The reason I don't want to work together with Miss Ean is that I feel that Miss Ean's intentions to work together with me aren't sincere, and it's mostly because Miss Ean intends to use me. Moreover, I truly dislike Miss Ean's mentality of being superior to others. You say I want to use you, but don't you want to use me as well? Said Enchantment. Yang Yi smiled and said, if Miss Ean doesn't have that mentality of being superior to others, then I wouldn't be opposed to the 2 of us using each other. After all, ITLL benefit both of us. However, truthfully speaking, I don't want to make myself suffer by forcefully working together with someone I hate. Forgive me for my frankness, but I presume that Miss Ean hates me very much as well. Since it's like that, then why should we make ourselves suffer? It isn't like we need each other to survive. After a long time, Enchantment laughed with self-ridicule and said, I never imagined that I, Enchantment, would be detestable one day. Fine, it's pointless to say anything now. As she spoke, she tossed the combat technique and cultivation technique to Yang Yi and said, don't refuse first. Take these 2 techniques as the compensation for rescuing me earlier, and we don't owe each other anything after this, all right? Of course. Yang Yi put the 2 scrolls away. If he felt that he didn't deserve it earlier, then it was a matter of course now. Especially when the woman said that they didn't owe each other anything now, it was exactly what he wanted to hear because he truly didn't want to see this woman again. Qin Xie couldn't help but grin when she saw Yang Yi hastily putting the scrolls away. This man is truly interesting. Enchantment grunted coldly, and then she didn't waste her breath again. With a swing of her fair hand, the 12 gold guards immediately transformed into 12 golden rays of light that entered her sleeve, and at the same time, the scene here immediately changed. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and when he swept the surroundings with his gaze, he noticed that head returned to the passageway from before. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he glanced at Enchantment who stood before him and said, Miss Ean, see you. As he spoke, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed. He swiftly turned his head to his right, and Qin Xie was nowhere to be found. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and then he turned around to look at Enchantment and said, Miss Ean, what's the meaning of this? Does it have anything to do with you? Enchantment glanced at Yang Yi and said, this is between me and her. Could it be that you really intend to interfere? Don't think that I'm really afraid of you just because you have that pearl. What did you do to Xie? Yang Yi tightened his grip on the sword in his right hand, and his voice carried a trace of coldness. Qin Xie was someone that had taken to be a friend, and he truly didn't wish for anything to happen to her here. What else? A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Enchantment's mouth, and she said, I've killed her, of course. Her Grand Qin Empire destroyed my Shang dynasty, so there's enmity between us. Could it be that I shouldn't kill her? What? You want to take revenge for her? You better think it through, because if you make a move against me, then I, Enchantment, will absolutely not hold back. Yang Yi checked Qin Xie's soul that resided in his body, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he noticed that her soul was completely fine. He said, Miss Ean, I know you didn't kill Xie, so let her go. If you really want to take revenge, then you can feel free to go looking for the Grand Qin Empire. After all, it was the Grand Qin Empire and not Xia who destroyed your Shang dynasty. Is there any difference? Enchantment spoke in a cold voice. She's a princess of the Grand Qin Empire. Even though kill her can't be considered as having my revenge, it can be considered as taking back some interest in the end. You, on the other hand, keep addressing her intimately as Xia. What? You've taken a liking to her? Yang Yi frowned when he heard this. Why is this woman slightly incomprehensible? Could it be that something has gone wrong in her head after being trapped here for so long? But she was clearly fine just now. Miss Een, speak. What do you want in order to let her go? Said Yang Yi in a low voice. Shinner's eyes lit up before she said, Agree to let me go with you. Go with someone that isn't even worthy of calling your name? Yang Yi spoke with ridicule. Miss Een, don't you think you're wronging yourself? Stop speaking out of anger. Shinner smiled and said, I was mistaken earlier because I was in a bad mood and spoke out of anger. Stop being angry about that, all right? Miss Een, truthfully speaking, is my tiny vortex so attractive to you? Because it actually made a princess of a dynasty like you to put herself to such suffering? Said Yang Yi. Shinner restrained the smile on her face and spoke indifferently. You are like a well-fed man that doesn't know the hunger of the starving. In short, I've raised my request, and I'll let Qin Xia go if you agree to let me go with you. Don't think about using force. Even if you utilize that pearl, I still have ways to deal with it. You ought to be clearly aware that I'm not lying. Right at this moment, a strand of violet light flashed, and then the violet mink appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi pointed at the violet mink and said, What if it's included? A wisp of fear flashed in her eyes upon seeing the violet mink, and then she said in a low voice, Do you really intend to fight to the death? Fight to the death? A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he said, Miss Een, no matter what, Xia and I can be considered to be people that rescued your life. Yet how do you treat us? Are you not embarrassed by your own actions? I just want to go with you. Am not even worthy of calling your name. Am I even worthy of making you follow me? In the end, it's because what I said hurt your pride, right? You're not that important to me that you're able to hurt my pride with a few words. Shinner went silent. After a short while, she said, In any case, even if you kill me, I still won't let her go, unless you agree to let me go with you. Do you have no shame? None at all. Yang Yi. Chapter 132. A Petty Man. Yang Yi remained silent for a short moment before he said, A year? You can only stay with me for a year, and you must leave after a year is up. Shinner was delighted when she heard this, and she said, 2 years. Yang Yi didn't speak, and he just gazed coldly at Shinner. When she saw the look that he gave her, Shinner knew that this was his limit, and she immediately stopped bargaining and said, If it's a year, then so be it. It's a promise. Let her go. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He truly detested the feeling of being threatened, especially when he was threatened by someone he hated. However, it couldn't be helped because he was the weaker party. Shinner remained indifferent towards Yang Yi's unpleasant attitude. She smiled before she waved her fair hand, and then the scene in the surroundings warped and transformed. After the time for 2 breaths to be completed, Qin Xia's figure appeared by Yang Yi's side. Are you all right? Yang Yi asked as he gazed at Qin Xia. Qin Xia was stunned, and then she shook her head and just gazed coldly at Shinner, who was grinning from afar. Then I'll be going in. Don't make it refuse me this time. Shinner gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke. Yang Yi glanced at Shinner before he looked at the violet mink, and then he disregarded Shinner and said, Little fellow, if she holds ill intent or wants to harm me upon entering the tiny vortex, then would I be able to deal with her? Yang Yi naturally didn't trust Shinner, and if he didn't have any way to deal with her, then he wouldn't allow her to enter the tiny vortex even if he had to go back on his word. The violet mink blinked. After a short while, the violet mink pointed its little claw at Shinner before pointing it at itself. Obviously, it was saying that it could deal with her. Yang Yi didn't doubt it at all. So, he immediately nodded, and then he looked at Shinner and said, Go on in. However, allow me to notify you in advance. That pool of profound energy belongs to the little fellow. and you are not allowed to occupy it without obtaining its permission. The violet mink flickered onto Yang Ye's shoulder, and then it rubbed its little head against Yang Ye's face. The violet mink was happy, whereas Inshinner's face had changed while she said, I need to enter it in order to speed up my speed of cultivation. That's your problem. Yang Yi said coldly, if you dare to touch that pool of profound energy before obtaining the little fellow's permission, then I definitely won't hesitate to expel you from within. Inshinner was depressed. Since she'd been born, it was the first time someone had treated her in this way, and she had the desire to kill him right now. However, when she thought of the mysterious red pearl Yang Yi possessed and that little fellow which shouldn't have made an appearance here, she could only suppress the rage in her heart. Even though the red pearl was terrifying, she was still capable of dealing with it, and the true source of her fear was the mysterious little fellow. If the little fellow really utilized its mysterious and terrifying bloodline pressure against her, then when it was coupled with this human hood comprehended both sword intent and the enlightened sword heart, she was really not confident in her ability to deal with them. At this moment, she felt slightly regretful. She regretted being overwhelmed by rage and offending this petty man that stood before her. If she hadn't offended this man just now, then their cooperation would be extremely pleasurable right now. Unfortunately, not only was it not pleasurable right now, the two of them seemed like enemies. Can this be considered as an evil I brought down upon myself? It was fine if they were just enemies. But most importantly, Yang Yi had aroused detest and vigilance towards her. She was utterly incapable of advancing to the Exalt realm in a single year of time. And if she didn't advance into the exact realm, then not to mention taking revenge, even surviving would be a problem. Yang Yi frowned and asked when he saw the woman fall silent, Are you going to get in or not? Inshinner glared at Yang Yi. Even though she was angry, she was still extremely charming. However, Yang Yi gazed at her with an icy cold expression and remained unmoved. Inshinner didn't speak further. She transformed into her true form and flashed into Yang Ye's body like a white light. On the other hand, the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder hurriedly entered the tiny vortex when it saw this. This is the condition you agreed to in order for her to let me go? Asked Qinxia, who had remained silent at the side until now. Yang Yi nodded and said, Truthfully speaking, I very rarely regret something I've done. But this time, I truly regret it slightly. I regret saving that woman out of curiosity. Just like you, she turned around and took a stab at me after I rescued her. However, you're much more agreeable than she is. Qinxia suddenly smiled and said, Why am I more agreeable? I can still get along with you. But her, forget it, let's not speak about all of this. Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, there's one thing that she wasn't wrong about. You really are a petty man. Qinxia said with a smile, strictly speaking, you're a person that has a very high sense of self-respect. Yang Yi didn't object and said, Perhaps. In any case, I do as I please, and I won't change myself for others. At the very least, I wouldn't do it for her. But such character isn't good in the end, right? Said Qinxia. There's no perfect person in the world, and am no saint. I have my own flaws as well, and I admit to possessing these flaws. I know that I really didn't act like a man that has poise, and I'm aware that women like you definitely dislike men like this. But so what? Firstly, I've never wished for her to like me, and am not interested in her at all. Besides that, since she doesn't respect me, then why should I respect her out of consideration for her feelings? Is it just because she's beautiful? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled before he said, I treat others the same way that they treat me. This is my principle in life. Qinxia shook her head and smiled when she heard this. Amongst the people that Shed met in her life were gentlemen and despicable fellows, but it was the first time Shed met a man like Yang Yi who acted as he pleased. In the world, people ceaselessly wore masks for the sake of their own benefit and acted in accordance with their company. Just like the incident from before, if it was any other man, then even if that man disliked Inshinner's attitude, that man would definitely not turn against her for the sake of obtaining a bodyguard at the spirit realm and those two earth-rank techniques. Moreover, it would even be to the extent that the man would intentionally flatter and curry favor with her. However, this man that stood before her hadn't just foregone two earth-rank techniques because he disliked Inshinner. Had even utterly offended her. She truly didn't know whether she should say that Yang Yi was courageous or stupid. She shook her head and stopped thinking about this before she said, "Big sister thanks you for all of that. You didn't even thank me when I saved you on the plains. Why have you become so courteous now?" Yang Yi was slightly surprised. Qin Xie rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "You didn't have a choice then, yet now, you had one. However, you still made a compromise with that woman for me. Big sister knows that a prideful person like you will definitely feel extremely aggrieved because of that. So, big sister has to thank you. Of course, it's only a verbal expression of gratitude. It's impossible to make big sister repay you with a pledge of marriage. Haha." As she finished speaking, Qin Xie returned to her coquettish nature. Yang Yi didn't linger on this topic. He sized up the surroundings and said, "Should we leave or go around and plunder this place?" "Well, plunder this place, of course. Otherwise, how would we establish an organization?" said Qin Xie. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang suddenly resounded from afar. After that, numerous sounds of explosions ceaselessly resounded. Yang Yi and Qin Xie exchanged glances before she said, "Someone is probably in battle ahead. Let's go take a look." "Take a look?" Yang Yi frowned. "Stupid," Qin Xie said. "Since they're in battle, then there's definitely some sort of treasure there. Do you know what's the fastest way to gain wealth? Robbing and plundering. Is there anything else that's more lucrative than that?" Yang Yi deeply agreed. Besides the treasures that Bauer had given him, Yang Yi's wealth was mostly accumulated through robbing and plundering. So, he truly agreed with Qin Xie. So, he immediately stopped hesitating and didn't say a word before flashing towards the distance with Qin Xie. At this moment, within the tiny vortex in Yang Yi's body, Inshinner gazed at the violet mink with a pitiable expression and said, "Little fellow, share a little with big sister, all right? Just a little. See, big sister's lifespan is about to come to its end. If I'm unable to cultivate to the Exalt realm as soon as possible, then big sister will perish. Can you bear to see that happen to big sister?" The violet mink still shook its little head, and it gazed at Inshinner with a hostile gaze. Inshinner was immediately depressed when she saw this. She'd been begging this little fellow for a very long time now, but no matter what she said, the little fellow just wouldn't agree, and this caused her to be on the verge of going berserk. However, when she recalled what that petty man said just now, she could only forcefully suppress the rage in her heart because she knew that the petty man would definitely do as he said. Even though she couldn't do anything to the little fellow, as for those two nether wolf kings at the side. In next to no time, wolf howls resounded from within the vortex in Yang Yi's body. Chapter 133. You're really hardcore. Within a burial chamber, Dong Wushang held a sword in his hand as he gazed coldly at the four members of the Origin School and the black-robed ghost arm that stood before him. On the other hand, only Wei Ran remained behind him from amongst the four disciples of the Sword Sect. The Flower Palace's Zhao Hanyue was standing by Dong Wushang's side. At this moment, the latter was gazing coldly at Ghost Arm and the members of the Origin School just like Dong Wushang was, and the killing intent in her eyes wasn't concealed at all. "Su Yan, am unable to figure out why you would assist this fellow from the Ghost Sect." Dong Wushang gazed at Su Yin, who led the group from the Origin School, and spoke in a low voice. Just moments before this, Ghost Arm had suddenly launched a surprise attack against them. If he merely had Ghost Arm as an opponent, then he wouldn't be afraid. However, had never imagined that these members of the Origin School would suddenly interfere, causing 3 of the disciples from his sword sect to perish on the spot. Moreover, if Zhao Hanyue hadn't come over in pursuit of Ghost Arm, even he would have probably perished by now. The Sword Sect and Ghost Sect were bitter enemies, so he could understand why Ghost Arm attacked them who were from the Sword Sect, but he couldn't figure out why the Origin School would make a move against him as well. "It's none other than for the sake of benefits," Zhao Hanyue said in a cold voice. "I presume Ghost Arm has definitely given you some sort of reward, right? But I just want to ask you, aren't you afraid of the Sword Sect and Flower Palace pursuing the matter? I presume the Origin School wouldn't go against both the Flower Palace and Sword Sect at the same time just for you, right?" Meanwhile, Ghost Arm said in a ghastly voice, If we completely annihilate all of you here, then who would know that it was us who did it? Oh, right, Fairy Zhao, I must admit that the disciples of your flower palace truly taste good. How I yearn for more. As he spoke, he licked his lips as if he wasn't fully satisfied. Ghost Arm, now I understand why you dared to take a corpse of a disciple of my flower palace from right before my very eyes. So, it turns out that you have the Origin School's assistance. But do you really think all of you'll be able to kill the three of us? Zhao Hanyue said in a low voice, perhaps we wouldn't be able to defeat all of you in battle, but what if we concentrate solely on fleeing? Would all of you be able to stop us? Haha. Meanwhile, Su Yin-hood remained silent until now chuckled before he said, if it was moments before this, then we would indeed be unable to stop all of you. But now, you can feel free to try, Fairy Zhao. See if you're able to break through my Origin School's barrier ward. Both Zhao Hanyue and Dong Wusheng's expressions changed when they heard this. The former raised a finger lightly, causing a gorgeous flower to shoot out explosively from the tip of her finger. It flew over 10 m into the distance before a soft bang resounded, and the flower instantly dispersed into the air. Zhao Hanyu's pupils constricted when she saw this, and then she looked at Ghost Arm and Su Yin before she said in a cold voice, so, it turns out that both of you stopped to talk with us for the sake of setting the barrier ward up. How scheming of you. But I'm very curious. I'm curious exactly what Ghost Arm provided that actually made an inner court disciple of the Origin School like you to actually not hesitate to offend my flower palace and the sword sect for him. Su Yin shook his head and said, Fairy Zhao, I've actually never thought of killing you. So long as you're willing to swear on your soul and inner demons that you wouldn't make a move against Ghost Arm and want to expose everything that occurs here today, then I can let you go. Ghost Arm's eyes narrowed while displeasure flashed within them, but he didn't speak out in objection in the end. Dong Wusheng's expression changed. He gazed at Zhao Hanyue, who was slightly moved by this offer, and said, Fairy Zhao, do you really think that hell let you go? If we join forces now, then we'll still have a trace of a chance. But if you watch coldly from the sidelines, then you'll face the same outcome as I. Fairy Zhao, there's no enmity between my Origin School and your flower palace, and it can even be said that there's a good relationship between our sections. What reason do I have to make a move against you? You're right. I'm helping Ghost Arm this time because I took a reward he provided, and I merely agreed to help him deal with the members of the sword sect. If you're willing to keep it a secret, then I guarantee that I wouldn't make a move against you. Su Yin spoke slowly. Zhao Hanyue remained silent for a while before she said, open up the barrier and allow me to leave first. She wasn't stupid. She knew that if she really stayed within the barrier ward and watched as they killed Dong Wushang, then it would definitely not be a good outcome that awaited her. But she was also clearly aware that even if she joined forces with Dong Wushang, they would definitely be no match for the group from the Origin School and Ghost Arm. Because Su Yin was at the 6th rank of the King Realm, and he was 2 ranks higher than both Dong Wushang and her. Su Yin shook his head and said, it can't be open now. If it's open now, and if Dong Wushang solely focuses on fleeing, then I wouldn't be confident in my ability to kill him even with Ghost Arm's assistance. Then why waste your breath? Zhao Hanyue laughed coldly and said, well, simply decide it in battle. Even though Dong Wushang and my strengths are slightly inferior to the two of you, if we join forces and fight desperately, then it shouldn't be a problem to take one of you down with us. A breakdown of negotiations. Dong Wushang and Wei Ran heaved sighs of relief. If Zhao Hanyue left, then they would definitely have no chance of surviving. But if they joined forces with her, then they still had a slim chance of survival. Su Yin didn't waste his breath on Zhao Hanyue again, and he gazed at Ghost Arm as he said, you occupy Zhao Hanyue. I'll deal with Dong Wushang. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist before a sword appeared in his hand, and he gazed at Dong Wushang as he said, your sword sect is world-renowned in the sword. Today, let me see if the sword techniques of your sword sect or my Origin School are more formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan's figure flashed, and his sword left a string of afterimages behind as it stabbed at Dong Wushang. On the other hand, Ghost Arm's figure flashed as well, and he caused countless claw images to envelop down towards Zhao Hanyue. Yang Yi and Qin Xie were hiding at a corner beneath the violet barrier created by the violet mink. As they gazed at the battle between the two sides, Qin Xie said, "You don't intend to help those two disciples of the sword sect? I told you earlier, am not a disciple of the sword sect." Yang Yi said indifferently, "Moreover, am unable to help even if I wanted to help them. Can you break through that barrier ward?" He still remembered that even the Earth Bear King that was already halfway into the spirit realm had attacked the barrier ward numerous times before finally destroying it on that day. As for him, it was better to just forget it. Qin Xie smiled and said, "Looks like you don't have even the slightest favorable impression towards the sword sect. But this is good as well. After they fight to the point both sides are injured, we'll go reap the rewards at the end. I presume that the wealth of 4 King Realm experts and a few First Heaven Realm experts ought to be very abundant. Are you confident in our ability to deal with them?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. He naturally didn't feel any sort of guilt from robbing and plundering these two because they weren't good people in any case. So, he took it as eliminating evil for the world. However, both of them were King Realm experts, so he wasn't confident in his ability to kill them. After all, if a King Realm expert concentrated solely on fleeing, then even the joint forces of 5 King Realm experts might be insufficient to make that person leave his life behind. Idiot! Qin Xie rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "The two of us are naturally unable to kill them. But don't you still have that wolf? Once both sides are injured later, we'll have an 80% chance of success if we take them by surprise. However, allow me to ask you once more, do you really not intend to rescue those 2 members of the sword sect?" Yang Yi glanced at Dong Wushang, who was fighting bitterly in the distant battlefield, and then he said, "Earlier, he intended to hand me over in order to calm the Flower Palace's rage. Do you think I should save him? I, Yang Yi, am no noble person that repays enmity with good." He only cared about 2 people in the sword sect, Su Qingshi and Elder Qian. Right, Qingxue was one as well. Besides the 3 of them, did the fate of the others have any relation to him? Qin Xie gazed at Yang Yi for a short moment before she broke into a smile and said, "Little brother, truthfully speaking, you aren't a person that's bound to achieve great things. Because those who achieve great things must be broad-minded and tolerant. Yet you're a petty and vengeful young man. However, Big Sister likes this character of yours. Because even though you're petty and vengeful towards others, you're very loyal to those you care about." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Should I feel honored? After all, a beauty said, she likes this selfish character of mine. If you're willing to pursue Big Sister, then Big Sister can give you an opportunity." Qin Xie blinked as she smiled. "I already have someone I like." Yang Yi said, "Could it be that you are truly willing to share a husband with someone else? With your prideful character, you're probably unwilling to do that, right?" "How do you know that I'm unwilling?" Qin Xie revealed a charming smile and said, "In this world, so long as you have the ability, then what could I do even if I'm unwilling? You like being forced by others? Or perhaps being subdued by others?" Yang Yi spoke with astonishment. "What do you think?" Qin Xie smiled. "You're really hardcore," said Yang Yi. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang suddenly resounded from within the chamber. Yang Yi and Qin Xie restrained their smiles as they glanced towards the center of the chamber, and they saw Dong Wushang was holding his chest while he gazed resentfully at Su Yin, who stood before him. Chapter 134, Self-Detonation. The sword techniques of the sword sect are nothing great. Su Yin gently wiped off the remnants of fresh blood on his sword with his finger as he gazed at Dong Wushang that stood before him and spoke indifferently. Dong Wushang gazed at Zhao Hanyue, but saw that she was steadily losing ground before Ghost Arm. He immediately took a deep breath while a wisp of a resolute expression flashed in his eyes. After that, the profound energy within his body surged madly while his stomach gradually grew larger and larger. Su Yan's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene, and he cried out involuntarily, "Self-detonation? You actually intend to detonate yourself? Dong Wushang, you're crazy." As he spoke, Su Yan retreated explosively. At this moment, Zhao Hanyue and Ghost Arm had stopped fighting as well. Both of their expressions changed violently when they noticed Dong Wushang's stomach that was gradually growing, and then they retreated swiftly just like Su Yan had. Open up the barrier. Quickly open up the barrier. When he retreated to the border of the barrier, Ghost Arm cried out madly to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was extremely unsightly. He wanted to open the barrier up as well, but how could the barrier be opened on a whim? He paid no further attention to Ghost Arm, and with a flip of his right hand, an enormous shield that was covered in ice crystals appeared before him. At the same time, he hurriedly activated his profound energy barrier. Moreover, he seemed to feel that it was insufficient, and he wore a piece of armor as well. Zhao Hanyue wasn't any slower, and she took out all the defensive treasures she possessed. When he saw both of them withdraw their treasures, Ghost Arm seemed to know that it was impossible to open up the barrier. He immediately didn't hesitate to wave his right hand, and he wore a piece of skin armor that seemed like the skin of a person. It's too late. Everything's too late. Let us all die together. As he gazed at the three of them, Dong Wushang had a savage expression, and he roared madly with laughter. Actually, he didn't want to detonate himself as well. However, he had no other choice. He would definitely die if the battle continued. Moreover, the ghost sect possessed a secret technique that was capable of restraining one's soul. So, if he died, then Ghost Arm would definitely execute that secret technique to take control of his soul. At that time, living would really be worse than death for him. No, he would fall to eternal damnation. So, had chosen to detonate himself and drag them down with him. Right at the instant Dong Wushang had chosen to detonate himself, Qin Xia's expression had changed as well, and then she didn't even give it any thought before putting Yang Yi along as she retreated. Moreover, she only stopped after they were almost 200 m away from the chamber. Is the self-detonation of a King Realm expert that terrifying? Asked Yang Yi while he gazed at Qin Xia, who was slightly pale. Bang! Qin Xia was just about to speak. Right at this moment, a world-shocking bang had suddenly resounded from afar, and then the surroundings shook as if it was an earthquake. Yang Yi was just about to speak, however. Right at this moment, a wave of air suddenly surged over from the passageway. Yang Yi's expression changed while his sword intent surged out to resist the wave of air. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the wave of air dispersed into the surroundings. You understand how terrifying it is now? Asked Qin Xia in a low voice. Yang Yi nodded with agreement. Even when they were so far apart, the aftershock created by the explosion was still able to affect this area. This clearly showed how terrifying the explosion within the chamber was. At the same time, Yang Yi decided in his heart that he would absolutely not give his opponents any opportunity. Just like moments before, if Su Yan didn't waste his breath and directly struck to kill, then how could Dong Wushang have detonated himself? If your opponent detonates himself in battle, then even if that opponent is merely a first Heaven Realm profounder, you still have to leave immediately. Understand? Qin Xia gazed at Yang Yi while she spoke seriously. Yang Yi's heart felt warm when he heard this, and then he smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not a conceited person. Right. Why hasn't this place been destroyed from the explosion created by Dong Wushang? Qin Xia glanced at the surroundings before she said, If I'm not wrong, then some sort of strange energy is present here, but I'm unable to find out exactly what it is. Perhaps that woman you are bringing along with you might know the answer. Why don't you ask her? Ask her? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, Forget it. It's enough if she just stays in there obediently. Right, why have you never asked exactly where she is? He didn't believe that Qin Xia wasn't curious about the secrets he held, so since she was curious, why didn't she ask about it? Everyone has their own secrets, right? Said Qin Xia in a flat tone. Yang Yi nodded and said with a smile, Collaborating with someone smart really is nice. Qin Xia glanced at Yang Yi before she said, Now, let's go deal with those fellows. Yang Yi said with astonishment, They are still alive? Never underestimate an expert at the King Realm. Qin Xia gazed at Yang Yi and said seriously, I know your strength is extremely formidable, and you possess the strength to surmount your realm of cultivation to do battle. However, you must remember to never underestimate any expert at the King Realm. Actually, I should say that you shouldn't underestimate any opponent of yours. Many people in this world have died because of their carelessness and underestimating their opponents. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and waved it before Qin Xie, and then he said with a smile, "Why have you suddenly started to show so much concern towards me? Don't tell me that you really like me." "Can I not?" After she finished speaking these words, Qin Xie turned around and walked towards that chamber from before. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. After that, he hurriedly followed her as well. When the two of them returned to the chamber once more and saw the scene there, Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Because Ghost Arm, Su Yin, and Zhao Hanyue were really still alive, but they were clearly not in a good state. The enormous shield before Su Yin had shattered into a pile of fragments while the clothes he wore were tattered, causing the bloodied skin beneath them to be revealed. As for those three others that were following by Su Yan's side, they'd been transformed into a pile of body pieces. On the other hand, Ghost Arm's black robe was gone, causing his ghastly pale face to be revealed. Especially his hands. They had already transformed from pure white into scarlet red. The most striking amongst them was Zhao Hanyue. At this moment, only her undergarments still remained, and it wasn't even whole. One of her peaks were freely exposed in the air while her skirt was in rags as well, causing large amounts of enchanting scenes to be revealed. When he saw them in such a sorry state, a wisp of cold light flashed in the eyes of Yang Yi, who hid in a corner, and he was about to make a move. Qin Xie pulled on his hand before she shook her head, and then she said softly, "Wait a while. Conflict will definitely arise between the three of them, so there's no harm in us watching for now." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. In the battlefield, Su Yin withdrew a talisman and slapped it on himself. After a short while, he opened his eyes, and then he looked at Ghost Arm. The latter opened his eyes as well, and then nodded lightly. "If both of you are unafraid of experiencing the detonation of one more King Realm Profounder, then feel free to make a move against me." Right at this moment, Zhao Hanyue opened her eyes and spoke coldly to Ghost Arm and Su Yin. Both their eyelids twitched when they heard this. Even though they'd survived, both of them had suffered heavy injuries. They were still able to join forces and kill Zhao Hanyue, but if she really chose to detonate herself, then both of them would really be in trouble. "Don't think that I'm not capable of it." Zhao Hanyue spoke once more in a cold voice. "Instead of falling into Ghost Arm's hands, it would be better to detonate myself and take both of you to hell with me. What do both of you think?" "Huh." Meanwhile, Su Yin chuckled and said, "Fairy Zhao, you must be joking. I've already said so just now. I don't have any ill intent towards Fairy Zhao. So long as you agree to keep everything that occurred today a secret, then you can leave at any time." "Su Yin," Ghost Arm spoke in a low voice. "In the world, only one that has truly perished can keep a secret. If she speaks of everything that occurred here once she leaves, then I presume the members of the Sword Sect will definitely not let the matter rest. It doesn't matter to me because it's fully justified for a member of my Ghost Sect to kill members of the Sword Sect. Moreover, not only would I not be punished by my sect, I would even be rewarded instead. But what about you? Would your origin school reward you? Fairy Zhao will keep the secret, right?" Su Yin gazed at Zhao Hanyue as he spoke with a smile on his face. Zhao Hanyue smiled as she said, "Of course, Su." Ghost Arm still intended to say something. Su Yin gazed at Ghost Arm and interrupted him with a cold tone. "Can you endure another explosion?" Ghost Arm was speechless when he heard this. Zhao Hanyue laughed coldly, and then she said, "You can open the barrier up now, right?" "Of course." Su Yin smiled, and then he said, "But even you've noticed that the other disciples of my sect have perished. So, we have to work together in order to open this barrier ward. Otherwise, we can only wait for 2 hours when the barrier ward will be lifted automatically. What do you think?" Zhao Hanyue glanced at the disciples of the origin school that had been reduced to pieces, and then she said, "I hope you don't play any tricks." "Of course," said Su Yin with a smile on his face. "What do I have to do?" said Zhao Hanyue. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.